Chapter 252 The Fall of the Golden Lion. Luffy didn't answer Golden Lion's words. Black and red lightning wrapped around his arms. Luffy's eyes were calm and sharp, and his black hair was automatic without wind. Oh. At this time, the Golden Lion had his last breath left. At this time, Perona was a little shivering, but she was forcibly invited by Luffy to board the boat. This is not over yet. The momentum continued to rise after all the sea water was washed away. The scene where the sky is split and the ground is torn apart is like doomsday. If not, Luffy can only let Nami control Thousand Sunny to land. At that time, as long as there was a little carelessness, Luffy and others might sink into the sea. Zoro and the others, whose hair was blown by the strong wind, stared blankly at the sky that was divided into two halves. What's going on? The sky cracked. Luffy's voice drifted into the ears of the Golden Lion, who flew out backwards. If he died completely, the island, and the floating things that Golden Lion Shiki had previously controlled, would be out of control at that moment. The invisible momentum was formed again in this fierce confrontation. Boom! However, Luffy is still a little worried about whether Nami, who just ate lion fruit, can control the entire island. And the Golden Lion floated in the air, slashing head and foot, and slashing down with his swords. At that time, the island that regained its gravity, etc., will fall straight down. In the vacuum area where the fist and the two swords meet, the dark red singularity is constantly spinning, and black and red lightning continues to wrap around. Facing this sudden shock, Usopp reacted immediately and looked around in panic. Along with the wild laughter of Golden Lion, the black and red lightning stretched, and the figures of Luffy and Golden Lion disappeared at the same time. You win, boy. The island under his feet began to tremble, and Nami and the other women supported each other under this trembling. When the two figures appeared again, Luffy's fist and Golden Lion's double swords had already converged. Luffy's calm voice awakened everyone who was still there. Black and red lightning danced wildly between the two of them. The fists and the crossed swords did not touch each other, but they were deadlocked as if they had collided. Who knows? For a time, the 660 layers of clouds rolled up and converged toward each side. At this dying moment, hearing the last words from Luffy, Golden Lion closed his eyes, and seemed to remember the scene when he invited Roger and was rejected without hesitation. Win, did you win? Clang bang! However, there shouldn't be many such people, right? Frankie asks that now is not the time to dawdle, and the only way to solve the current situation is to let Nami eat the lion fruit and control the island. However, since they were able to fly with the feathers on their arms in the original book, I guess that's okay now, right? Although it's a little weird. In comparison, Golden Lion's appearance was much more miserable, with blood flowing on his head and back. The clothes were torn, and the hair was disheveled. Luffy went a step further with Conqueror's, Haki's right punch. The ground of the island is also torn apart inch by inch. If it continues, this floating island may be completely broken under the collision of the two. Frankie opened his mouth wide, and the ability of Munch Munch Fruit was activated, swallowing the Golden Lion wrapped in candles. Luffy explained, looking at Frankie at the same time, motioning him to speed up. However, this violent collision did not last long. The black and red lightning wrapped around the dead wood and Sakura's 10 pairs of swords began to dim. Puff! He opened his arms and took the initiative to meet Luffy's punch that wrapped around Conqueror's haki. I won, so, I'm not Roger. In the future, I must be obedient, for the sake of my own life. The dark red singularity formed by the collision also disappeared at this moment. However, all this was insignificant in the laughter of Golden Lion. And at this moment, in Luffy's observation haki perception, the last breath of Golden Lion disappeared at this moment. The water droplets began to fall from the sky, and it was the sea water that had just been smashed by the momentum of the two. As for the island and its people, Luffy couldn't care less. This sudden change made everyone unable to react. Although I don't worry that Luffy will take action against himself and others, this is purely Perona's own brain supplement. At this moment, the black and red lightning wrapped around the arms and the double swords intersected. The crossed swords broke at this moment, and Luffy's fist also bombarded Golden Lion's chest at this moment. Everyone was immersed in the shock of the sky splitting just now, but now all the visions have disappeared. At this time, Luffy's fist and Golden Lion's double swords were in a stalemate. Galtino waved his hand to create a liquid candle to wrap the Golden Lion, and then the candle solidified. The figure of Golden Lion flew out again. Galtino and Frankie, who were called by Luffy's names, hurriedly wiped their cheeks wet with seawater, and walked to the Golden Lion lying on the ground. At the moment when Deadwood and Sakura-ten broke, Shiki grinned at Luffy and threw away the two swords that were only half left. The imposing storm formed by the violent collision, even Zoro, at that time, has a feeling of how small he is. But if there are many people with the strength of Luffy in this sea, can these people really continue to keep up with Luffy's footsteps? At this time, they were not much better than Perona and the others. At this moment, the sea water that had been suspended in the air because of the slow fruit was completely washed away under this momentum. Flying sand and stone, dust flying, the surrounding trees seemed to be broken to one side under the collision of the two. 3. Frankie, time for work. At this time, other people also woke up from the shock and also gathered around. Not to mention Perona and others who just joined. Even the few people who have followed Luffy to sea from East Blue are the first time they have seen Luffy's level of power. This time, this momentum no longer just spreads out towards the surroundings, but shoots straight into the sky with a more swift might. A generation of legendary pirates, also at this moment, finally ushered in his end. Luffy put his feet on the ground, leaned forward slightly, raised his fists. If one day Luffy doesn't need him anymore, with the strength Luffy just showed, he's afraid that he won't even be left with scum. The Golden Lion is dead, and the islands that he controlled with the lion fruit will naturally start to fall out of control. Golden Lion finally couldn't bear the injuries on his body and head, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The final battle has deeply shocked everyone. Chapter 253 Nami eats lion fruit. How is this possible? When he took control of the island, everything on the island was already under Nami's control. As for these people on the island, Luffy will also leave some of them. After all, there is a virus called green on the island that needs IQ grass as an antidote. With the horns of the unicorn lion in front, can this IQ grass also make medicines to strengthen its own strength? As usual, Luffy doesn't care about the people he kills. Thinking of Deadwood and Sakura-ten who had just been interrupted by himself, Luffy also asked Zoro. The control ability of lion fruit is indeed magical, even better than the psychic ability that Luffy has seen in the previous life movies. So is Nami able to fly now? And just when Nami put his hand on the ground, the island that was descending rapidly stopped descending again at this moment. Then, what to do with this Golden Lion's corpse? Just throw it here. 99. And at this moment, the self who knows this secret will also be completely bound to this boat. However, the Golden Lion in front of him was different. Although he was undoubtedly a heinous bastard, it was still a legend. Now, to use these soils, there is no need for Nami to touch them one by one. Luffy didn't force it either. Deadwood and Sakura-ten are really good, but since Zoro doesn't need it, let them end here with the Golden Lion. It's actually lion fruit. The purpose of this trip, lion fruit has been eaten by Nami, is there anything else? Then, I saw that Nami's beautiful face was wrinkled, it was really the devil fruit that tasted really bad. Hearing Zoro's words, Luffy couldn't help but look at the candle box. After confirming that the island was no longer falling, Usopp and others turned their attention to lion fruit's abilities. No, this island, I can only control the island we are staying on now, and the other connected islands cannot be controlled. Then, next, there is one more thing. After Nami finished making the tomb and tombstone, Luffy picked up the dead wood and sakura ten that he had just interrupted not far away. The crowd did not rush back to Thousand Sunny to change clothes, but looked at Luffy curiously. If Zoro needs it, with the processing ability of Frankie Munch Munch Fruit, it is possible to restore 2 broken swords or even fuse them into one. There were still some who didn't believe that Luffy and the others could capture Devil Fruit's Perona. In that case, those people would really have no way out. How are you feeling? Although it's not the first time to see a partner eating devil fruit, but every time, Usopp can't help it, his inner curiosity. Wow, it's really flying, so there's one more flight on board. 35. At this time, when he heard Usopp's question, he didn't answer. He directly activated Lion Fruit's ability and let himself float in the air. The reason the Golden Lion occupied this island is that there is a herb called IQ on this island, and that's why those animals became so violent and stronger than normal animals. Everyone ignored Perona like this. The most important thing now is to see if Nami can control the falling island after eating the lion fruit. Seeing Nami eating devil fruit, Usopp was particularly curious among the few people on the field who didn't eat devil fruit. Luffy's words caught everyone's attention. The 2 sections with the hilt were inserted crosswise in front of the tomb, and the other 2 broken sections were also crossed and inserted at the head of the tomb. Not to mention that he already has 2 big quick knives, Hideo Yuan and Chu Shui. Even if it is only the 3rd generation ghost in the category of quick knives, it will not be much inferior. Nami, make a tombstone for the Golden Lion. Swallowing the devil fruit in his mouth with difficulty, Nami felt the changes in his body. Amazing! Don't worry, on this island, there are only people living on this island. Except for those animals, no one lives on the other islands. Although everyone was drenched by the smashed sea water just now, this level is not enough for everyone now to catch a cold. Luffy's flower made Zoro and the others light up again. Zoro looked at the 2 swords that had fallen to the ground and were broken into 2 pieces, and finally shook his head. As for the tombstone, Luffy did not engrave the epitaph and name on the Golden Lion, just a blank stele was erected there. The whole person took 2 steps back as if frightened. Frankie handed the lion fruit to Nami. Nami glanced at Luffy, and after seeing Luffy nod, he took a bite without hesitation. 0. And Nami was relieved after hearing Luffy's explanation. Being able to bury the Golden Lion here is already Luffy's respect for this legend. Just bury him here. By the way, the Golden Lion's 2 knives are good knives, and you can ask Frankie to help fix them if you need them. 35. Just throwing his body here is not an option. Zoro doesn't plan to continue changing weapons until his own strength is further improved. Then, he squatted down as if he was feeling it, and pressed his hands on the ground of the island that was shaking violently and descending rapidly. Let them be buried here with the Golden Lion. Hearing this, Nami did not refuse. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding soil seemed to come alive and began to form a tomb under Nami's control. The moment Nami stopped the island, it was finally confirmed that Luffy and the others indeed possessed the ability to capture the reborn devil fruit. Watching Frankie spit out the Golden Lion wrapped in candles and a strange fruit, Perona said incredulously. Conies, who had just grown wings, Perona, who had the power of spirit fruit, and Nami, who now eats lion fruit. Looking at a tombstone that was quickly formed under Nami's control, Usopp couldn't help exclaiming. Luffy is not comforting Nami. Under the perception of observation haki, Luffy does not perceive the human breath on other islands. 4 flowers 0. Glancing at the candle box containing the body of Golden Lion, Zoro asked. Nami's voice was a little anxious. She was worried about the existence of people on other islands. The tomb will be completely covered with the candle box encasing the Golden Lion, and then a stele is formed at this moment and erected in front of the tomb. The IQ grasses on this island have been collectively cultivated by the Golden Lion, so, before going back, we have to find those grasses and move them to Thousand Sunny. 35. Chapter 254 IQ Grass. All the IQ grass is here. Behind the hall where Golden Lion was before, there was a research room, and after that was the IQ grass cultivation room. In the research room, there is a detailed record of IQ grass research, which is the research results of Indigo, a former Golden Lion's subordinate. With this research record, Chopper's research on IQ grass will be relatively smooth. However, there were no ready-made drugs or the like found in the research room. Perhaps all the animals on the island were injected by the Golden Lion and the others. But that's okay, with the research track record, Chopper doesn't need to spend another 20 years doing it all over again. For those IQ grasses that are being cultivated, for Nami, who has eaten lion fruit, it is easier to transport them away. You only need to control the scaffolding that cultivates 1Q660 grass, and you can use lion fruit's ability to transport all these IQ grasses away. If the IQ is grass, we will keep a part for you, and we will take all the rest. Do you have any opinion? Luffy looked at the men with feathers on their arms in front of him, and said calmly. These people were found by Luffy and the others when they found the IQ grass. They were all indigenous people on this island. Later, after the arrival of the Golden Lion, they were captured by the Golden Lion to work as coolies. This is also the reason why Luffy and others only saw elderly women and children in the previous village. No problem. These men didn't even have the slightest idea of resisting. Rather, they were grateful that Luffy could leave them some IQ grass. The key is that there are talking reindeer and living skeletons in this group of people, which is too scary. Moreover, along the way, they already knew that the group of pirates who had ruled them for more than 20 years had been killed by the group in front of them. And the people who can kill the pirates before are obviously not the ones they can resist. I thought it was just a different group of people to rule the island, but I didn't expect that the man in front of him was not the same as the golden-haired pirate before. After learning that the group of people in front of them would eventually leave here and leave some IQ grass behind, these men wanted to cheer for the first time. But he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Luffy and others, so he could only temporarily suppress his inner ecstasy, and followed Luffy and others along the way to the village where he once lived. Hey, Luffy, why do they have feathers on their arms? Along the way, looking at the men who were found by him and others, all with feathers on their arms like the villagers before, Usopp finally couldn't help but ask. After hearing Usopp's question, the others also looked at him curiously. You can just ask them this question directly. I don't have feathers, how can I know this? Luffy glanced at everyone angrily. Now these people are beside him, you don't ask the parties, but ask yourself what this foreigner is doing? Do you really consider yourself an encyclopedia? Being choked by Luffy, the others were a little embarrassed, but Usopp scratched his head. Isn't this a habit? Hee. Usopp's words caused everyone to nod at the same time. Indeed, as long as you encounter novel things, you can always know something if you ask Luffy. In the eyes of everyone, even if you ask the client, maybe Luffy doesn't know it so well. Hey, why do you have feathers on your arms? But as Luffy said so, Usopp could only change his target and look at the people who were following behind the crowd. My lord, this should be the reason for 1Q grass. It is said that using IQ grass for a long time can grow corresponding things according to people's thoughts. We may have been enslaved by the previous group of people, so we all wanted to fly away from this floating island. It may be because of this reason that we grew feathers. After being asked by Usopp, the group of people look at me, I look at you, and finally one of the men came up and answered Usopp cautiously. Isn't that supposed to have wings? Why only feathers? Hearing the man's answer, Usopp immediately complained. Look at conies, don't people from Sky Island have wings? Although the wings were originally small and could not fly at all, they are wings anyway. Now after taking that pill, Coney's wings have grown enough to allow her to fly. IQ grass still has such an effect. However, as a doctor, Chopper is obviously more concerned about the effect of IQ grass. No, or in other words, any normal person should focus on the efficacy of this IQ herb. That's incredible. If IQ grass really has this magical power, then if Chopper is really successful in research, what effect will the resulting medicine be? Then can you fly? Usopp's focus isn't clearly on that front, and that kind of thing is going to give Chopper a headache. He just wants to know if these guys can fly. That, we shouldn't be able to fly. It was the same man just now. When he heard Usopp ask again, he replied a little embarrassedly. Can't it? Or haven't tried it? Luffy, who was also listening to their conversation, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although looking at the appearance of the feathers on their arms, it really doesn't look like they can fly, but through the original Luffy, I know that they did fly with this feather in the end. Maybe they can give it a try. If they can fly, their own plan to join the world government relying on memory alloys may be able to start. While these people don't have any loyalty at the moment, they won't betray themselves as long as Nami keeps control of the island. Or 0.4 maybe they can find another island to survive, but without the Q grass, can they really keep the feathers on this arm all the time? Before you go back, is there something I need your help with? As soon as he thought of it, Luffy stopped the sound of forward footsteps and turned to look at the people he had rescued. After Luffy stopped, Zoro and others also stopped. They also didn't know what Luffy wanted to do, and they all looked at Luffy with some doubts at this time. The men who followed behind stopped unconsciously after seeing Luffy stop. Hearing Luffy's words, the men were a little nervous, but they didn't dare to talk casually. I need you to try, whether the feathers on your arms can make you fly. 95. Chapter 255 Flight Experiment. Ugh! Hearing Luffy's words, both the men who were originally coolies and the Straw Hat crew couldn't believe their ears. Can these few feathers really make them fly? Then what are we going to do? Those men didn't refuse, or they didn't have the right to refuse. Without knowing the specific circumstances of people like Luffy, they dared not risk refusal. If this group of people is also the same as the previous group of pirates, if I refuse, it may bring disaster to the relatives in the village. There's nothing more tragic than being enslaved and killed anyway. Moreover, if these people can really fly, then they will have more choices. You don't need to do anything special, you just need to flap your arms at critical moments. After Luffy finished speaking, he grabbed a person suddenly, and then threw him directly into the sky. 14. The man who was caught by Luffy felt his body rising from the ground uncontrollably with a look of horror, and he couldn't help but let out a miserable cry. Others obviously didn't expect Luffy's method to be so simple and rude, and they were a little stunned for a while. Stop screaming, don't hurry up and flap your arm. Looking at the man who was thrown into the sky 30 to 50 meters high by himself, screaming loudly and at a loss when he was about to fall, Luffy had to remind. And the man who was thrown by Luffy finally stopped screaming after hearing Luffy's reminder. After feeling that his body had begun to fall, he quickly waved his feathered arms. The people standing on the ground clearly saw that the man who was waving his arms in the sky, the body that was falling at an extreme speed, the speed of falling has been significantly reduced. Then, as if he had found the trick, the man's arm, which had been waving randomly, began to slap up and down regularly. The body that had been falling straight down also began to fly across the sky like a bird. This. Looking at the man who was really flying, everyone couldn't believe it. But then, the men with feathers on their arms were all excited. After all, being able to fly has always been the dream of these people. Now, with this dream within their grasp, how could they not be excited? Finally, the man who was thrown into the sky by Luffy before waving his arms landed smoothly. The man was excited and wanted to say something, but because of Luffy and the others, he could only keep what he wanted to say in his heart. This, actually can fly. Is that IQ grass so powerful? And Usopp and the others, who had also been watching the man land smoothly, also said with a look of amazement. However, Miss Coney's wings are beautiful. The same is flying, but the feeling of feathers and wings is completely different. Moreover, a group of big men, compared with beautiful girls, for Sanji, there is no comparison at all. Of course, Luffy thought so too. The flight has been confirmed, so, can it take off from the ground? Luffy looked at the man who landed steadily in front of him and continued to ask. Although it was learned from the original book that they were indeed able to fly, it was also somewhat incredible to see Luffy in real life. With only a handful of feathers on these arms, it is actually possible to achieve flight. It can only be said that the world of pirates is really not scientific. When the man heard Luffy's words, his originally excited expression suddenly froze. Patronized with excitement, the man coughed without thinking about this problem. I tentatively slapped my arms, but I couldn't fly, except that my body seemed a little lighter. The man was a little embarrassed, and at the same time there was a look of disappointment on his face, which obviously failed to fly from the ground, which made him very disappointed. Is it because it really doesn't work, or because you don't have master skills? Or is it lack of strength? When in the air, due to air resistance, the buoyancy of the feather enables him to fly and glide. But if it is said to take off from the ground, there is no power that can be used. Unless you rely on the same method that Luffy just threw up. Looking at the man who couldn't fly, Luffy was also a little disappointed. If these people can't fly by themselves, or don't fly high enough, their plans may have to be delayed. After all, Luffy's plan was to make the floating island a secret state. At that time, send some people to find an island in the sea as a cover. If these people can take off on their own and fly high enough, this floating island will not be exposed at all, and the relationship between this country and themselves will not be known to outsiders. After all, Nami has already eaten the lion fruit. In the future, Nami's ability will definitely be exposed to the eyes of Marine and the world government. And if this floating sky island is also exposed, then the relationship between this island and the Straw Hat Pirates is directly exposed. At that time, Luffy's plan could be said to have failed completely. So, what Luffy wants is that they can fly alone, and can fly at least tens of thousands of meters. Seeing the disappointed look in Luffy's eyes, these people were startled and anxious. The man in front of him wouldn't kill him for this reason, would he? Luffy certainly couldn't have killed these people for that reason. 660. Glancing at Coney's, Luffy froze for a moment, then thought of the pills Chopper had made. If they were given that drug, would it have the same effect as Coney's? But this kind of thing still has to think about the arm. Luffy can't let them use such a precious medicine casually. At least not until gene replication technology is available. So, if it is to choose a few capable ones? Luffy touched his chin and felt that this method should be feasible, but the specific thing is to wait until someone takes the pill to know if it works. Luffy didn't speak anymore, but turned around and started walking in the direction of the village. When it comes to picking people, they still have to go back to their village. Although the men are basically here, Luffy remembers that there is a girl who is a waiter in the original book, with good physical fitness. It's still early, Golden Lion was killed by himself before he could recruit people, and the waiter girl might still be in the village. At that time, you can see if there are other people in the village. As for these men, you can also pick out a few strong ones. Maybe they have to find a few more devil fruits, otherwise, if they are too weak, what if they are robbed? Luffy can't follow them all the time. Chapter 256 Arrangements. Wow, is this what it's like to fly? In the cloudless sky, on Thousand Sunny, everyone was lying on the eaves of the boat looking around excitedly. The low temperature in the sky can't stop everyone's enthusiasm. Even Coney's, whose wings had grown large enough to fly, was thrilled at this time. After all, Coney's alone does not have enough physical strength to fly into the air at a height of 10,000 meters. Flying at high altitude on a boat is completely different from sailing on the sea. Also, unlike navigating on the sea, navigating high in the sky, there is absolutely no need to worry about a sudden attack by the Sea Kings. Although for the current Straw Hat Pirates, Sea Kings are no longer a threat, and there is no need to worry about various marine disasters. The only weather issue that Lion Fruit has to worry about is also because of Nami's keen perception of weather, it is no longer a problem. It can be said that Lion Fruit is the most suitable devil fruit for people like Nami. Although he is not flying high in the sky by himself, flying on Thousand Sunny is no different to everyone. It also made everyone excited. Even in this 10,000 meter high sky, there was a boat like Thousand Sunny for everyone to ride, which gave everyone a strong sense of security. Moreover, because they no longer need to worry about unexpected situations, everyone can enjoy the scenery they have never seen before with peace of mind. It is indeed a scenery that has never been seen before. When I went to Sky Island before, although it was also in the distant sky, it was not as leisurely as it is now. If we want to go to Sky Island in the future, we can fly by ourselves. Usopp's unintentional words immediately made Nami's eyes shine. You know, on Sky Island, there is still a ship's gold waiting to be picked up by yourself. Let's go back to Sky Island now. Gold's appeal is undoubtedly more attractive to Nami than Lion Fruit's abilities. After Usopp mentioned Sky Island, Nami's eyes turned into the shape of Bailey immediately, and he looked like he wanted to go to Sky Island immediately. Gold can't run there, and we don't have any shortage of Bailey now, why are we in such a hurry to go back? 95. Luffy gave Nami a sullen look. However, Luffy does need to go to Sky Island, and the purpose is indeed to get gold. On the floating Sky Island they just left, Luffy has already explained the matter to them. And as Luffy and others who saved them, those people have no idea of rejection at all. Even when Luffy asked for their help, they agreed without hesitation. The implementation of the plan, the first step has been implemented by Garp. Although Garp is usually not very vocal, Luffy believes that Garp will not let himself down in this matter. And after Garp's side succeeded, it was his own side that had to work hard. The super memory alloy, which Luffy had been in for a few days, allowed Franky to synthesize a lot. And before Luffy left, he specially found a few phone bugs from the Golden Lion's collection and kept them for contact. After all, Franky can't stay on the floating Sky Island, and once the memory alloy left to them runs out, they need to contact Luffy actively. As for whether the phone worm contact will be monitored, there is absolutely no need to worry about this. Luffy has already explained it, and he has set a rule. When contacting by phone, he will only say the quantity, and nothing else will be said. And this is just the first step. The floating Sky Island will be their base camp, and the country on the surface, Luffy needs them to go to the sea to find a suitable island. And that island will serve as the site after they join the world government on the spot. In the future, the memory alloys synthesized by Franky will also be transported to that island. Whether it's the site or all aspects of management, Bailey is naturally needed, which is why Luffy needs to go to Sky Island. Even if it is a small country, like the original Wapol, there are only a few people, it needs financial support. After all, the synthesis of memory alloys requires Franky, and if Franky can't stay on the island, they can't survive by selling memory alloys alone. Although all Luffy wants is a spokesperson who can convey the content of the World Summit at any time. But since he did things for himself, Luffy naturally wouldn't treat them badly. However, this matter is not in a hurry at the moment, at least before the 2-year cultivation plan arranged by Luffy, this matter can be temporarily slowed down. After all, the recent World Summit was 2 years later. In the past 2 years, Luffy believes that with the memory alloy, they can fully establish themselves in that sea. As for whether it will be coveted by other forces or pirates, Luffy is not worried about this. Although they are running a power, Luffy doesn't really need them to be strong. Even if you get kicked out after just one World Summit, that's fine. Because of the form of the pirate world, it is estimated that after the World Summit 2 years later, the next World Summit will not be maintained. So this kind of power is not necessary for Luffy, and as for the safety of those people, there is no need to worry about it. The people who stayed on the ground were the ones who Luffy gave the Qingxuan lion pills. After experiments, after taking pills made of unicorn lions, the feathers on the arms of those people did make them take off from the ground. Although it is impossible to fly to the floating sky island, which is 10,000 meters high, it is more than enough to avoid the general pursuit. If one day, Luffy can't believe it, Marine will send Kizaru to deal with the mere few people. As for what those people on floating sky island need to do, it is responsible for cultivating IQ grass. Although it is still uncertain whether Chopper can use IQ grass to research, Wang's, to make the corresponding strengthening medicine, but there is no mistake in planning ahead. But these things take time, at least the first thing, to find a suitable island to settle, for those people. Still a question. In this regard, Luffy will not help them, nor will they help them. Luffy can only give them some financial support after they find a suitable island. After all, although Luffy has a general understanding of the direction of the pirate world, Luffy does not understand the various islands in the pirate world. There was no way Luffy could take them all over the islands. My own adventure is not over yet, even if I take them, 1,000 Sunny is enough to seat so many people. But doesn't that reveal their relationship with Luffy? Therefore, all this can only be done by themselves, even if they have not left the floating sky island for more than 20 years. Chapter 257 Application of Lion Fruit. After experiencing the flying ability brought by Lion Fruit, 1,000 Sunny returned to the sea. After all, the plot all happened while sailing at sea. If you and others were flying in the sky, you might miss a lot. Nami, now that you control 1,000 Sunny and that floating sky island, do you still have the power to control anything else? After all, Nami had only just eaten the lion fruit, and Luffy wasn't sure how much Nami could control right now. According to Golden Lion's situation, those things that floated after he touched, as long as Golden Lion didn't control it, didn't seem to consume his physical strength. Otherwise, even the Golden Lion would not have been able to control so many islands floating in the air for more than 20 years. I can now feel that the floating sky island that I controlled before will not consume my stamina if I don't control its movement. 95. On the bow, Nami, who heard Luffy's questioning, stopped the movement of constantly controlling a coin to float up and down, and answered Luffy. Having just acquired Devil Fruit's abilities, Nami has been in a state of excitement. After all, I used to watch others eat Devil Fruit and use various magical abilities. Nami said that it is impossible not to be envious. Although he has been talking about selling Devil Fruit 660, it is just talk. If there is no Devil Fruit, in his own situation, he can only hide behind everyone in every battle, which is not what Nami wants. Although her role on the ship is a navigator, Nami also wants to fight alongside Luffy. I can feel that only the moment I touch it for the first time will consume my physical strength. If I don't control the actions of the things I touch, it will not consume my physical strength. Nami continued to explain that Nami would naturally not hide anything from Luffy's inquiry. Even, Nami wanted to know what Luffy had in mind when it came to the development of lion fruit. So, as long as I don't control the movement of the things I control, I can control the other things without restrictions after I recover 5. Luffy listened carefully to Nami's explanation. Luffy still attached great importance to lion fruit's ability. Not just because it allows people like it to move in the sky, but more importantly because of its absolute control over what it touches. It can be said that as long as it does not encounter strong winds or hurricanes, lion fruit's control ability can definitely do a lot of things. Does lion fruit's ability allow you to control things like air? If lion fruit can control the gas, it can not only create a storm, but even cut off the air and suffocate people. What? Control the air? Nami's eyes lit up when he heard Luffy's words. Before, I only wanted to control things like those islands or sea water, and I didn't expect to control the invisible but real things like air. Just do it when you think of it, Nami Lion Fruit's ability is activated, and both hands are brushed in the air, as if they are touching something. Luffy watched Nami's movements quietly, and soon, Nami's long hair and clothes fluttered at this moment. And Luffy next to Nami didn't feel the wind blowing. That is to say, it was the result of Nami controlling the air around her and flowing around her. Did you make it? Nami didn't answer, but continued the movement in his hand, and soon, the airflow controlled by Nami became more and more. Luffy could already feel the air blowing around him. But just as the airflow was getting faster and faster, Nami suddenly folded his hands together, and the wind that was getting stronger and stronger suddenly stopped at this moment. Then, Nami waved one hand, and a shallow crack suddenly appeared in the sea in front of Thousand Sunny. The sea split to the two sides, and then quickly closed again. Although there is no such thing as the big, Bia, swordsman who saw in the original book split the ocean with one sword and couldn't close for a long time, but Nami does have a similar attack method. With the control ability of Lion Fruit, let the airflow form the shape of a sharp blade to attack. This wind blade is not bad, hee. Looking at the sea that had been cut open by himself for a while, Nami was also a little overjoyed. Sure enough, as long as it is something that does exist and is touched by oneself, one can control it and use it according to one's own thoughts. Even if it is an invisible thing like air, it does exist, and Nami can control it. Does the air you control have to be touched to control it, or can it be controlled within a certain range? If it is necessary to control the air that Nami touches, it will be difficult to use this trick to suffocate people. I can control things that touch each other within 5 meters of what I touch. Of course, if it's something like the floating sky island before, as long as it's this complete whole, I can control it. Live 5. Can you control things within a certain range without awakening? In other words, this range should be able to continue to expand with the continuous development of the fruit ability. Then try to control all the gas around me and see if you can make it so that the surrounding gas can't reach me. Luffy mentioned it to Nami again. The gas is flowing, if Nami controls the gas around him, but if there is continuous gas flow around, it still cannot achieve the purpose of suffocating. Hearing this, Nami also understood what Luffy wanted to do, so he began to control the gas around Luffy. Luffy felt a gas flow around him, and then the gas flow disappeared, and then the air in this piece of air began to thin. But this only thinned the surrounding air, and didn't make Luffy feel suffocated. No, the air is indeed getting thinner and thinner, and for a short while, Luffy can't breathe anymore. At the same time, Nami's forehead had been dripping with tiny beads of sweat. Okay, stop. 35. As soon as the words came out, Luffy was stunned for a moment, but he didn't hear his own voice. Immediately, he slapped his head, and this formed a vacuum around him, and the sound could no longer be transmitted. Moreover, there was a pressure constantly pushing towards Luffy. If Luffy was not a rubber body, this pressure might have caused damage to Luffy. Luffy reached out and patted Nami's shoulder, signaling her to stop. Only then did Luffy feel that he could breathe again. Chapter 258 The News of Ace and Number 039, S Arrest. Are you okay? Coming out of the vacuum environment that was pulled out of the air, Luffy looked at Nami's sweaty face, and asked a little puzzled. Logically speaking, Lion Fruit's abilities shouldn't be so exhausting. But looking at Nami's current appearance, it takes more physical effort than the first time she controlled the floating sky island. What's going on? It's okay, it's just that the physical exertion is a bit large. To create such a vacuum environment, I need to continuously control the air that flows around. It turned out to be the case, no wonder it was so exhausting, but Luffy wanted to be distracted. The formation of the vacuum zone requires Nami to constantly control the surrounding gas. Otherwise, just relying on that circle of gas layers would not be able to stop other gases from penetrating into that vacuum zone. In this way, there will be no so-called vacuum zone. Of course, if Nami can stick to that layer of gas so that other gases can't flow in, then he doesn't need to spend any physical effort to control those gases that flow close. I just don't know if there will be a better way with the continuous development of lion fruit's ability. Moreover, controlling the air is just a means. After all, in this world, besides demon fruit power, there are people who are not demon fruit power. Demon fruit power, as long as he doesn't meet someone who is particularly pervert, Nami can rely on controlling the sea water to trap him. But if it is an incapacitated person, if Nami doesn't want to do anything else, he can only rely on lion fruit's ability to fly, and quickly escape this way. After all, Nami itself doesn't have any fighting ability, and Luffy has no plans to let Nami practice taijutsu. In Luffy's mind, Nami just needs to develop lion fruit's abilities well. When the master has the air dominance, Nami doesn't need to confront other people at all. Then think about whether there are other ways. Lion fruit's ability has great potential, and I can only give you this suggestion. Lion fruit's ability, in addition to a flying feature, the most important ability is its control ability, as long as you continue to develop in this area. I see. For what Luffy said, Nami kept it in his heart, and he only needed to work hard in this direction in the future. Hey, Luffy, Nami, come here. Just when Luffy and Nami wanted to continue discussing lion fruit's ability development, Usopp's voice came from one side. Luffy and Nami looked at the prestige. Except for the two of them, everyone else was gathered around now. What happened? Luffy and Nami walked over and saw the newspaper in Usopp's hand. Luffy asked. The newspaper reported that the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, was caught by Marine and will be publicly executed in a week's time. Usopp's voice was a little anxious. The titular brother of Luffy, who had been with him and others before, was actually caught by Marine. Nami, who came with Luffy, was stunned for a moment, then looked at Luffy with some worry. Ace is caught by Marine and is about to be publicly executed. What will Luffy do in the face of this situation? Still got caught? Luffy was a little silent, and Ace was still defeated by Blackbeard even though he already knew Blackbeard's abilities. It seems that Dark Fruit's ability may be more dangerous than imagined. However, Ace himself has a lot of problems. He is still fighting with Blackbeard. Without that strength, can't he use his brain more? Even when he knew Blackbeard's abilities, he still wanted to fight the opponent alone. Can't you just go back to the Whitebeard and get help? Even if you are embarrassed to ask yourself for help from someone who is an outsider to the Whitebeard Pirates, are you also an outsider from the Whitebeard Pirates? Luffy. Seeing that Luffy didn't speak, everyone else looked at him worriedly. After all, it's Luffy's older brother, anyone would be worried after hearing that Ace was caught by Marine. But Zoro remembered what Luffy had said to himself at this time. In other words, from that time on, did Luffy anticipate the situation today? Looking at Luffy's silent appearance, it is not because he is worried about Ace's safety, but because he is thinking about something. Remember when Luffy said that the Straw Hat Pirates would be silent for 2 years, that is to say, is the time up? Is Luffy thinking about what to do next? Flowers 0. Don't worry, Ace's arrest is his own choice, and the Whitebeard Pirates will not give up. 35. In other words, the public execution of Ace this time is for the Whitebeard Pirates. 35. Luffy told part of the truth. Seeing that Luffy really didn't look strange, everyone felt relieved for the time being. But after hearing that Marine was doing this for the Whitebeard Pirates, everyone gathered up and wanted to hear what Luffy said. You may not know what kind of person Whitebeard is, maybe as the Emperor of the Sea, he is a fearsome pirate. But anyone who knew Whitebeard knew he was a family man, and the crew on his ship were his sons. Point 0. So, once the news of Ace's arrest reaches Whitebeard's ears, Whitebeard will not be indifferent. And the current Marine Marshal Sengoku, an old opponent of Whitebeard, knew this and made the decision to publicly execute Ace. 55. And what he wants to do is to attract the Whitebeard Pirates by publicly executing Ace, so as to destroy the Whitebeard Pirates. Luffy talked a lot, and when he said that Marine wanted to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, everyone was surprised. Destroy the Whitebeard pirates? Even though they have been out at sea for a while, to everyone, the Whitebeard pirates still belong to the legendary pirates. Now Marine actually wants to take action against the Whitebeard pirates, which feels unreal to Usopp and others. Don't think it's unbelievable. Marine, as the biggest hegemonic force in this sea, is not something that a mere pirate group can compete with. As a pirate, it is impossible to unite against Marine, so if there is no outsider intervention, it is a sure thing that the Whitebeard pirates will be killed by Marine. If any four Emperor's pirates could be evenly matched with Marine, then Marine would not have existed for so many years. The reason why Marine has been able to stand on this sea for so long is not only that the pirates cannot be completely united, but also the strength of Marine itself cannot be underestimated. Chapter 259 The decision to go to Marineford. How could that be? Although a bit unexpected, it seems to be reasonable. If Marine doesn't have enough power, why should pirates run away every time they encounter Marine? Even though the Marine they encountered was not very powerful, the first thought of most pirates when they encountered Marine was still to escape rather than fight. However, Ace got caught. Luffy, what are we going to do? After all, he is Luffy's brother, even if it's just a nominal righteous brother, but that's also his brother. Luffy shouldn't let it go. At this time, everyone was very curious about what Luffy planned to do in this situation. Seeing everyone's concerned eyes, Luffy didn't immediately express his original thoughts. Originally, Luffy planned to go to the battlefield alone, but now, in this situation, Nami has already eaten 663 lion fruit. Perhaps, Luffy can go with them. Even if they are not allowed to participate in the war, it is good to be able to see the powerful people who are famous in this sea. However, how can Nami and others be able to observe the entire battlefield in the sky without being easily spotted? By the way, perhaps the Revolutionary Army can help with this. The transparent fruit that he used to trade, with their abilities, should be able to develop the entire Thousand Sunny into a transparent state, right? Even if the transparent fruit could not completely hide from observation Haki's perception, in that case, no one would have the leisure to perceive the empty sky, right? I'll go to Marineford. This was decided from the beginning. Moreover, with Luffy's current strength, it was obviously impossible for Marine to keep himself while fighting the Whitebeard pirates. Even if Kizaru and Aokiji are not paddling, Garp Sengoku is also involved, and Luffy has the confidence to get out of the water. What do you guys think? My original plan was for me to go to Marineford alone, but now that Nami has eaten the lion fruit, we are fully capable of getting out of it, so I want to ask what you mean. While it is true that lion fruit and clear fruit are guaranteed, this trip to Marineford will still be dangerous. At least on that battlefield, there are not a few large-scale attack capabilities like Marine 3 Admiral, and even if they fly in the sky, it is impossible to completely avoid risks. After all, if you want to see the entire battlefield clearly, you can't fly too high. If you fly too high, you won't be able to see anything. So, Luffy isn't going to make that decision for them. After all, Luffy will definitely be on the frontal battlefield at that time. If Wan Lee Sunshine is attacked, Luffy will have no time to care. Marineford, that's naval headquarters. I didn't expect us, as pirates, to have the opportunity to go to naval headquarters. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Usopp showed great interest. Although his legs were still trembling, at least he no longer trembled when he spoke. Whitebeard, to be honest, I still really want to see what kind of existence is at the top of this sea. Even as an agent before, Galtino was only active in the area of Alabasta, and his understanding of this sea was not very deep. Luffy glanced at Galtino at this time, and said nothing. The ability of shock fruit, even Luffy has only seen it in the anime, but that kind of scene, even just thinking about it, is shocking enough. Moreover, there is another reason why Luffy changes his mind and wants them to go to Marineford together, and that is whether he can pick up devil fruit in that war. If Whitebeard were still going to die in that war, Luffy could have taken the first shot and grabbed shock fruit. No matter how bad it is, Blackbeard can't get shock fruit. Moreover, since he has no plans to break into the underwater prison at all this time, can Blackbeard still summon so many subordinates? Zoro glanced at Luffy unexpectedly. When Luffy told himself about this before, he really planned to go alone. But now Luffy has changed his mind, which is undoubtedly good news for Zoro. Although I have seen the power of Eagle Eye, there should be other strong men who can open their eyes in that war. Even if you can't end the battle, but being able to see more of the top power in this sea, it is also an exciting thing for yourself. Hey, Chlorella, do you have any ideas? 35. Even though he asked, Sanji was sure that Zoro completely agreed with him. From the original Hawkeye, to the previous Aokiji, to the Golden Lion just solved. These people have shown Sanji the power of the world's top powerhouse. It was just a collision, and the power that could tear the sky apart already made Sanji excited. Does it need to be said? Of course, I'm going to see this rare opportunity, presumably, that man will also be there at that time. Zoro's hand on the hilt around his waist clenched slightly. The more he practiced haki, the more Zoro felt that he was far from being the world's #1 swordsman. However, this would not be a reason for him to back down, or rather, it was precisely because he understood his weakness that Zoro wanted to be stronger. Although there is a possibility of self-defeating, but who made me already a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? Robin crossed his arms with a faint smile on his face. The old self may have avoided marine sassery like a snake, but now, Robin glanced in Luffy's direction, and there was nothing to fear. In this piece of Qinghai, I can only follow you, where you are, I will naturally be there. Compared with Sky Island, life in Qinghai is indeed more colorful, but that is Qinghai with the Straw Hat Pirates. For Conies, the 0.4 Straw Hat Pirates is the reason why he is willing to take risks in Qinghai. He, I didn't expect it to become a bone, and there is still such an exciting moment. Even when he was still in the Rumba Pirates, Brook never thought that he would take the initiative to go to naval headquarters one day. You guys, made me super. The legendary Golden Lion, the 7 warlords of the sea, and now the naval headquarters. This short 10-day adventure is even more exciting than the years he has spent in the 7 waters. This kind of life is worthy of the super Uncle Frankie. Nami's hands were already on Luffy's arms, the meaning of which was self-evident. Chapter 260 Changes in the Bounty. I'll try my best to help. Marianu stood behind everyone, a small figure, but his tone was very firm. Chopper, how about you? Usopp looked at Chopper. As the closest existence to Chopper on board, Usopp felt that it was better to have Chopper by his side. Of course I'm going to, if you are injured, I can also treat you in time. Even if Usopp didn't ask, Chopper wouldn't refuse to go with him. I have nowhere to go except to follow you. Makita always puts the realization on Luffy, witnessing the battle between Luffy and the powerful enemy again and again, has made Makita have a fanatical admiration for Luffy. Humph, kidnapped Miss Ben onto this ship, do you want Miss Ben to leave by herself? Perona floated in the air in the form of a spirit body, folded her arms around her chest, and said with a tsundere face. Although she was forcibly invited to board the ship by Luffy, after so many days of getting along, Perona doesn't hate her current life. Life is just as fun now as it was in the dark castles of the past. Of course, the most important thing is that the food here is good. Although the cook is a bit lustful, his craftsmanship is really nothing to say. Since there is no opinion, let's settle it like this, but before that, we have to go to the Sabayati archipelago. Luffy wasn't too surprised that everyone agreed to go to Marineford together. Although they haven't been together for a long time, the most Zoro and others have only been together for about 2 or 3 months, and the shortest, Perona and Brook, have only been together for a week. But Luffy knew very well what kind of people they were. However, although everyone agreed to go to Marineford, there was no need to go immediately. Now that Nami has eaten the lion fruit, it doesn't take much time to fly from the air to Marineford through the lion fruit's ability. So, Luffy doesn't have to rush to Marineford at all. As for going directly to hijack the ship, Luffy felt that in Sengoku's mind, since the newspaper had already been published, Ace would have been imprisoned in the underwater prison. There is absolutely no need to waste time and energy. It's better to take this time to go to Sabaody Archipelago and see Rayleigh. Maybe the other party can help out after knowing Ace's identity. Of course, as for whether Rayleigh will shoot, Luffy still thinks that Rayleigh may not choose to shoot. Even if Ace is Roger's son. However, Luffy still wanted to see each other, not for Ace, but for his own crew. Not all the places where these crew members go in the original work are suitable, not to mention the crew members who were not joined in the original work by Galtino. Instead of struggling to find a suitable place for them to practice, it is better to ask Rayleigh to help him exercise. There must be a relationship with Shanks, and Rayleigh is still willing to help. Even if Rayleigh doesn't agree, Luffy can throw them directly on the island where Luffy practiced in the original book. Sabaody Archipelago? So, have we sailed half the Grand Line? Everyone has heard about the Sabaody Archipelago suddenly proposed by Luffy. Only then did everyone realize that they had sailed half the Grand Line unknowingly. This kind of speed is basically impossible for other rookie pirates. Whether it's the climate of the Grand Line, the marine chase along the way, or the repair or replacement of the pirate ship, it will take time to look at it. Even if they are Shishibukai, Marine Admiral, Golden Lion and the like Luffy and others, maybe other pirates will directly explain it. Where else can people like Luffy and others come to Sabaody Archipelago from East Blue in just a few months? After arriving at Sabaody Archipelago, is it the second half of the Grand Line? That is the New World where the Four Emperors Kun came. Although he has never been to New World, Robin is quite familiar with the division of this sea. After all, Robin had always been on the run. If you don't know enough about this sea, the ghost knows when he will die inexplicably. This is exactly what I'm going to tell you in the future. After Sabaody Archipelago, I'll tell you all about the plans of the Straw Hat Pirates. 39. Everyone didn't know what Luffy's so-called plan was, so there was no question about what Luffy said after Sabaody Archipelago. Among the people present, only Zoro knew that Luffy's so-called plan was a 2-year period of their own practice. Oh, Mary also knew, but Mary did not appear in front of everyone. By the way, speaking of the Sabaody Archipelago, it is said that many of the supernovas in this session have already appeared there. Robin raised the newspaper in his hand, and took out several bounties from it. And according to the latest bounty list, we have 4 supernovas on board. In his past career, Robin always put intelligence gathering first. Although on Thousand Sunny, there is no way to know all aspects of intelligence except newspapers. But as long as he's on a manned island, Robin doesn't miss the chance to snoop on intelligence. It's just the ability of Robin Flower Fruit, it's not that difficult to find out some secret information. Supernova. The plan that Luffy said did not attract the attention of everyone except Zoro, but Robin's supernova, which made everyone stunned. It is a rookie pirate who has developed rapidly in a short period of time and has a bounty of more than 100 million Bailey. 35. Seeing the puzzled expressions of others, Robin explained patiently. Hey? So, the people on our ship, the bounty has changed again. Before the entire Straw Hat Pirates, but only Luffy's bounty exceeded 100 million Bailey, which was 290 million. Now Robin says there are 4 so-called supernovas on board, which means that in addition to Luffy, there are 3 others who also have a bounty of 100 million Baileys. Warcraft Roronoa Zoro, with a bounty of 140 million Baileys. Blackfoot Sanji, a bounty of 120 million Baileys. Galtino the Canned Lemon, a bounty of 121 million Baileys. Besides, Makita, the kilogram girl, has a bounty of 60 million Bailey. Angel Conies, with a bounty of 66 million Baileys. Transformer Frankie, with a bounty of 56 million Baileys 5. Pet Chopper, there is a 50 Bailey bounty. Chapter 261 Pirates. Straw Hat Luffy, a bounty of 350 million. My bounty has also become 90 million, Usopp, Nami, Marianu have no bounty yet. 35. Perona and Brook also have no new bounties. 35. This is our latest bounty amount after the Seven Waters incident. In the capital of Seven Waters, it was the first time that the Straw Hat Pirates showed their strength. At that time, except for Nami, Usopp and Marianu who hadn't gotten Devil Fruit yet, and Brook and Perona who hadn't yet joined, everyone else made a move. It was also at that time that the abilities of Conies and others were completely exposed to the world government. And although Frankie didn't make a lot of shots, but he himself has the Pluton design, so he also has a high reward. And Luffy, although he didn't make a move either, but as the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, he recruited Frankie, who has a Pluton design, and the bounty was naturally further increased. Alas, I still don't have a bounty. After Robin finished reading everyone's latest bounty, Usopp said a little disappointed. As Usopp, who is determined to become a brave sea warrior, if he can be rewarded by the world government, that is the recognition of his dream. However, because there is no chance to take action, it is not in the eyes of the world government. Idiot, wouldn't it be nice to have no bounty? That way you won't be the enemy's main target in the future. Unlike Usopp, Nami clearly doesn't feel that he's not being offered a bounty. While Usopp was still groaning, a certain reindeer suddenly began to bark. What's up, Chopper? Usopp didn't have much energy at first, but Chopper's name made Usopp startled, and he hurried over to see what happened to Chopper. Why is my bounty 50 Bailey? Chopper held his own reward list with tears in his eyes, pointed to the 50 Bailey above and cried. Unlike Nami's who don't care, whether it is Usopp or Chopper, they all take the bounty very seriously. Originally, Chopper seemed very excited when he heard that he had also been offered a bounty. But Chopper's excitement came to an abrupt end when Robin read 50 Baileys. Chopper, don't be sad, you see you've been offered a bounty, although it's only 50 Baileys, but I don't even have a bounty. 35. Usopp crouched down and patted Chopper's shoulder solemnly, as if to comfort Chopper. But looking at his shrugging shoulders, he was obviously holding back a smile. But... Chopper opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Ha ha ha. No way, Chopper, I can't take it anymore. Ha ha ha. Although I'm a little sorry Chopper for laughing so loudly, but seeing Chopper like this, Usopp couldn't help it. Ah, Usopp, you bastard, don't laugh. Chopper, who was still a little sad, finally couldn't help but be angry after seeing Usopp laughing at him recklessly. He didn't care about being sad because the bounty was only 50 Baileys, and he jumped on Usopp's head all of a sudden, and his hoof was a slap. Ha ha ha, I don't laugh anymore, Chopper, stop, it hurts a bit, ha ha ha. Although he stopped laughing, Usopp didn't mean to stop at all, and instead had a tendency to intensify. He, I'm really happy. Seeing the two of them like this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Although they just learned the news that Ace was arrested, everyone also said that they would go to Marineford together. But after all, for them, Ace was Luffy's bond, not theirs. They went to Marineford together because of Luffy, not Ace. So, at such times, they can laugh without scruples. Just like Rayleigh and the others, even if they knew that Ace was Roger's son, they wouldn't go to Marineford to save Ace. They are Roger's crew, and if Roger is still alive at this time and asks them to rescue Ace together, they will follow Roger to Marineford without hesitation. Even if the entire army is wiped out because of this, they will not frown. But at this moment, Roger was dead, and even though his son Ace was about to be publicly executed by Marine, they were only slightly concerned when they knew about it. Instead of choosing to shoot, each has its own adventure, and each has its own fetters. Their bond is Roger, not Ace. Maybe some people don't understand and think they are impersonal, but this is the truth. Luffy didn't have any opinion on this, or it would be better if they could maintain such a mentality. And Luffy himself is not too worried about this trip. His current strength is not comparable to Luffy at that time in the original book. What's more, with the Whitebeard pirates standing in the way, Luffy just needs to shoot at the right time. The thing to consider now is that Blackbeard won't be able to pick up the slack anymore. Although Luffy is not afraid of Blackbeard today, it is best to reduce the trouble, or simply kill the trouble in the cradle. It would be great to know the reason why Blackbeard can have two abilities. On his side, he also has the ability to collect devil fruit. If you can master the method of eating the second devil fruit, then your own strength will definitely usher in a qualitative improvement. However, before that, you have to contact the Revolutionary Army and borrow the person who ate the transparent fruit. Otherwise, Luffy alone would not be able to save Ace and collect various devil fruits in that war. There is still a week left, and according to the current journey, it will take about 2 days for Luffy and others to reach the Sabaody archipelago. And with Lion Fruit's ability to fly from Sabaody archipelago to Marineford, it only takes half a day, all of which Luffy knows. That said, Luffy currently has plenty of time to do some preparation. In Sabaody archipelago, in addition to meeting Rayleigh, Luffy also has to tell others about his plans. Also let others be prepared to practice for 2 years, otherwise, if you wait for the summit war to end, it may be rushed. Now I just hope they don't have too much resistance by then. However, Luffy believed that they could understand. After seeing the battle between Luffy and the top powerhouses in this sea a few times, they should also understand that their strength is not enough to continue sailing. Chapter 262 The Coming Sabaody Archipelago. Click. It has been 2 days since Luffy and others learned that Ace was arrested. And Thousand Sunny is already very close to the red line at this time. On Thousand Sunny, everyone can clearly see the huge wall of red line. Ah, something fell. On the deck, everyone who was resting doing nothing was suddenly hit on the head by something. And at this moment, the originally clear sky began to turn grey. Hey, is it raining? No, why does it hurt so much when it rains? Ah, it's candy. Catching something that fell in front of him, Usopp looked closely, and it turned out to be a candy-like thing. I tried to put this thing into my mouth, and the sweet taste spread in my mouth instantly. It's actually candy. Will there still be candy on the Grand Line? After hearing Usopp's exclamation, the others also caught the falling objects and put them in their mouths to taste. Then, after feeling the sweetness in their mouths, they sighed in disbelief. And at this moment, behind Thousand Sunny, the originally calm sea suddenly surged, and a huge black shadow appeared under the sea. Boom! 663. A huge sea beast with a fox's head jumped up from the bottom of the sea and rushed straight towards Thousand Sunny. Is this a sea fox? Look quickly, it's your kind. The movement behind Thousand Sunny was naturally hidden from everyone who had awakened observation haki. What's more, the sea fox jumping out of the sea is so big that it doesn't need observation haki to find it. Usopp stopped collecting candy and looked at the sea kings. And when Usopp saw the look of the huge sea beast, he suddenly shouted at the Cloud Fox Sissy in Koniza's arms. Sissy! Cloud Fox Sissy stuck her head out of Koniza's arms and glanced curiously at the sea fox behind Thousand Sunny, her head tilted, and big doubts appeared in her small eyes. Idiot, those are sea kings, not real foxes. Nami glanced at Usopp angrily. This person is really, in this situation, he is still in a funny mood. However, although this sea fox looks very big, it is not the first time that everyone has seen this huge sea beast, and there is no panic. No need for Nami to use lion fruit's abilities to make the bee fly. Frankie ran to the rudder and flicked a switch somewhere. With a bang, Thousand Sunny rushed forward under a thrust. Micro Edition, Wind Cannon. After all, there is a huge wall in front of the red line. If one pushes too hard, it might hit it directly. The sea fox in the back looked at Thousand Sunny, who suddenly took off, and did not intend to pursue, and fell back into the sea again, with no intention of coming out again. Bang bang! Thousand Sunny, who jumped for a distance under the force of the wind cannon, fell back to the sea again, splashing a large wave of waves. Oh! Enjoying the feeling of the gust of wind, Usopp and the others also shouted happily. Wait, what's the situation? There seems to be something abnormal on the sea surface. 35. And before Thousand Sunny stopped completely, the surrounding sea rose again. A stream of ocean currents rose into the sky like swimming snakes, surrounding Thousand Sunny. It's the snake ocean current, everyone hurry up. As a navigator, Nami is very familiar with various ocean currents, and seeing these snake currents that have surrounded Thousand Sunny, Nami is ready to use the ability of lion fruit. Since there is such a convenient ability as lion fruit, why bother to rely on human power to escape this ocean current disaster? Although these ocean currents may appear vast, they do not create strong winds. Lion fruit's abilities will not be a problem at all. Wow! Feeling the gradually floating Thousand Sunny, everyone became excited again. This feeling of flying, no matter how many times you try, will never get boring. Whoa whoa! There was a constant wind blowing in my ears, and Thousand Sunny was completely in the air. Look, there's a round rainbow in there. Flying in the air, with a wider field of vision, in front of everyone, a strange circular light appeared. It was the color of the rainbow, but it was different from the usual arched rainbow. This rainbow is connected end to end, forming a complete circle. Thousand Sunny flew towards the circular rainbow, but it seemed that no matter what, it could not reach the rainbow. It's so close, yet so far away. Soon Thousand Sunny appeared in front of a huge wall. Red line, how nostalgic! The first time Nami and others saw this land was when they entered the Grand Line from East Blue. Although they have seen it once, Nami and several people still can't help but sigh at the vastness and hugeness of the Red Line. We've grown a lot since that day. Although it is still far from the top of the world, it is not the same as when I was in East Blue. Zoro held the hilt at his waist and looked at the Red Line, who still had to look up from him and others even if he was flying in the air. His eyes were incomprehensible. It's really big. But then be careful, it's next to the naval headquarters and the sanctuary of the world government, Marie Joyce. Although we will also go to Marineford, which is naval headquarters, but this is two different things. What do we do next? Fly straight up? 35. According to the previous experience of crossing the upside-down mountain, is it also necessary to rush to the red line through the ocean current? No, the record pointer points down, that is to say, our next stop is down. Nami glanced at the recording pointer on his wrist. Recording the pointer at this time, the same situation as when it was in Gagaya Island appeared. However, instead of pointing to the sky at that time, this time, the record pointer is pointing to the bottom of the sea. Looking at the situation where the pointer kept trying to point downwards, but couldn't point downwards and kept shaking due to production problems, Nami was not as ignorant as when he first arrived at Gaia Island. Our next stop, the first stop in the New World, the Fishmen Island, is 10,000 meters directly below the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Luffy explained in a timely manner. Contrary to Sky Island being 10,000 meters above the Blue Sea, the Fishmen Island is 10,000 meters below the sea. Hey? Is it 10,000 meters under the sea? Then how do we get there? Besides, with such a large water pressure on the seabed, neither us nor Thousand Sunny can bear it, right? Even though everyone's physique has greatly improved now, it is impossible to rely on the body to resist the pressure of 10,000 meters under the sea. Chapter 263 Mermaid. So that's another reason why we're going to the Sabayati archipelago. For everyone's doubts, Luffy gave an explanation. The Sabayati archipelago has coaters who coat the boat, and to get to the Fishmen Island, you have to coat the boat. Oh, can it still be like this? Although I don't know what Luffy said about the coating, it doesn't prevent Usopp and others from feeling the magic of the sea. It must be amazing to allow ships to dive into the ocean with a depth of 10,000 meters. Nami, let's get Thousand Sunny back to the sea first. 99. After answering everyone's doubts, Luffy said to Nami. While the feeling of Thousand Sunny flying in the air is truly mesmerizing, the Sabayati archipelago is not in the sky. Understood. Nami answered and controlled Thousand Sunny to land again, to the sea. After 2 days of familiarity, Nami is not so unfamiliar with the application of lion fruit, and it is also effortless to control Thousand Sunny. And just when Thousand Sunny fell back to the sea, another huge sea kings was drilled from the bottom of the sea. This sea kings is no longer a fox, but a crocodile-like shape, which is somewhat similar to the offshore king when Luffy first went to sea. Sea kings in the shape of huge crocodiles leaped high and swooped towards Thousand Sunny. With a huge stature, Thousand Sunny is a thing to swallow in front of it. Give it to me. Galtino stepped forward, a hard candle sledge already condensed in his hand. When the others saw Galtino's shot, they had no intention of continuing to move forward. Such a sea king's, although it seems huge, does not pose any threat to Galtino. Galtino slammed on the deck, his body jumped into the air, and the giant candle hammer in his hand swung out with force. Boom! The incomparably hard candle hammer hit the crocodile sea king's jaw with its ferocious fangs. Under this blow, the huge body of the crocodile sea kings changed from the action of lunging forward to leaning back. The sharp teeth in the mouth were also shattered by this blow. Puff! The crocodile sea kings bleeds from the mouth of Galtino's blow, and at the same time, it seems that something was spit out by it and flew straight to Thousand Sunny. Hey? Is that a human? The first thing everyone noticed was what was spit out by the crocodile sea kings. At first glance, it looks like a human, but at a second glance, it looks like a fish. Isn't it a man? Is it a fish? Difficult, could it be that? It's a mermaid. As the spit-out figure got closer and closer, everyone finally saw what the spit-out thing was. And at the moment of seeing clearly, a certain color cook's entire body twisted, and his eyes also turned into pink hearts. Boom! Boom! The crocodile sea kings returned to the sea, and the figure that was spit out really fell on the deck of Thousand Sunny. The upper body of the girl and the lower body of the fishtail, there is no doubt that this is a mermaid. At this time, the green-haired girl mermaid didn't pay attention to the surrounding environment at all, but rubbed the fishtail that had just hit the deck on her own. Apparently, the mermaid hit the mermaid with pain just now. It's really a mermaid, ah, this must be a gift from God to me. With love in his eyes and his body softened, Sanji twisted his lower body like a whirlwind, swaying from side to side. It seems that he wants to step forward, but he may have been spinning in place because he was too excited. Is there really a mermaid? Although they even have skeletons like Brook and talking reindeer like Chopper on their ship, they are all like this because of devil fruit. And the mermaid in front of me, obviously, is really another race. Even Nami, who had seen murlocs before, did not expect mermaids to exist. Moreover, the girl mermaid in front of her, except that her lower body is a fish tail, her upper body is exactly the same as that of a human being. This is completely two species from the murlocs I've seen. This is the first time I've seen a mermaid. It looks amazing and beautiful. Although Nami, Robin, Konis, Makita, and other girls on the boat are all good looking, but because they can see it every day, everyone doesn't feel much. On the contrary, it was the mermaid that I saw for the first time, the upper body of a human being, and the lower body of the fish tail, which gave everyone a different feeling. 4 Flowers 0. Hey? This shouldn't be the first time you've met a fisherman, right? Seeing that Sanji and the others looked like they had never seen the world before, Luffy felt that it was necessary for them to be beaten by society. Hey? Have we met a merman before? Why can't I remember? Zoro, Galtino, and others were puzzled. They really didn't remember that they had met a mermaid before. Yes, if we have met a mermaid before, I will never forget it. This is a mermaid. Sanji nodded frantically from the side, saying that he had never seen it before, but his eyes always fell on the girl mermaid who was still rubbing her tail. Didn't I tell you that Granny Coco, who I met on the sea train before, is also a mermaid? Gah! Luffy's tone was flat, but what he said made everyone's excited expressions abruptly stop. Except for Brook and Perona, who joined later, even Frankie knew Granny Coco. At this moment, the appearance of Granny Coco appeared in everyone's mind. That old-fashioned face, the plumpy figure, once appeared in everyone's mind, it would never go away. At this moment, the excited expressions of everyone were completely cooled down. But Granny Coco is also a mermaid? Usopp looked incredulous, clearly frightened. And Sanji was kneeling in the corner of the deck with a gloomy expression, and his whole body seemed to have turned grey. Luffy, are you the devil? Nami, who was even a woman, looked at Luffy in astonishment. What kind of mentality is it to say such a thing at such a time, to be able to do such a thing? As for Luffy, he completely ignored everyone's performance at the moment, and was even a little dark. Can't be the only one who is blind? As a captain, of course, you have to share everything with your crew. Of course, with the exception of his own woman. Give me a pair of ears that have never heard of this. Sanji was still kneeling in the corner, murmuring to himself constantly. I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've seen a merman. Zoro magically deleted the image of Granny Kokora from his mind. Chapter 264 Mermaid Ability. Wow! How come there are so many humans? Seeing the girl mermaid who had been alone just now, suddenly showing such an appearance, Nami couldn't help but be a little speechless. We'll talk about takoyaki later. Now, we need to go to Sabayati Archipelago. How about you, do you know the way? It can only be said that the speed of this face change is shameful. Oh, it's really fish. And there are so many. Brook stepped forward habitually, ready to say his mantra. Kami, who had attracted the fish, saw Sanji and Galtino, who were already fighting before asking the direction of the Sabayati Archipelago, and hurriedly waved his hands. Under the sea, shadows began to appear. The direction indicated by the recording pointer is the Fishmen Island. Although they know that it is not far from the Sabayati Archipelago, Luffy and others are not very clear about which direction they should go. It scared me to death, but you are so funny. 35. As if she didn't hear Galtino and the others at all, the mermaid girl spoke to Luffy and the others. For Galtino and others, the mermaid girl in front of her was obviously not acting like a normal person. Ah, I'm so sorry, you saved me, I almost got digested, thank you so much. Seeing that the green-haired swordsman, who was originally comforting him, also joined the fight, Kami's calm face, which was quite beautiful, was once again covered by exaggerated yanyi. If Kami can come with us, we won't have to worry about food in future sailings at sea. Although he doesn't know the route, as a mermaid, he has a special ability, that is, he can communicate with ordinary fish. However, before the words were finished, the mermaid girl was overly frightened again. Ha! A candle man, a curly eyebrow, don't mind them. Kami had no idea where she was being taken because she was eaten by the sea kings. Galtino looked at the fish called by Kami, touched his chin and said seriously. Is there something wrong with this mermaid? Everyone looked at Kami curiously, even Chopper, who was an animal, didn't know what Kami was doing. After all, he also introduced his name. Ah, two, don't fight over me. However, the two of them scuffled directly. What is this? Starfish can talk? Is it a mermaid too? But when Kami said that he could communicate with fish, everyone became interested again. But I can ask the fish to help. Well, we mermaids can communicate with ordinary fish, so as long as I ask the fish, we will know how to go. 39. Oh, there is another one who is still depressed in the corner, not even a serious mermaid girl. That's why Luffy let Nami control Thousand Sunny down. Ah, I don't know exactly where this place is. Of course, it's just fish, sea kings can't communicate. Ah. Skeletons, 6. 6-3. What he said was literally heard by everyone. But if you don't understand it, you don't understand it. Anyway, if you understand it, Chopper can't control the fish, it doesn't matter. Although he didn't say anything strange to Kami, the words that made Kami call the fish to feed him still made Sanji roar. Your reaction is too exaggerated. By the way, my name is Kami, the kissing murloc. As everyone knows, when he appeared, everyone had already noticed him, and his voice was really not small. Hey? What's wrong with what I'm saying, you bloody curly-browed brow cook? Looking at a mermaid girl who was playing a face-changing game, Luffy and the others fell into a state of speechlessness. Can you call the fish in this way? Maybe this is the mermaid. A starfish suddenly came to Kami's side, then came close to Kami's ear, and said to Kami in a low voice. Ah! Are all humans so scary? The girl mermaid, who was still frightened just now, once again returned to her normal expression. The group of fish stopped right in front of Thousand Sunny, slightly sticking out their heads, as if they were looking at Kami, who was in a shouting pose on Thousand Sunny. Although I don't know why the two started fighting in just one sentence, Kami still heard why the two fought. However, just as Zoro finished speaking, Sanji and Galtino, who were fighting together, each stretched out a hand and pulled Zoro in as well. At the same time, the girl mermaid, who was still rubbing her fish tail, seemed to finally find herself surrounded by a group of people, with an exaggerated look on her face. Seeing the countless fishes appearing in front of Thousand Sunny, Usopp and Chopper cheered again, not knowing why they never get bored. What do you mean by asking the fish to help? Hey, you damn candle man, speak carefully. Thank you very much for your help, let me treat you to takoyaki. Ordinary mermaids can communicate with ordinary fishes, while mermaid princesses can communicate with sea kings only after awakening to become a Poseidon. So, what was originally just a fight between 2.4 people turned into a 3-person scuffle. Logically speaking, since it is a communication fish, it should be the sound of a fish, so Chopper should be able to understand it completely. How should I say it? Although it is true that it is impolite, what Galtino said is also true. Robin's timely gangster. Maybe that's why the mermaid princess is Poseidon. Hey, Kami, don't waste time, point me in the direction, we'll leave as soon as we reach the Sabayati archipelago, they're pirates. Communicate with fish? Is this the ability of the mermaid? Or is it just the ability of the girl in front of me? Although the time was a lot earlier, Luffy still felt that he should be able to meet the mermaid girl in front of him. Zoro on the side saw Sanji and Galtino scrambling together, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and said to Kami, let her not take it to heart. And after Kami maintained that shouting posture for a while, the originally calm sea suddenly fluctuated. That pair seemed to be overly frightened, I really don't know how long her reflex nerves are. He, Miss Mermaid, let me take a look at your... Saying that, the mermaid Kami walked to the bow, put her hands near her mouth, and looked like she was shouting, but there was no sound at all. When Kami said that he didn't know how to get to Sabayati archipelago, everyone was a little disappointed. Looking carefully, there are many kinds of fish swimming towards Thousand Sunny. Chapter 265 Kami stunned. This, that. Cold sweat began to flow from the starfish's head, from the starfish. Starfish froze suddenly at the body that was talking to Cammy, and then closed her mouth immediately. He, this starfish is so interesting. Seeing the starfish who didn't dare to move, the whole body of the starfish kept sweating. Brook moved his entire skull up, his signature laughter coming out of his mouth. Starfish turned his body stiffly, and then, the target was a skull with an explosive head and a gentleman's hat. Ghost. The terrifying skeleton head filled the entire vision, and the starfish's originally rigid body straightened up, and then fell back in a daze. How rude! I am obviously a skeleton, not a ghost. Brook grabbed the starfish's body and head by the cheek, and threw it at Perona. Where is the ghost? However, after 14, the starfish figure crossed a perfect arc and flew straight to the direction of Perona. Stupid skeleton, don't throw things at me. Negative ghost. Looking at the starfish flying towards her, Perona dexterously turned around and successfully avoided the impact of the starfish. At the same time, it generates a negative ghost like a conditioned reflex and throws it at the starfish. Although Perona, as a spiritual body, will not be touched by the starfish even if she does not hide, she always feels that it will be very uncomfortable to be penetrated by the starfish. Boom! I'm really sorry to be born a starfish. The crash sounded, and the starfish hit the deck of Thousand Sunny. Then he didn't see him screaming in pain, instead, half of the starfish's body bent down, and at the same time, his mouth began to mutter, with a very negative look. Ah, don't bully Papagu, he is my master. Cammy, who was still communicating with the school of fish, discovered the ravaged pet starfish in a series of voices, even if the nerve reflexes were too slow. Before she could explain what the fish were doing, Cammy hurriedly waved to Brook and the others to tell them not to bully the starfish. Then, regardless of the school of fish that had just called out, he trotted all the way to the starfish who was still in a passive state. Hey, Papagu, are you all right? Cammy, who walked to Hixing's side, helped Hixing up and asked with a worried look. However, just when Cammy was about to check the starfish for a problem, the negative ghost just summoned by Perona poked his head from the wall. A ghost! Cammy showed her astonishing face again, then tilted her head and fainted. 6695. For a time, the deck of Thousand Sunny fell into a brief silence. What now? The man passed out. 35. Nami raised his forehead and looked at Brook and Perona speechlessly. These two guys, one skeleton and the other can summon ghosts, are indeed easy to scare people. But this mermaid is too exaggerated, the reflex nerves are so long, and they are actually scared. Ah! Miss Cammy, are you all right? I'm here to give you artificial respiration. Seeing the fainted Cammy, Sanji's lower body immediately contorted, his eyes glowed with love, and his mouth pouted. Boom! Sanji, who was in heat, was knocked to the ground by Nami's punch, his upper body was clinging to the deck, his lower body was pouted, and his head was still facing Cammy's direction. The ruthless cook. Idiot curling eyebrows. 99. Two mocking voices came from the mouths of Zoro and Galtino respectively. Then, Sanji, who was still lying on the ground with a sullen face, suddenly got up from the ground and scuffled with Zoro and Galtino. These guys are really helpless. Nami looked at the few people who were fighting again, and turned to look at Luffy. Well, Luffy is better. On the side, even Konis and his sons and daughters stopped paying attention to the three people who were fighting together, but looked at the fainted Cammy and the still passive starfish. What now? Just wait until Cammy wakes up? 35. Konis asked Luffy, looking at the fainted Cammy, and at the school of fish that seemed to be leaving without a response. Luffy didn't know what to say for a while, although it wasn't in a hurry, it was not the way to stay in place. Chopper, see if there's anything wrong with Cammy, our destination is Sabayati Archipelago, there is no pointer recorded, and if no one has pointed the way, in this sea, even if you are very close, you will get lost. After all, it is the Grand Line. Even if the record pointer always points to the Fishmen Island on the seabed, as long as it does not point to the Sabayati archipelago, Luffy pedestrians are likely to be wandering around here. Sabayati archipelago, is that there? 35. It should be there. Let's show them the way. The soft voice came into Luffy's ears, and Luffy was stunned for a moment. This was not the voice of these people on his own boat. Luffy turned his eyes to the sea, and the voice came from the front of Thousand Sunny. What's the matter, Luffy? Seeing that Luffy, who was still asking Chopper to help look at Kami, suddenly turned his head to look at the sea, Nami opened his mouth suspiciously, and said Luffy's eyes looked over at the same time. The fish that originally appeared in front of Thousand Sunny, waiting for Kami to communicate, all started to swim. And Nami, who thought that these fishes were going to leave because they didn't get Kami's 663 response for a long time, was surprised to find that these fishes didn't seem to be leaving. The difference between Nami and Luffy also aroused the curiosity of others. Even Zoro Sanji and Galtino, who had been fighting together, stopped fighting each other and looked in front of Thousand Sunny. Schools of fish are swimming on the sea surface, and the tens of thousands of fish schools give people a very incredible feeling. This spectacular scene continued, and finally, when the fish stopped moving, everyone was surprised to find that the fish formed an arrow shape on the sea. What's going on? Is Kami awake? Looking at this strange scene, everyone was a little surprised, and turned to look in Kami's direction at the same time, and found that Kami was still fainting there. It's amazing, is this pointing us in the direction? Although they didn't know what was going on, everyone had a feeling that the direction of the arrows formed by these fish was pointing in the direction of the Sabayati archipelago they were going to. Listening to the voice of all things, I don't remember the effect of giving orders to things that are heard by me. Looking at the huge arrow on the sea in front of Thousand Sunny, Luffy touched his chin and muttered to himself. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 266 Let EVERY1LIS10 to everything curiously. Hey, Luffy, are we going to follow this arrow? Hearing Nami's question, Luffy didn't hesitate too much. Although I don't know the specific reason, everyone thinks it's because of Luffy's relationship. 2. As expected of you, this kind of thing feels super. Moreover, look at the group of fish called by Kami, who actually pointed them in the direction without communicating with Kami. I don't know, I just heard their voices to confirm that they were pointing us in the direction. Everyone shook their heads and dispelled the thoughts in their minds. They had been sailing at sea for too long, and their minds had become confused. It seemed that Thousand Sunny began to move, and the arrow shape formed by the school of fish began to swim in the direction of the arrow formed by them. Nami didn't hear Luffy's muttering just now. She turned around at this time, looked at Luffy, and asked Luffy's opinion. For some people or things that are not very important, it is enough for Luffy to remember their appearance. Well, can Captain Luffy do such a thing? Luffy shrugged, he really didn't know about this. After all, there was nothing in the books that showed Luffy having the ability to command these creatures. But Papago didn't know. He was becoming more and more curious about the man in front of him. While Luffy may not care that this kind of thing gets known, they don't talk too much either. Let's not talk about why a starfish can feel that he is a human being, but can learn to speak just because he feels that he is a human being. This is incredible, right? Also unaware of this, there are Brooke, Frankie and others, who joined later, so they are also a little curious at this time. Luffy didn't answer Papago's doubts, and the others didn't say much. For Luffy's question, Papago has no idea of hiding anything. Just as everyone was chatting, Thousand Sunny's direction had been adjusted. This should be a natural ability, although it is indeed a strange ability, but other than that, there is nothing special. Do you speak human words just because you think you are human? Hey? Is there such a thing? Hey? Are there any mermaids among you? However, he asked about the other party's situation. It should be a human and a pirate, but because Cammy is a mermaid, she does not show greed towards Cammy like other humans. Wang Zhao, after all, the starfish in front of him is not a crew member on his own ship, so there is no need to let him know so much. What the hell is going on here? You don't have mermaids here, Cammy is still in a coma, no one should be able to command these fish, is it demon fruit power? Is there something strange about yourself? Everyone couldn't help but look at Chopper curiously, wondering if Chopper was talking for this reason. It's a damned SP kid who can talk to the Elephant Master, and Luffy's ability to listen to everything has always been the only ability to listen. Frankie was as loud as ever, although listening to him seemed to be interested in the matter. Hearing Luffy's answer, Nami began to direct everyone to adjust the direction of Thousand Sunny. They're really showing us the way. Although the others had nothing to say, Perona couldn't bear the curiosity in her heart. Really or not, this guy can still hear the voice of the fish. No, we don't have a mermaid here, but you shouldn't be a mermaid or a murloc. Why do you talk? Chopper, who was turning into a human beast form and pulling the sail, noticed the eyes of everyone looking at him, and some didn't understand what was wrong with them. Nami and the others were also taken aback, but then they remembered that Luffy had told them before that he had an ability called listening to all things. Well, just follow the direction of this arrow. Since these fish let themselves hear what they say, it means that they are indeed showing their way. While adjusting the direction of Thousand Sunny, everyone also heard Papago's answer, and they all showed a look of surprise at this time. And now, the man in front of him can still hear the fish talking, which is something that even the starfish himself can't do. Although Cammy is still in a coma, these people clearly have no intention of hurting Cammy, and Papago is no longer as scared as he was at the beginning. Nami and the others also looked at Luffy, and they were also curious why these fishes suddenly pointed their way to these people. Totally forgot that Chopper was doing this because he ate devil fruit. What's wrong? For the first time, Papago thought that the other party also had a mermaid on the boat. The starfish Papago, who finally recovered from his negative state, walked carefully behind Luffy. Hearing the voice behind him, Luffy glanced back at the starfish, then continued to look at the sea ahead. Simple Chopper can't think of the reason why people see him this way. Papago still asked his own questions, otherwise he kept holding it in his heart, which really made Papago's heart itch. But then Papago denied his own statement. If they were really mermaids on board, they would not have behaved like that before. Me? I'm not a mermaid, nor a murloc, but because I always thought I was a human, when I realized I was a starfish, I could speak human words. No, nothing. Although Luffy still has an impression of the starfish in front of him, after all, after so many years, it is impossible to remember some details so clearly. It seems that Luffy and others will not hurt themselves and Cammy, and Papago is not as timid as at the beginning. Luffy briefly explained it. Although they were pirates, they did not show the uncomfortable gazes of those they had seen before. Who the hell is this man? Although it is not clear why they will respond to their own ideas, it is not important. Some things, when the time comes, they will always know. Originally, people who were still a little unsure if these fish were guiding them and others, but now they saw these fish swimming and finally confirmed it. After all, Luffy just let Nami sail in the direction of the arrow without hesitation, that is to say, Luffy should confirm that these fish are indeed pointing them in the direction. Could it be Devil Fruit's ability? Of course, aside from the skeleton and the woman who would set the ghost, Papago still found them terrifying. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that he just wanted to put on his habitual pervert pose. Chapter 267 Flying Fish Night. Although the starfish Papago is not a crew member on his own ship, the ability to listen to all things is not a secret worth hiding. In this sea, although the natural ability is rare, it is not without. For example, Charlotte Linlin, known as the Steel Balloon, is born with enormous strength, strong body and amazing defense. And Barrick Redfield, the Red Earl, who used to be able to keep pace with the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates by himself. Born with an observation haki who can read people's hearts. Seriously speaking, this ability to listen to all things is not as useful as the ability of the two people mentioned above. But this is also the current Luffy has not found that this ability has other effects. After all, before Luffy crossed, this ability was not clearly described in the comics. Since Brook and the others are curious, it's okay to explain it. What's more, the starfish Papago in front of him is not a malicious villain. This ability is truly amazing. Although for Luffy, this ability doesn't seem to have much effect. But for outsiders, it must be a very interesting thing to be able to listen to the voices of all things. While Luffy and the others were chatting, Thousand Sunny had followed the fish to a building near the sea. This is. As soon as he arrived near these buildings, the starfish Papago became a little flustered. What's wrong with me? Where is this place? Also at this time, Cammy, who was stunned by Perona's ghost, woke up rubbing her head. However, Cammy, who had just woken up and hadn't figured out the situation, didn't see the surrounding buildings. Are you all right, Miss Cammy? Seeing that Cammy finally woke up, the gentle Konis stepped forward, supported Cammy, and asked. I'm fine, I remember just. Was there a ghost just now? Cammy, who was supported by Konis, remembered the ghost she saw when she fainted, and she was still a little scared. It's really puzzling that he has already seen the skeleton of Brook, but he is still fainted by the ghost. While Konis was supporting Cammy, the others looked at the starfish Papago, whose face changed drastically. What's the matter, Papago? Although I don't know why I can see the big change in the face from the starfish, everyone really felt Papago's panic. This is the base of the kidnapping group, the Flying Fish Knights. Facing everyone's inquiries, Papago finally screamed. Flying Fish Knight? Kidnapping syndicate? Doesn't sound like a good guy. After hearing Papago's words, Luffy also remembered what the so-called Flying Fish Knight was. It was the man with the exact same length as Sanji's bounty photo. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. And just when everyone was still wondering what the situation of the Flying Fish Knight was, something roared out from under the sea. Everyone looked at the things that drilled out from under the sea, which were big fish with fins like wings. On the backs of these big fish sat a human with a transparent dome on his head. Yes, it's the Flying Fish Knight. Seeing a group of flying fish sprang out from under the sea, Papago said in horror. What? This is the base of the Flying Fish Knights? At this time, Cammy, who had just woken up, finally found out where this place was. Then, Cammy couldn't help exclaiming after knowing that this was the base of the Flying Fish Knight. What's the matter, are these Flying Fish Knights scary? Why are you both so scared? For everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, these guys who just came out of the sea, Zoro and the others did not feel any threat to them. Looking at the menacing Flying Fish Knights in front of them, Zoro and the others stood, on the bow, ready to deal with them at any time. They're a kidnapping group that kidnaps us mermaids and murlocs. Human traffickers. Hearing Cammy's words, everyone was a little angry. Even though they were pirates, they were not good people. But if these people are human traffickers, then Zoro and others will not let them go. Can't say the same, although we were often kidnapped by them, they didn't sell me. Looking at the angry faces of Zoro's group, Cammy suddenly explained embarrassedly. Hey? Often kidnapped by them? Zoro and the others all looked at Cammy with strange eyes, as if they had heard something extraordinary. Anyway, since you have shot at us, let's teach them a lesson. Maybe they are not the real villains, but Luffy has long said that since he dares to attack himself and others, there is no reason not to fight back. Clear. Zoro grinned wickedly at the corner of his mouth, the knife at his waist had been drawn, and he slashed at will, and a blue slash flew out. At the same time, Usopp also took out his modified slingshot Kabuto. 0. Slaying, Gunpowder Star Flurry. Gunpowder shot out from Usopp's slingshot, streaking through the air with orange-red tail flames. Bang bang bang! Those flying fish knights who just flew out of the sea were shot down by Zoro's slash and Usopp's gunpowder. What? Screams emanated from the mouths of the downed flying fish knights. Because Luffy said it was just to teach them a lesson, both Zoro and Usopp didn't use their full strength. Whether it is slashing or gunpowder, they will only cause them to suffer a little skin trauma. But even so, that power is enough to make those huge flying fish lose their balance. Bang bang bang! The downed flying fish knights all fell into the sea, splashing with waves. Okay, that's awesome! Cammy and Papago couldn't help exclaiming when they watched those flying fish knights who could easily catch themselves being killed by Zoro and Usopp. It's finally time for you, everyone from the Straw Hat Pirates. And just when these flying fish knights were shot down, a somewhat resentful voice came from the circular shore not far from Thousand Sunny. Everyone followed the voice and saw a rather burly man with armor on his shoulders and an iron mask on his head. The man held a gun in his hand, and the muzzle was pointed at Thousand Sunny. Although he couldn't see his face, he could still tell from his resentful tone that he was in a state of extreme anger at this time. Everyone thought he was so angry just because his men were shot down, and didn't think much about it. Chapter 268 Sanji vs Dibaloo. It's Dibaloo, he's the boss of the Flying Fish Knight. Cammy and Papago also saw the man with the iron mask on the shore, and they recognized at a glance that the man was the boss of the Flying Fish Knight. The younger brother has been dealt with, has the boss personally played. Compared to Cammy and Papago's surprise, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at the man calmly. Similarly, although his breath is much stronger than those of his subordinates, it still does not pose a threat to Zoro and the others. Zoro looked at the man who appeared with interest. Although the opponent was not his opponent, since he dared to stand up, Zoro didn't mind fighting him. Humph, the person I'm looking for is not you, that man, I must kill him myself. Dibaloo, who was wearing an iron mask, didn't mean to fight Zoro, but just stared at Sanji next to Zoro with his eyes under the mask. Noticing that Dibaloo's only exposed eyes were staring at Sanji, everyone realized that the gun that Dibaloo was holding was also aimed at Sanji. It turned out to be looking for you. I didn't expect you to have enemies here. Since it was Sanji's opponent, Zoro didn't intend to continue, and put the word Hideo back into the scabbard. Zoro looked at Sanji next to him teasingly. Tisk, you actually hate curling your eyebrows so much. Hey, curling your eyebrows, did you get in heat on someone's wife? As soon as Galtino on the side saw the opportunity, he immediately taunted Sanji. Anyway, these three people are like this now, they are not happy with each other, and they will fight when they talk. What a joke, I respect women very much, and I don't remember offending such a person. Although it is a little uncomfortable to be ridiculed by Zoro and Galtino, there are some things that need to be explained, otherwise they will keep talking about them in the future. You guys, stop chattering, I've been waiting for your Straw Hat Pirates for a long time. It's been a long time since Sanji was offered a bounty, and it didn't take long for this guy to be taken as Sanji's capture by Marine. However, the feeling of being blamed is really not very good, and it is understandable that he is feeling at this time. However, understanding is understood, and the solution is still to be solved. Since it's looking for Sanji, then Sanji, go and solve it. After all, because of Sanji, Luffy didn't mean to kill the opponent directly, so let him have a chance to fight Sanji. Shout, it's really troublesome. Although he said so, Sanji didn't mean to refuse, although he didn't know who the other party was and why he hated himself so much. But if he didn't come forward to solve it at this time, he would definitely be ridiculed to death by the green algae head and the candle man. Hey, although I don't know why you hate me so much, I'm so upset right now that I'm being laughed at by two idiots. 35. Sanji jumped out of Thousand Sunny, put his hands in his pants kabuto, and landed firmly on the circular shore. 4 men, Sanji doesn't talk about chivalry. Sanji only knew that because of this guy's appearance, he was mocked by Zoro and Galtino, and this was enough for Sanji to do something to him. Humph, it's your business who laughs at you, but no matter what, I won't let you go. After all, Dibolo has been saying over and over that he will not let Sanji go, which shows how much he hates Sanji at this time. Boom! With a hard finger on the trigger of the gun, Dibolo shot directly at Sanji without any hesitation. The bullet pierced through the air and swiped across Sanji's cheeks, picking up a few strands of Sanji's blonde hair. But that's all. For ordinary people, the power of firearms may be deadly enough. But for Sanji, especially Sanji who has mastered two-color haki now, Dibolo's gun couldn't do any damage to Sanji. Not even threatening Sanji. Sanji boy will be okay. The sound of Dibolo's gun making Kami, who was still on Thousand Sunny, trembled. Although Sanji dodged the bullet that was shot at him, Kami, who was caught by the flying fish knight many times, couldn't help but worry. Although he didn't know what Kami's strange name was about, Konis, who was standing next to her as he walked over with her, shook his head. Don't worry, that man is no match for Mr. Sanji. 4 flowers 0. Hey, Miss Konis, are your wings real? Didn't notice before, now that Konis is standing next to him, Kami's attention is once again on Konis' wings. Looking at Kami with a huge reflex arc and unable to grasp the point, Usopp has a groove and doesn't know how to spit. Hey, Kami, this is not the time to be concerned about that. Even Papagu on the side couldn't stand it anymore, so he could only help Kami to remind him. Ah, yes, is Sanji really going to be okay? Konis decided to ignore Kami and looked at the two fighting on the shore with everyone. Humph, it's really easy to dodge my bullets twice, but it won't be that simple next time. Dibolo is not surprised that Sanji was able to escape his own shooting. How can he be solved so easily by himself as a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million? However, although the other party was a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, Dibolo had no fear at all and continued to fire a few shots in the direction of Sanji. Generally speaking, for pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, whether it is an ordinary person or a pirate with a low bounty, there will be an instinctive fear. But the man with the iron mask in front of him seemed to not care at all. In the face of the bullets that flew at high speed, Sanji's figure flashed, and he easily dodged. At the same time, when dodging, Sanji was also close to where Dibolo was. The left foot froze, and the right foot kicked off the ground. Sanji's kick went directly to Dibolo's abdomen. Good come! Dibolo shouted, threw the firearm in his hand, and folded his hands in front of his chest, trying to block Sanji's foot. Seeing this, Sanji did not intend to change the direction of the attack, and kicked Dibolo's abdomen with his right foot according to the original trajectory. Boom! Violent foot strength came from his hands, and the expression on Dibolo's mask suddenly changed. Under this foot, the body flew out suddenly, even if the defensive action was made in advance, but this foot was still not blocked by Dibolo. Boom! Dibolo's burly body slammed into the hut behind him, smashing the hut into pieces. Chapter 269 Dibolo. Clang! The iron mask fell off Dibolo's head under the impact, rolled on the ground several times, and finally landed in front of Sanji. The smoke and dust from the collapsed house buried Dibolo's figure. In the distance, everyone could only see Dibolo's figure struggling to get up in the billowing smoke. Since the mask has been knocked off, then look carefully. Look carefully at my injured face. Dibolo, who climbed up from the broken walls, stooped, and said in a low voice with some kind of grievance. This is 35. Ah! No way! Real or fake? When the smoke cleared, Dibolo's face, which was not covered by the mask, was completely presented in front of everyone. Blonde hair, slanted bangs covering his left eye, and his face is rough and 60-67, but also has a strange tenderness. At this moment, Dibelo's eyes under the curled eyebrows were constantly streaming with tears. Looking at the original appearance of Dibelo in front of them, everyone was shocked and speechless. I've been waiting for today to come. I decided to kill you before I went to sea. But it's so hard to find you. Because you look different from the photo on the wanted list. Speaking of which, Dibelo took out a wanted notice from his arms, and the person on it was Sanji. However, the photo on the wanted notice that was taken out was exactly the same as Dibelo holding it. How could such a thing happen? This sea is truly amazing. 39. He 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 he. 35. Looking at the picture with Blackfeet Sanji clearly written, but the photo is the man's wanted order, everyone can only feel that this sea is really magical. Marine and the bounty hunters may not even know you are who they are if they see you. Speaking of which, Dibelo's voice was already a little distorted with excitement. No, they still found it. When they find it, they will say that, found you, Blackfoot Sanji. 35. Then I will say, that person is not me, I don't know him. Dibelo, who was bursting with tears, threw the reward list in his hand and shouted at Sanji not far away. I'm not even a pirate. At this time, Sanji, with a low head and a gloomy face, looked at the bounty list that was thrown away by Dibelo, and didn't know what he was thinking. Then, I saw Sanji's body running and rushing towards Dibelo with a strange expression. Boom! None of my business. He kicked Dibelo's face that was exactly the same as the one on the bounty list, and Sanji's expression at this time was completely replaced by anger. I'm the one who should be angry. How on earth did that wanted order take my photo to look like you? Sanji, who kicked Dibelo away, has completely lost his usual composure at this time. I think that man named Dibelo is so pitiful. At this point, Frankie on Thousand Sunny has started to wipe away tears. Wow, they look so good. Cammy looked at Sanji and Dibelo in amazement, and after seeing Sanji easily kicked Dibelo away, he no longer worried about Sanji's safety. Sister, is there something wrong with your eyes? Luffy and the others all looked at Cammy, who said they looked alike, with a strange look on their faces. It's made from this mold at all. Zoro and Galtino on the side looked like they completely agreed with Cammy. You are really good brothers. Fortunately, Sanji didn't hear Zoro and Galtino, otherwise Sanji might leave Dibelo and fight them. If you don't want to look exactly like the photo on your wanted list, change your hairstyle or grow a beard. Some places can be easily changed. At this time, Sanji was speaking loudly to Dibelo. After hearing Sanji's words, Dibelo, who was knocked back and sat up again, fell into a brief silence for a while. Then, I saw Dibelo slap his left fist with his right palm, and said with a sudden realization. Yes. So there is such a method. You are really stupid. Sanji roared at Dibelo's face, which turned out to be okay. How can people be so stupid? Whizzing! Just as Sanji was roaring angrily, several spear guns shot out from the building behind Sanji, targeting Sanji who was roaring loudly. Hearing the movement behind him, Sanji was startled, just because he was too angry, observation haki failed, and he was not able to detect the surrounding situation at the first time. Bang bang bang! The smell of gunpowder was in the air, and the spear guns that had been fired at Sanji were shot down at the same moment as the flames burst. On Thousand Sunny, Usopp is wearing his goggles and Kabuto is slowly lowering the huge slingshot in his hand. Sanji also has a partner. Wow, Usopp boy, you are amazing. Cammy, who was a little terrified after seeing the spear guns that suddenly appeared, couldn't help but marvel when Usopp shot down all the spear guns with precision. You must know that those spear guns were moving at a high speed, and when the incident happened suddenly, he was a little unresponsive, and Usopp had already shot down these spear guns. Although I had seen Usopp shoot down those flying fish knights before, now even such a quick and sudden spear gun can be shot down. Are all the people on this ship so powerful? Ha ha ha, this little thing can't be difficult for my uncle. Usopp, who was praised, burst out laughing instantly. But this is enough, with precautions, Sanji will not be attacked by such an attack again. Well done, Usopp. Sanji thanked and calmed himself down again, an observation Haki recovered. 0.4 can't be more careless. If he overturns against such an opponent, he will definitely be laughed at by Zoro and Galtino. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Saying so, Sanji rushed towards Dibolo, who was still sitting in the ruins. In Dibolo's terrified eyes, Sanji's foot slammed heavily on Dibolo's eyes. However, it's not over yet. Nose. Another spin, and the other kicked Dibolo's nose. Cheek. The foot that had kicked the eye was retracted and kicked out again. Mouth. 35. Teeth. Jaw. Landing on one foot, the other foot kicked out continuously and kept kicking Dibolo in the face. Wow! Stop, stop. Chapter 270 Simple Solution. Shaping Shot. 99. As Sanji hit Dibolo's face with his last kick, Dibolo's entire body flew out again under this blow, and at the same time, the person fainted. Hey, it's finally resolved, hey, you guys. Seeing Dibolo, who didn't climb out of the ruins anymore, Sanji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Sanji glanced at the spot where the spear gun had just been fired. There were several figures hovering, as if they wanted to come over, but they were hesitant to go forward due to the existence of Sanji. Yes. The figures who were called by Sanji trembled at the same time, and their mouths responded involuntarily. Come and drag your boss away, it's so annoying. Sanji didn't play hard, don't look at Dibolo being knocked out by Sanji now, but just like the name of Sanji's move, it is a cosmetic surgery. It's just that the way of plastic surgery is a bit strange, and this kind of power can at most make Dibolo feel a little pain in his face. Yes. Those figures hurried out from behind the building and walked carefully to Dibolo's side to help Dibolo, who was in a coma. Then, seeing that Sanji really had no plans to continue, he hurriedly dragged Dibolo away from 14. Sanji took out the cigarette box from his pants kabuto, poured out a cigarette from it, lit it, put it in his mouth, and headed back toward Thousand Sunny. Hey, curly eyebrows, isn't that really your twin brother? As soon as Sanji returned to Thousand Sunny, Zoro couldn't help asking curiously. Hey? Is your green algae brain broken? For Zoro's obvious ridicule, Sanji scolded back. Sanji boy is amazing. Kami looked at Sanji with some admiration, and being able to defeat Dibolo so easily was something Kami would never have imagined. Ah, Miss Kami. As a result, Sanji, who was still serious, immediately returned to his original shape in Kami's praise. Okay, now that it's settled, let's move on. Sabayati Archipelago should not be far away. Now that Dibolo's matter is settled, Luffy asks everyone to move on. Although the school of fishes summoned by Kami had dispersed just when the Flying Fish Knight attacked, the shadow of Sabayati Archipelago could already be seen in this Flying Fish Knight's stronghold. Next, just go in that direction. Ah, by the way, just after I passed out, how did you come here? After hearing Luffy's words at this time, Kami remembered that she had just been frightened and fainted by the ghost after she had called the school of fish. I haven't had time to direct the fish to guide them. How did Luffy and the others find the right direction? Oh, that, Mr. Luffy could hear the fish talking, so when he said he was going to Sabayati Archipelago, the fish took the initiative to point the way. Although I don't know why the fishes would take the initiative to point the way to Luffy, Papago could only attribute this to the magic of Luffy's ability to listen to all things. Hey? Can Mr. Luffy still hear the fish? Kami didn't care at all why the fish would help Luffy and the others point the way, but instead focused on the fact that Luffy could hear the fish talking. Is Mr. Luffy also descended from a merman? Although the child born by a female mermaid and a human male can only be human, but the water is very good, is it because of this reason? Okay, don't worry about these issues. For Cammy's brain supplement, Luffy has no intention of explaining it. This mermaid's brain is not very normal, and Luffy is afraid that the more he explains, the more confused he will be. Before I get to Sabayati Archipelago, let me make takoyaki for you. Although the craftsmanship may not be as good as Yazai, I haven't seen Yazai for a long time. 5. Cammy immediately forgot about Luffy's ability to hear the sound of fish, who was just curious, and turned to Luffy and the others to talk about the takoyaki mentioned earlier as a thank you. Hearing the name Hakaize, Luffy remembered the octopus Hachi in the original book, a member of the evil dragon pirates. The Beizai mentioned by Cammy should be the octopus Hachi, but in this world, the dragon pirates were all arrested by Garp as early as 5 years ago. Of course, it also includes octopus Hachi, and that's why Cammy hasn't seen him for a long time. However, in the original book, octopus Hachi seems to have escaped, but now he does not appear in front of him again, and he does not know whether it is because the place of detention is different or some other reason. But none of these matters, since something like that has been done, we must be prepared to bear the corresponding consequences. He wasn't directly killed by Garp, but was sent to prison and took his life. It was a great luck. As for the Cammy in front of him, Luffy didn't mean to explain it, so why bother? When Cammy talks about Beizai, even Nami doesn't know who she's talking about. After all, it's been so long, Cammy wasn't talking about octopus Hachi, and it was normal for Nami not to think about going together. Takoyaki? So good. Others didn't pay attention to the Beizai mentioned by Cammy. After all, they are not people worth caring about, and they don't need to know too much. Instead, it was Cammy's takoyaki that excited the likes of Usopp and Chopper. After all, it is a beautiful thing to have food to eat. However, are you going to use your abilities to call the octopus? Galtino looked at Cammy curiously. Did what he said before come true? After this guy joins himself and others, there will be endless fish. Ah, I forgot that I don't have any octopuses, I'll go catch them now. Hearing Galtino's words, Cammy suddenly showed an exaggerated expression, apparently forgetting that takoyaki needs octopus. Then, seeing Cammy leap into the air, she immediately wanted to jump into the sea. Seeing Cammy's mindless action, Luffy grabbed the collar of Cammy who had jumped into the air. The sea is so big, even if you are a mermaid, you can swim extremely fast, but what if there are no octopuses here? When you get lost in the sea, do you want us to find you? Don't be kidding, if this is the case, Luffy will leave her without hesitation. Anyway, it is a mermaid, and it is basically impossible to die in the sea. Don't bother, we just caught quite a few octopuses on the boat, so let's use those. Luffy dragged Cammy back to the deck and spoke. In Thousand Sunny's aquarium, there are indeed a lot of fish, which are usually caught by Galtino and others, and there are also octopuses and the like. Really? That's great. Cammy, who didn't feel anything wrong with her reckless actions just now, immediately became excited again. Chapter 271 Arrival at Sabayati Archipelago. The Straw Hat crew has arrived at the Sabayati Archipelago. It is time to inform Sengoku and let Kizura deal with him. Wearing a white kimono, the 5 elders holding a dagger in both hands were murderous. Cammy and Papagu spent most of their time in Sabayati Archipelago after leaving the Fishmen Island, so they still know quite a bit about Sabayati Archipelago. But no matter what, there is this risk, so it's better to solve it as soon as possible. Sabayati Archipelago has a total of 79 trees, and each tree has towns and facilities, which is equivalent to 79 Wangguangjao islands, which is why it is called an archipelago. Every tree here has a number on it, and we're at number 41 right now. It didn't take long for Konis to be embarrassed by Sanji's call, and then quickly return to the ground. That is, doesn't the archipelago affect the record of the record pointer? The devil fruit, coupled with Nicole Robin, who can read ancient texts, makes the 5 elders always have a thrilling feeling. However, Luffy fought Hawkeye one after another, killing Crocodile and Gecko Moria, but had to make the 5 elders take Luffy seriously. Well, that's right. Sister Coney's is so pretty. Although it is easy to be caught by human traffickers, the environment here is similar to that in the Fishmen Island, so Cammy will have a feeling of being in the Fishmen Island. Miss Coney's, you are my angel. It's just a group of newcomers who haven't entered the new world. With Kizaru's ability, it won't take much time. At this point, the 5 elders have received word of the Straw Hat crew's arrival at the Sabayati archipelago. Hearing Cammy's explanation, Usopp exclaimed in disbelief. I found these trees outside before, but I didn't expect to get closer and see how big they are. Holy Land rejoices, between the powers of the 5 elders to negotiate. Robin is more concerned about this aspect. After hearing Cammy say that this archipelago is made up of mangroves, he immediately thought of this. Furthermore, Nicole Robin, the only person who understands ancient writing today, is on his boat again. Although Zoro doesn't think he is a lunatic, he only gets lost because the previous island is too complicated. So, in the eyes of the 5 elders, now Luffy, except for Nicole Robin on his ship, is really only a threat to the Pluton blueprints. Hearing Cammy talking about getting lost, Sanji and Galtino immediately glanced at Zoro with malicious intent, and the meaning was self-evident. It would have been even better if there wasn't some lustful cook spoiling the atmosphere at the moment. Blonde beauty with wings, colorful Madara bubbles in the sun, all intertwined, giving a dreamlike feeling. Tisk tisk, we didn't say anything, why are you suddenly fighting with us? Is it because of a guilty conscience? If the ship is to stop here. Another 5 elders spoke. The location of the battle was an island that could be said to be an uninhabited island like the Long Chain Island, and the 5 elders did not receive any information on this. Whether it's Pluton's design, or the Devil's Son Nicole Robin, or even the damn Devil Fruit, they're all worrying about the world government. Everyone looked at the big tree in front of them, not only huge, but also had Madara patterns on the trunk, which looked a lot like candy. Ah! An island of trees. The knife-wielding 5 elders answered with slight disdain. Throwing down the anchor, everyone jumped off Thousand Sunny. Tisk, you 2 guys, are you trying to fight? At this point in time, is it appropriate to let Kizaru pass? 35. In 2 days, Marine will publicly execute Fire Fist Ace. In this case, Marine Admiral will be dispatched, which may lead to unnecessary consequences. Moreover, these bubbles show the colorful Madara color under the sunlight, and they look really beautiful. Now that they're off the boat, there's something to watch out for, and Cammy and Papago also need to talk to Luffy and the others. Thousand Sunny has reached the root of this giant tree. Coney's flapped his wings and danced among these rising bubbles. As for Hawkeye, according to the report at the time, Hawkeye did not fight with all his strength, at most it was just a test for the younger generation. Cammy heard Usopp's exclamation and immediately explained excitedly. These bubbles are so pretty. With the current strength shown by the Straw Hat Boy, it should not be enough to awaken the Devil Fruit shadow. Although these rising bubbles were seen on the boat, after getting off the boat, it was discovered that these bubbles actually condensed from the ground. After all, this fruit has not awakened for hundreds of years. Wow! Luffy, this Sabayati archipelago feels completely different from any island we've encountered before. It is assembled by mangroves, that is to say, there is no magnetic force, so there is no need to worry about the record of the record pointer will be affected. Of course it's different, this archipelago is not the usual kind of island, but is made up of the largest mangrove tree in the world, the Yalkman mangrove. There are not 20 people who have eaten this fruit, but there are 17 or 8, but without exception, no one has successfully awakened. After eating the takoyaki made by Cammy, Luffy, and others finally came to this archipelago formed by the Yakuman mangroves. That devil fruit, do you think it will awaken on the Straw Hat? By the way, a group of pacifists can be dispatched to solve the supernova gathered at the Sabayati archipelago this time. But being looked at by the two of them with this kind of eyes, Zoro was still a little uncomfortable, and said to the two of them angrily. Originally, the 5 elders didn't care that the devil fruit Luffy ate was a rubber fruit. With Mary here, there is no need to leave others to watch the boat, and everyone can explore the island together. Now they just think that Luffy is at the Shishibukai level like Crocodile, and at most is better than Crocodile. There must be bridges between each island, so as long as you remember the number on the tree, you won't get lost on the island. The battle between Luffy and Aokiji, Sengoku did not inform the world government. Even though Luffy didn't show Rubber Fruit's ability in front of the world, but with the intelligence ability of the world government, it is not difficult to know this. Hey, lost your way? Marianu's eyes were filled with longing, and she looked at Konis at this time with bright eyes. Kami nodded, unlike Luffy and the others who had just arrived here. Chapter 272 The Attitude You Should Have. Facing Zoro's angry words, Sanji and Galtino not only did not restrain, but instead spoke to Zoro in a more provocative way. Although not much time has passed since coming down from Sky Island, Konis already has a deep trust in Luffy. But they wouldn't go against Luffy's way without touching the bottom line. Everyone looked at Konis in the same way. After getting along for a long time, everyone might not feel any difference in Konis. Even if they do attract Marine Admiral, as long as Luffy is around, they won't be shaken. World nobility? What is that? In Kami and Papagua's thoughts, even if Luffy and others are already strong, they will definitely not be Marine Admiral's opponents. You have to promise me that no matter what happens in the town, you will not go against the nobles of the world. But despite the question, Konis showed no signs of worry. Okay, let's not talk about it, I really want to meet it, and then I will talk about it. By the way, do you know any coding workers? Looking at Kami and Papago like this, Luffy continued. It's just a bunch of scumbags, don't worry, if you really can't see it, you don't have to bear it, I won't let you have an accident. With the height that lion fruit can fly, and wants to fly up by moonwalk, Luffy feels, that no one in this pirate world has such outrageous physical strength. One more thing you must remember. Despite the existence of Luffy, everyone has not encountered a fatal crisis along the way. Everyone felt that what Papaku wanted to say must be very important. Although I can understand why you are so afraid of the world nobles. Luffy's words made Kami and Papago stunned at the same time. This kind of thing is not impossible, even because Kami is a mermaid, it is more likely to happen. Then Kami and Papago just exclaimed and looked around, as if trying to see if anyone else was around. Hey? Will I be caught? But they were destined to be disappointed, and although Nami and the others persuaded, Luffy might indeed listen to them. Besides, he has been staying by Luffy's side, who can take it away from Luffy's Vice Admiral himself? This. Seeing that everyone was paying attention to himself, Papagu also released Shikai. Ugh! But after all, this is the last stop on the way to New World. Konis with wings like a real angel, with the way of doing things of the celestial dragons, it is impossible to let Konis go. Although he is a pirate, he doesn't have the hostility of those pirates that he usually sees. But he wasn't able to keep his own people, and, after that battle, Luffy had gone a step further. Kami and Papagu were a little anxious when they saw Luffy's unconcerned look, but they didn't know how to persuade them, so they could only look at Nami and the others. Papagu has such a serious expression again, even someone like Kami has a serious expression. It was Papagu who said this. At this time, his starfish face was extremely serious, and Kami beside him was also serious. While nervous, Usopp and others were a little curious. Papago said word by word what he was going to pay attention to. Even if Marine Admiral arrives, it's no big deal. Seeing the serious looks of Kami and Papago, the others couldn't help showing a nervous look. I hope Nami and the others can help persuade him, this is really no joke. Marine Admiral's power is definitely not something that people like him can afford. Don't say it's you, those rubbish people. Do you think if they see conies, they will let conies go? Cammy and Papago breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that there was no one else around, and then they looked back at Luffy. On the contrary, their relationship with each other made him feel more envious. Others, without the ability to fly, can't do it if they want to touch themselves. As for the marine, the only thing to watch out for is just a Kizaru. What's more, Conies herself is such a beautiful beauty. If his strength was still the same as in the original book, he might be able to hide now, but with his current strength, it is absolutely unnecessary. Zoro Sanji and Galtino couldn't help but stop pinching each other. Hey, Mr. Luffy, don't say things like that. Although the celestial dragons are indeed what they are, if you mess with them, they will attract Marine Admiral 9. Even if someone is killed in front of your eyes, pretend you don't see it. If I encounter Marine Admiral again, I think Luffy will be able to deal with it. Since Luffy said this now, it must be those so-called world nobles, and they are indeed the scumbags that Luffy said, so there is no need to persuade them. What's more, Luffy would never do anything to embarrass them. Even if he was caught, Conies believed that Luffy could rescue him. But if they see Conies for the first time, especially now Conies, those white wings have grown, and anyone who sees it will be surprised. Luffy's sudden speech made the Straw Hats, Cammy, and Papago, who were still a little nervous, fell into a brief silence. Cammy and Papago were silent, although they were only taken to the Sabayati archipelago by the way. As a result, needless to say, the three of them scuffled together again. Even if it's the moonwalk of Marine 6 styles, don't worry at all. Ask yourself, in that situation, can I calmly let celestial dragons take me away? If you're attracted to the celestial dragons, Cammy, do you want me to stand by or save you from the celestial dragons? But in this short time together, Cammy felt the difference between Luffy and others. 667 After hearing what Papago said, everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Moreover, he and others had seen Marine Admiral Aokiji before, although the strength displayed by the other party was indeed not something that they could compete with. Luffy was non-committal about Papago's remarks not to disobey the world's nobles. So, they hope Nami they can persuade Luffy. What's more, the current Straw Hat Pirates, with the Lion Fruit ability Nami, don't have to be afraid of being surrounded by Marine. Hearing Luffy talking about him, Conies pointed to himself curiously and said. Chapter 273. Luffy remembered that Cammy and the others should have known Rayleigh as well. Although they did not have the identity of Octopus Hachi's savior, they should also be able to meet Rayleigh through them. The legendary pirate, the right hand of One Piece, Pluton Rayleigh. Although I have seen the Golden Lion, after all, the Golden Lion's strength has declined a lot over the years because of the rudder. Even if the power that the legendary pirates should have erupted in the end, it was only a single blow. Now, I don't know if I have the opportunity to really see the legendary power. A coding worker? I remember that Beizai has an acquaintance who is a coding worker, but I have never met him. The topic was brought up, and when Luffy said that he was looking for a coding worker, Cammy immediately remembered the friend Beizai once said about him. Yes? Luffy was a little surprised, thought Cammy would know Rayleigh and the others, but he didn't expect to hear about Rayleigh because of Octopus Hachi, and haven't you seen it? It doesn't matter though, the Sabayati archipelago is huge, but Shucky's rip-off bar shouldn't be a hard place to find. Just ask, you should be able to find it soon, and then you will be able to meet Rayleigh as well. Then Cammy, do you know where Shucky's rip-off bar is? Cammy, they've been in the Sabayati archipelago for a while and should know about this place. Well, I know this, Shucky's ripping bar is located in Mangrove on the 13th, but I heard that the proprietress there is a person who loves ripping off. Cammy nodded, she had indeed heard of this, although she had not been to it, but Shucky's rip-off bar had a certain reputation in the Sabayati archipelago. Of course, it's not a good reputation. You know it as soon as you hear the name. After hearing Cammy's words, everyone couldn't help but complain. Some people actually call the name of the store a rip-off, so will there really be customers to patronize? Then let's go to mangrove tree number 13. By the way, I will also tell you about the arrangements after that. Luffy nodded, and now that Cammy knew, it could take a few detours. When we got there, in addition to meeting Rayleigh, we also needed to talk to them about our future plans. Moreover, you have to contact the bear. Thousand Sunny is not equipped with phone bugs, maybe you can buy a badge this time. At that time, even if you go to practice, you can still get in touch with emergencies. What's so special about that Shucky's rip-off bar? You're going there as a name. 39. Cammy and Papago led the way, and Luffy and others followed behind. Nami couldn't help asking Luffy curiously. Generally, as long as Luffy mentions a specific place, it means that there is something worth visiting for Luffy in that place. Otherwise, if you just want to talk to yourself and others about the follow-up arrangements, you can just find a restaurant. Why go from mangrove number 41 to mangrove number 13? Well, go there to meet someone, no accident, he will be a coding worker who helps us code. Following in the footsteps of Cammy and Papago, Luffy explained to Nami and the others. The person who can make you name, must not be an ordinary person, right? For Nami, who knew Luffy quite well, he could think that the other party would be a special person. Without seeing so many people on board, isn't there an easy one? You'll know when it arrives. Luffy didn't explain it right away. After meeting someone, he would know it naturally. There's no need to talk too much at this time. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami rolled his eyes and didn't look back. Luffy, this guy, who was walking forward, was again intriguing. However, now is really not the time to explain. Looks like we've just been on the Sabayati archipelago when we're being targeted. Nami glanced at the figures hidden around him from the corner of his eyes, and observation Haki had already sensed the undisguised hostility of those figures. However, we have 4 supernovas on board, and it is impossible to be targeted by bounty hunters. The rest also discovered the bounty hunters in ambush around them. Ah! What's the matter with you? Is there anything to buy? 35. Cammy and Papago, who were walking in front, looked back and saw Luffy and the others behind them stopped, and asked curiously. Cammy and Papago are just normal people, or mermen, and don't have the ability to master observation Haki. Completely ignorant of the things that these people have been surrounded by. At this time, I saw Luffy and others stop, thinking they were trying to buy something, but there is no store here. Flowers 0. It's nothing, just a few flies, which will be settled soon. 39. Zoro pulled out the knife around his waist with a smile, and swung it at a certain place. Are we being targeted? This is the mangrove number 41. It stands to reason that the law and order here should be pretty good. 35. Seeing Zoro's action, Cammy was startled, and immediately thought that these people might be targeted by bounty hunters, so she said incredulously. In Cammy's understanding, even if these bounty hunters want to act, they should be in the mangroves from the 1st to the 29th. How come they were ambushed just after they got off the boat? Boom! The blue slashed through the air and slashed hard on a tree. The tree that was cut down was also split into 2 halves immediately, revealing several figures hidden behind the tree. 0. Che, have you been discovered? Pirates with a bounty of over 100 million are not simple guys. The few people who showed their figures were not surprised, they looked at each other and rushed towards Luffy and the others with the tone in their hands raised. Really, it looks like we're making too little noise, and even though Luffy's bounty is already 350 million Baileys, these guys don't care at all. 99. Galtino murmured, and a huge warhammer was condensed in his hand. These guys, just like me back then, didn't know what the so-called sky was, so let them know their weight. Thinking of this, Galtino charged forward, the warhammer in his hand dragging behind him. Then, when it was about to collide with the rushing people, the candle warhammer that was dragged behind him slammed forward and smashed hard on the rushing people. Puff! The few bounty hunters wanted to use their weapons to block the oncoming candle warhammer. However, the power gap between the two sides was simply too great. The weapon in his hand and the candle warhammer just broke apart as soon as they touched, and the candle warhammer finally slammed into several people. Even if a few people work together, they can't stop Galtino's candle warhammer in the slightest. Under this blow, the few bounty hunters vomited blood and flew out. Among them, the one who faced the warhammer had a dent in his chest, and he was basically unable to survive. Chapter 274 Disquiet Cammy and Papago. Cough cough, so strong. Damn. Otherwise, in the identity of Cammy Mermaid, on this Sabayati archipelago, it is possible to be caught by human traffickers or pirates at any time. The two of them obviously did not expect that the Candle Man of the Straw Hat Pirates would directly kill the three of them and seriously injure them. Cammy was a little frightened by the amount of the reward. Even though Mr. Luffy didn't look vicious at all, he was actually offered a reward of 350 million Bailey. Then, what happened to the Dibble gang before that? That's it. After all, it is not an important person, and saving them is just casual. Although I didn't kill them, I taught them a lesson. If they come to make trouble later, we won't be merciful. At this time, Cammy and Papago remembered that they didn't know how much their bounty was. Are these people in front of them such powerful pirates? You and Cammy just need to be good guides. As for the enemies who came at the heads of himself and others, Luffy had no plans to let them go. The corner of Zoro's mouth showed a ferocious look, and the word Hedayi in his hand drew an arc again. Now suddenly seeing Straw Hat Crew, who used to get along quite gently, show such a brutal side, Cammy and Papago suddenly feel how lucky they are. Cammy and Papago nodded, indicating that they understood, and then, without saying anything, continued to lead the way. Mr. Luffy, did they do something to offend the world government? But once someone wants our heads, we won't let them go easily. Even, with the kind of words Luffy just said, at least as long as he is still with them, he doesn't have to worry about the safety of Cammy and himself. Papago wisely chose silence at 0.4. Papago showed a thoughtful look on the side. After all, as soon as you log into Sabayati Archipelago, you are targeted by bounty hunters, so the bounty should not be low, right? After all, they were either caught or on their way, and Cammy and Papago didn't have time to pay attention. Cammy couldn't believe it, and even Zoro Boy, Sanji Boy and Galtino Boy had more than 100 million bounties. Looking at the tragic state of the three bounty hunters killed by Zoro and Galtino, Cammy and Papago were trembling and wanted to say something. Although it was not our fault, what happened to Dibolo was also caused by us. Fortunately, all the people I met were just ordinary people. In the sea, Cammy was able to get out of trouble with the advantage of a mermaid. Although they were fighting with Dibolo and the others before, Zoro and others also showed enough strength. But compared with the direct pain of the killer now, Zoro and Usopp at that time can be said to be very gentle, and they did not intend to hurt the lives of those flying fish knights. It's too much to take for granted that I want to run 670 now. Nami stepped forward and patted Cammy on the shoulder, soothing her somewhat frightened emotions. And beside Luffy and them, with the strength that Luffy and the others showed, no one on the island should be able to catch Cammy from them. As Luffy said before, with the attitude of conies, it is easier for those celestial dragons to take a fancy to. Since you have shot at us, it seems that you have already prepared the consciousness of being killed. Otherwise, it's not certain whether they can be rescued by Luffy and the others here. Although they are stronger than the other party, and some things do not need to be explained to the other party at all, but after all, Luffy and the others are not true pirates who do all kinds of evil. Although the two spent some time in the Sabayati archipelago, they did not pay much attention to information from the sea. This situation reminded him of the fisherman hero, Fisher Tiger. Not good. Run. After one of them heard Luffy's words, his face changed immediately, and he only had time to say a word to the other living companion, and wanted to turn around and run away. However, Papago didn't ask these words. After all, he was not familiar with Luffy and the others to that extent. It's better not to ask some questions. However, once Dibelo's gang wanted to attack him and others again, the situation would be different. Can I take the liberty to ask? How much is your bounty, Mr. Luffy? At this time, the two of them clutched their chests in disbelief, and spit out a mouthful of blood again. If this group of people were the same as the pirates he had seen before, maybe the two of them would have been killed or arrested. That. Papago asked cautiously. There was no way, the scene just now really scared him a little. Looking at them, they wanted to turn around and run away, but the hammer from Galtino just now seriously injured them again, making them unable to run at all. Although equally surprised by the bounty offered by Luffy and others, Papago is not a single-celled creature like Kami. The azure blue slash swept out, and in the horrified expressions of the two, they hit the two straight. After taking care of the three bounty hunters in ambush, Luffy and the others move on. Luffy didn't care whether they really understood, or were still afraid of himself and others. 33.3.51z Luffy's bounty is 350 million Bailey, Zoro Sanji, and Galtino's bounty also exceeds 100 million, how about it, let's be strong. 35. The two who were seriously injured by Galtino were directly killed by this slash without any resistance. However, judging from Luffy's understanding of Dibolo from the original book, the other party should no longer want to trouble himself and others. What's more, even if you ask, the other party will not necessarily answer. If what Luffy said is true, then Kami should be able to get Luffy's protection as long as she stays by Luffy's side. Through this short time together, Papago can be sure that Luffy and others are not some heinous bad guys, but the bounty has reached this point. Even he did not expect the Straw Hat crew in front of him to be a group of decisive pirates. Don't be so afraid, generally speaking, we won't take the initiative to cause trouble. For Kami and Papago's curiosity, Nami flashed a sly look in his eyes, and answered with a playful tone in his tone. After leaving Sabayati Archipelago, it is a question whether we will meet again in the future. Apart from the man who was directly hit by the candle warmer made by Galtino, although the other two were also seriously injured, they were not fatal enough. As for celestial dragons, Papago glanced in Koniza's direction. It is still on the outskirts of Mangrove number 41, there are no people around, and the battle between Luffy and the others and the bounty hunters did not cause any sensation. Chapter 275 The Striking Straw Hat Pirates. Hey! Are the final bigwigs here too? On a certain building in the central area of Mangrove number 41, there is a figure sitting there carrying a giant axe. After seeing a group of pirates walking on the street, the figure showed an interesting smile on the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't help muttering to himself. And just when he smiled, among the pirates, the man with a straw hat on his head, who was obviously the captain of the pirates, suddenly looked at his position. At this moment, Drake had a dangerous feeling of being stared at by a beast, and cold sweat unconsciously appeared on his forehead. However, the man in the straw hat didn't move, he seemed to just look around, saw himself, and then looked away. This is really... With just one glance, Drake froze under that gaze, cold sweat flowing unconsciously. After eating devil fruit, that beast-like instinct kept warning him to stay away from that man. Drake was pretty sure that the man in the straw hat was looking at him on purpose. I just didn't expect that the head of today's supernova would actually make him feel this way. His own beast instinct will not deceive himself, the man who passed by is very dangerous, very, very dangerous. Not only Drake discovered the trail of the Straw Hat Pirates, but everyone else who knew the latest news about this sea also noticed the group in the middle of the road at this time. That's Straw Hat Crew. On the street, someone couldn't help but exclaimed. And with his exclamation, other people who were secretly looking at the Straw Hat Pirates were also discussing at this moment. I didn't expect that at this time, the Straw Hat Crew will log into Sabayati Archipelago, and something interesting may happen next. 35. That winged woman looks like an angel, no wonder Marine's gang of unnamed people give her the nickname Angel. Is that the Devil's son Nicole Robin? It's actually on Straw Hat's boat. And that skeleton, is that a real skeleton? Is it Devil Fruit's ability? And the monster Rorano Azoro, Canned Lemon Galtino, Blackfoot Sanji, are they all from Straw Hat Crew? With the Straw Hat as the captain, it's unbelievable that one pirate group has swept up 4 supernovas. But I remember that the captain guy seems to be very unconvinced that the Straw Hat boy's bounty is higher than him. Maybe the two sides will fight. Then there's a good show to watch. Those who appear here and dare to talk about supernovas in the street are basically pirates or bounty hunters. And this kind of guy is a group of good people. If there is a lot of fun, they will not think it is a big deal. This feeling of being pointed at by others is really uncomfortable. At this time, as the Straw Hat Crew being talked about by everyone, it is a bit unnatural. After all, along the way, there have been few scenes where so many people watched. If you sit down and have a concert here, it will be very lively. But there are still people who enjoy it. As a former pirate of the Rumba Pirates and a musician, Brooke can be said to enjoy such a high-profile feeling the most. Frankie is similar, the word embarrassed doesn't exist in pervert's dictionary. Hey, do you like being a pervert too? Super. Then, ignoring everyone still on their way, Frankie ran to the front and assumed his usual pervert pose. Idiot, you, who likes to be a pervert? Unsurprisingly, the onlookers immediately shouted at Frankie. Hey? Is there anything bad about being pervert? Frankie turned around and asked Luffy etl. Luffy and the others glanced at Frankie slightly. Obviously this guy regarded Luffy and others as the same people as himself. Luffy didn't plan to do anything to the chattering people around him. Although it is not difficult to solve them, but at this juncture, it is better not to cause more troubles. But that guy is Drake? Corrupted Marine? Or Marine undercover? Luffy glanced at the people sitting on the building, and didn't intend to pay too much attention. The current Luffy is no longer on the same level as them. Under the perception of Luffy's observation haki, Drake's aura at this time was not even comparable to the 3 of Zoro. That's right, after all, it's just a pirate who has just arrived at Sabayati Archipelago, and even haki has never been a master, so how can he be strong? Just as Luffy and the others continued to move forward, a man with 2 strands of curly hair was running towards Luffy and the others from the direction Luffy and the others were heading. The man covered his neck with his hands, as if trying to remove something from his neck. If you look carefully, you can see that there is a collar locked around the man's neck. Please. Hey, I'm begging you. 99. Let go of me, I don't want to die yet. Hey, who's all, do you have an axe or a saw? Whatever it is. Please lend me. I'm just going to break this collar. It won't endanger you. 55. I've given up on going to New World. While running, the man shouted to the pedestrians around him. Looking at him, he seemed to be praying for someone to help him take off the collar of 670. But obviously no one around him dared to pay attention to the running man. In this piece of Sabayati Archipelago, the only people who can put collars on people and let the collared people run around, only those who claim to be descendants of the Creator. In the face of celestial dragons, these people who had just been talking to Luffy and his group, who were ready to watch a good show, all turned into a submissive look. No one dared to pay attention to the man who was calling for help. Luffy. Looking at the pedestrians around who didn't dare to step forward to help, and even looked like they couldn't avoid it. Nami looked at Luffy and seemed to want to ask Luffy if he wanted to shoot. Don't worry about him, he is a pirate himself, and it doesn't matter if such a person is killed by a group of pigs. 35. If it was just a civilian, Luffy would even help him take off the collar, but the man in front of him who was trying to escape and calling for help was a pirate. In the face of pirates, who have nothing to do with him, Luffy has no obligation to take action. If it were encountered under normal circumstances, Luffy might not be able to kill the opponent directly. That's it. 35. Since it's a pirate, Nami naturally won't say anything more. However, Nami was still a little curious about such a situation, and wanted to see how the so-called celestial dragons were different from ordinary people. Chapter 276 Celestial Dragons. Help me! Luffy and the others, who were not far from the man, could still feel the residual heat after the explosion. That's the dog of the celestial dragons, they all wear this kind of hood, and they feel it's insulting to breathe the same air as everyone else. 39. Have you gotten used to being a dog with celestial dragons? Don't even have human dignity? Boom! Celestial dragons, the female celestial dragons who was looking around to see if there was a slave who was looking at her eyes, lit up when she saw the Straw Hat crew who was still standing there. It's better to get the woman first and talk about other things. Once the celestial dragons are impatient, they will only be killed by one shot. Hey, father, look, there is a woman with wings over there. Can you take her to me? And even the bounty hunters, Luffy and others who have fought against Marine and the world government many times, will eventually be rewarded as criminals. Luffy, what should I do? The direction was clearly Luffy and the others. This can't help but remind Konis of the way that when Enel was still ruling on Sky Island, those who unintentionally offended Enel were punished by thunder and lightning from Enel. Elder celestial dragons also saw Konis with wings. The soldiers behind the two celestial dragons immediately agreed when they heard the old celestial dragon's words. Can you prepare me a new slave? The two celestial dragons approached slowly. One of the female celestial dragons looked at the charred corpse and said to an elderly celestial dragon who was already very old. Konis covered his mouth and looked at the man who fell to the ground in disbelief. After seeing Garp's Galtino and others, I understand why Luffy has a grandfather of a marine hero, but he did not become marine, but embarked on the path of a pirate. However, these celestial dragons actually do not know how to beat Konis. Damn, what the hell are those guys at Straw Hat Crew doing? Seeing why the celestial dragons don't kneel down, do they want to kill us? Oh, no, it's still useful, maybe it will die faster. Looking at the two soldiers standing in front of him, Luffy spoke lightly. A violent explosion sounded from the man, and the man's screams were buried in the explosion. Are these guys crazy? Trying to do something to celestial dragons? That indifferent tone, as if speaking of a beast that can be handled easily. The old celestial dragons also did not take this charred body to heart, and only spoke of the female celestial dragons with a slightly critical tone. Pat pat ta. Sure enough, while the dog was still urinating, the surrounding pedestrians knelt down one after another, even those pirates who were arrogant just now were no exception. Humph, who told them not to have eyes, and they don't know how to kneel when they see celestial dragons, they deserve it. What bullshit celestial dragons, in the eyes of Zoro and others, there is no reason why celestial dragons can't be cut. The intense firelight disappeared, and the man lay in the rubble covered in black, with scorched black smoke constantly coming out of his body. Are these people really unable to get up after kneeling for a long time? They don't know how to resist, but they actually blame those who resist. Hey, you guys, bring that woman here. If they do, they will definitely attract Marine Admiral. At that time, including them, they will not be able to escape. The actions of Zoro and others caused a commotion among those kneeling around. Obviously, the actions of Luffy's group exceeded their expectations. There was a gloating look in the eyes of those kneeling around, as if they were wise for their kneeling. Cold sweats began to form on the foreheads of those kneeling, and this was no joke. But when he saw the Straw Hat crew standing still where celestial dragons must pass, his tone couldn't help but bring a ferocious taste. It's the angel of Straw Hat crew, and she's been spotted by celestial dragons. Do you really think the celestial dragon's identity would be useful in front of Luffy? Cold sweat broke out from time to time on his forehead, for fear that the slow answer would make celestial dragons unhappy, and then he should be unlucky. Just when everyone was still silent because of the man who was killed by the bombing, a big dog with an air hood on his head walked up to the man who was killed by the bombing. He raised one of his hind legs and urinated at the corpse of the man who was still smoking black smoke. Cammy has retreated to Luffy's side, and said to Luffy and the others with a trembling body. This is already the first time you broke it. It seems that your training skills are still not at home. The man who was running towards Luffy and the others saw that Luffy and the others had no intention of moving away, and hope flashed in his eyes. Saying that, two soldiers jumped over everyone and walked in front of Luffy and the others. As for those who didn't want to kneel, they quietly retreated behind the shadows, or left here quickly. Hey, soldier, do you hear me? Why don't you go get someone for my daughter? As a mermaid, she did not dare to walk in front alone, and celestial dragons had great interest in these mermaids. Seemingly found something of interest, he said to the elderly celestial dragons beside him. Although he is also interested in this woman with wings, but since his daughter has spoken, it is not easy for him to snatch his daughter's slave. Yes, Lord Roswald. That's why I didn't plan to become a marine. I can't protect this scum. The two armored soldiers who came to Luffy and the others pointed to conies behind Luffy and shouted loudly. Those on their knees dared not look at the two celestial dragons that were approaching. However, Luffy's plain words rang in everyone's ears. At the same time, two people with bubble hoods walked over slowly surrounded by a group of people. Although the group of pirates in front of them did not kneel when they saw celestial dragons, the soldiers obviously didn't care about this now. Zoro and others are also in a fighting posture. Obviously, as long as Luffy gives an order, they will attack without hesitation. Seeing the people around them all kneeling in fear after seeing celestial dragons, Nami realized what the so-called celestial dragons really are. Father, you broke another one. Nami and the others silently looked at the people who were kneeling on the ground. Although they were far apart, Nami and the others still heard what they said clearly. Hey, what are those guys trying to do? Aren't they trying to kill celestial dragons? Are they trying to kill us? Wang Zhao's, doing that will attract Marine Admiral. The appearance of the dog in front of him means that celestial dragons is coming soon. Chapter 277 Overlord. You bastard, do you know what you're talking about? Although Luffy was only speaking to the two soldiers in front of him, because of the celestial dragons, the people kneeling on the ground didn't dare to make a sound. There are naturally many people who have seen Conqueror's haki on the field, however, the Conqueror's haki they have seen has never been able to achieve this level. He looked sharply at the two celestial dragons, who had been terrified. With the final step out, Luffy was already standing in front of the two celestial dragons. But Luffy directly called celestial dragons scum in front of celestial dragons, which made those people fall into shock and panic. The hated face covered under the bubble head hood was already in cold sweat at this time. The old celestial dragons had the same angry expression, but because the female celestial dragons had already given orders, he didn't say anything else. What is that pariah talking about? He calls us scumbags? Does he know that standing in front of him are the noble celestial dragons, the descendants of the 20 kings who created the world government? It's just a bunch of pigs. Do you really think that no one dares to do anything to you? The soldiers who bore the brunt of it all rolled their eyes and fell to the ground as soon as they came into contact with this momentum. In addition to the two soldiers who were already standing in front of Luffy, those behind celestial dragons also stepped forward and raised their weapons against Luffy and the others. Those around who were still awake couldn't help but change their expressions after hearing Luffy's words. This guy really wants to take a shot at celestial dragons, damn, does he really want to get Marine Admiral? Then there was an uproar. Then, the female celestial dragons yelled hysterically. The heart that originally wanted to watch the excitement was now restless. While Luffy only stunned the soldiers who surrounded them, no one thought Luffy's conqueror's haki was only that far. Yes, yes. The tone was calm, but under the constant release of conqueror's haki, every word reverberated in the hearts of everyone around. There was nothing wrong with Luffy saying that the soldiers were the dogs of the celestial dragons. The pirate world of Nyuta will be smothered by a few celestial dragons. It was the 20 kings who created the world government, not you. Let's not mention the means by which the 20 kings created the world government, but what does this have to do with you? The surrounding wooden houses began to break inch by inch, and the branches of the mangroves also swayed under this momentum, causing the leaves to rustle. They are sure that after today, the name of Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, will resound through the sea again. I wanted to leave, but my feet couldn't move. Luffy's indifferent words made the two soldiers standing opposite to burst into anger. They couldn't help holding the long spear in their hands and aimed them at Luffy and the others. These soldiers who don't know how to resist, as well as Marine who dare not resist the world government, are all responsible. Do you think if you move you will attract Marine Admiral? So no one dares to move you? The eyes of the two celestial dragons were no longer the same as before. At this moment, there was only deep fear in their eyes. Guards, let me catch that rebellious pirate, remember, catch me alive, I want him to be my slave, I want him to know that celestial dragons is the most noble existence in this world. The release of Conqueror's haki didn't stop, but aside from those soldiers, Luffy didn't stun celestial dragons and those around him. Then, it was a deep shock. Although Luffy did not stun all the people present, but even so, the shocking effect of Conquerors still caused everyone present to fall into a brief sluggishness. But he didn't even know why he shook his head. At this point, the two celestial dragons couldn't hear what Luffy was saying, they only shook their heads in fear, as if denying something. Conqueror's haki poured out like a tide, sweeping everyone on the field. Buzz! So even though Luffy's voice was not loud, it still fell into the ears of everyone present. Does this guy really not know what kind of existence celestial dragons is? Oh? Didn't you hear me? Then I'll say it again, you people, let's call you people, are you really not ashamed to be those scumbags? 35. Luffy took a step toward the two celestial dragons that were still standing there. Looking at the soldiers who surrounded him and others, Luffy looked awe-inspiring. Calm footsteps, but every step seems to step on the hearts of the two celestial dragons. Wanting to threaten, he opened his mouth wide, but found that he couldn't make any sound. The two celestial dragons also heard Luffy's words, and after a short delay, they fell into a deep rage. Of course, there are also good deeds. Those pirates who retreated in the shadows, neither leaving nor kneeling, all showed interest. Then let's see if the Marine Admiral who came here can save you from me. Shaking their confused heads, those who are still able to stay awake want to see, what will Luffy do next? The cracked wooden houses around tell them that this guy's Conqueror's haki is absolutely terrible. Luffy kept walking, still walking towards the two celestial dragons step by step. After Luffy said this, the scene fell into a dead silence. The two celestial dragons looked terrified and wanted to retreat, but couldn't move, because of the intangible aura. Hey, how dare you say such a thing in front of celestial dragons? Just based on this, I think the reward of 350,670 for the Straw Hat Boy is reasonable. 39. Quiet. Drake, who was sitting on the roof, also didn't leave. With Zoan Devilfruit's excellent hearing, he also heard what Luffy said. Luffy's eyes narrowed, and an invisible momentum swept out like a gust of wind, heading straight for the soldiers who surrounded him and others. This guy dares to say in front of celestial dragons that celestial dragons are scum, lunatic, really lunatic. This is Conqueror's Haki? 55. You don't protect the civilians who should be protected by you. Instead, you help these scumbags to bully civilians. I'm really ashamed of you so-called soldiers. This guy's Conqueror's Haki is so strong. With Luffy's constant approach, Conqueror's Haki's deterrence continued to strengthen, but Luffy controlled it to the extent that it wouldn't stun them. This guy in the straw hat, do you know who is standing in front of him? Chapter 278 Sengoku and Garp. What did you say? Straw Hat kidnapped 2 celestial dragons. Of course, the old bastard didn't tell himself that Ace was Roger's biological son. Bastard Garp, can you not kick the door when you enter? This door costs hundreds of thousands of Baileys. At this time, Garp didn't show his signature smirk again, and his wrinkled face showed a little confusion at this time. Hearing Sengoku's question, Garp just laughed a few times without explaining anything. The 5 elders' request to send Kizaru to the Sabayati archipelago at this time already gave Sengoku a headache. Sleep and eat donuts. You also said that I am a marine, and my duty is to protect civilians from pirates, not to protect those scumbags. Then, the door of the office was kicked away, and an old man with a bag of donuts walked in without hesitation. Sengoku never thought that he, an old friend who has always been heartless since he knew him, but who has always been firm in his righteous heart, would begin to question his own justice at this time. Sengoku glanced at the marshal's office where the door was kicked open, and stopped talking. Then he reacted quickly and grabbed Sengoku by the neck, as if to want Sengoku to spit out the donut he ate. Don't forget, you were the one who defeated Rocks and saved celestial dragons from him, do you regret it now? Also, what do you think of the marshal's office? Don't forget, you've always been a marine, Garp. Garp stopped laughing, and instead of answering questions about Luffy and Ace, asked about Sengoku instead. I just had a fight with Aokiji some time ago and escaped from Aokiji unharmed. The so-called solution can only hope that Kizaru can save the 2 celestial dragons, and Sengoku does not expect to catch Straw Hat Crew. Especially when he saw Garp lying on the sofa without image while stuffing donuts in his mouth, Sengoku almost exploded. Others don't know Luffy's strength, how can Sengoku not know? Garp stared blankly as Sengoku devoured all his donuts. Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp's eyes lit up, as if he had heard something interesting. Then he tilted his head and poured all the remaining donuts in the bag into his mouth. Gee! Asshole! Don't forget you're a marine. 99. Seeing Garp like this, Sengoku broke the defense again. He couldn't believe it, this old guy really didn't want to say anything at all? Sengoku slapped himself on the forehead, and he knew that asking the old guy about celestial dragons wouldn't get any good results. 0. Since celestial dragons can't make you old guy react, so you have to react? After Sengoku finished speaking, he wanted to get up and go back to his desk. What makes such an old sailor with a firm heart of justice question himself? Don't make trouble, you know what I'm talking about, your grandson hijacked celestial dragons, aren't you going to give an explanation? Luffy, if that guy Kizaru can catch Luffy, then catch it. As I said at the beginning, if that kid Luffy becomes a pirate, I won't show mercy. 35. Garp also sat up from the sofa, his face returned to his previous heartless expression. Then what happened to that Ace? You old bastard didn't tell me he was the son of that guy Roger. Cough, cough, let go, I'm dying, cough, bastard, do you want to kill me? Oh? Luffy kidnapped celestial dragons. Snapped. But at this time, if another admiral is sent over, will the Whitebeard pirates still fight? What is he confused about? Garp didn't care about the furious Sengoku at all, but replied in a serious manner. However, Sengoku didn't intend to let Garp go like this. How could Garp sleep here so easily after all the trouble of the whole family? Can this world with celestial dragons really carry out our justice, Sengoku? 35. No, I've never regretted it. Not for saving celestial dragons, but for solving rocks with Roger, 99. Ah, my donuts, stunned bastard Sengoku, I'm fighting you. What do you think? Are you stealing my donuts? Of course I want to beat you up. Yeah, I'm a marine after all. 4 flowers 0. Seeing Garp like this, Sengoku knew that Garp was trying to fool around again. 66 Number 3. Hey, Sengoku, what are you doing? I can hear you yelling from afar. Garp. Just when Sengoku was having a headache, Garp's carefree voice came from outside. Ahahaha. As old friends for many years, Sengoku and Garp can be said to have nothing to talk about. Now that I understand the entanglement of Conqueror's haki, can I really catch the other with just one Kizaru? Kizaru has been sent to Sabaody Archipelago before, and should have arrived at the battlefield now. I hope it can be solved as soon as possible. You old bastard, stop giving me sloppy eyes. Seeing that the door of the office was kicked away, Sengoku's brows twitched into a word. Damn celestial dragons, these bastards can really cause trouble, can't they restrain themselves at this juncture? 35. Garp lay on the sofa indifferently, although there was no strange expression on his face, but no one knew what he was thinking at the moment. Sengoku hung up the phone, pinched his eyebrows with a headache, and couldn't help scolding Garp in his heart. Sengoku suddenly turned his head and looked at Garp with a solemn expression. Damn Garp, your grandson can really give people problems, but it's still this time. No, that's not questioning his own justice, his justice has never changed. What about your grandson? I already sent Kizaru there, so aren't you afraid that Kizaru will arrest him? Breaking free from Garp's hand, Sengoku rubbed the neck that Garp had just caught, coughing several times. After the fight was over, Sengoku sat next to Garp and asked Garp's puzzled questions. Sengoku took a deep look at Garp and didn't continue to struggle with the issue. With blue veins bulging on his forehead, Sengoku walked from his seat to Garp and snatched the bag of donuts from Garp's hand without Garp's defense. Hey, Garp, what the hell are you thinking? Sengoku, do you think this world is normal? Sengoku gave a loud shout. Garp stuck his little finger into his nostrils, and said foolishly while clasping his booger. Naval Headquarters Marineford, Sengoku's office, suddenly heard Sengoku's roar. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 279 Supernovas. Hey, something is wrong. In other mangrove areas of Sabaody Archipelago, there are constantly pirates running and reporting. Boom! A pirate who was a little flustered didn't see clearly in front of him, and suddenly bumped into a man. The person who was hit did not take a half step back. Instead, it was the pirate who hit the man, whose center of gravity was unstable, and fell to the ground with one buttocks. The pirate, who had a bad temper in the first place, was about to scold him, but before he could speak, a hand grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Then, a familiar voice entered the pirate's ears. Tell me what happened? Although the tone was calm, it gave off a vicious feeling. Shib. Captain Kidd. The pirate who was being carried by the collar raised his head, and what he saw was a man with a striking red spiky head, a pair of sunglasses and no eyebrows on the forehead of 670. The pirate immediately recognized the man in front of him, and he was one of the 13 new superstars who logged into Sabaody Archipelago this time, and the Captain Kidd, who offered a reward of 315 million Baileys. The pirate trembled in fear after knowing that the man holding him was the infamous Captain Kidd. Unlike other supernovas, Captain Eustace Kidd is said to be a powerful man with a cruel personality who likes to kill innocents indiscriminately, so he has such a high bounty. If you fall into his hands, you won't be killed by him, right? Stop talking nonsense, tell me what happened. Kidd doesn't care if he's scared or not, if he doesn't answer his own question, he'll just kill him. Anyway, this is the unstoppable area where the numbers are high. Yes, I'll just say, Don't kill me, don't kill me. The pirate who was caught by the collar immediately opened his mouth and did not dare to struggle. Kid let go of his collar and motioned for him to continue. The pirate staggered back 2 steps, did not dare to escape, rubbed his aching neck, and said, "Yes, it is Marine Admiral Kizaru to the Sabayati archipelago." "Hey, you're not lying, are you? Marine is preparing for the Whitebeard pirates, how can you send Marine Admiral here?" Of course Kid knew about the biggest news in the newspapers lately. And Marine publicly executed Ace's purpose, as long as anyone who knows a little about the Whitebeard pirates knows. "So, this time you told me that Marine Admiral is coming to Sabayati archipelago? Isn't that a joke?" Hearing Kid's words, a man behind Kid who was wearing a hood and couldn't see his face was about to raise the sickle in his hand. "No, I'm not lying, it's the Straw Hat Pirates, Straw Hat Luffy, he hijacked 2 celestial dragons and brought Marine Admiral in." Seeing that he might be killed, the pirates quickly told the information they knew. Chong! The sharp sickle stopped less than an inch from the neck, and the skin could already feel the edge of the blade. The pirate minion swallowed hard. If he was half a second later, he might have fallen to the ground. "Straw Hat Boy? Ha ha, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that guy to be able to do more things than me. Now I kind of understand why that guy has a higher bounty than me." After hearing the words of the pirates, Kid covered his face and began to laugh wildly. "How about we leave the Sabayati archipelago?" Kira took back the scythe, and since the pirate minion said something that interested Kid, let him spare his life. "Hey? Leave? Why should I leave? That guy in the straw hat did such a thing, and I can't wait to meet him." The pirate minions looked at Kid, who was laughing in cold sweat, and didn't dare to move. Even if the other party would kill him at any time, he would not dare to make the slightest move. After all, this moody person, who knows if his actions will make him die faster? But the other party has attracted Marine Admiral, and maybe he will be caught soon. From Kira's point of view, Luffy, the new superstar Straw Hat Boy, should be similar in strength to him and the others, so he can't possibly be Marine Admiral's opponent. Then I'll have to take a look, otherwise, I may never see the man who can crush me. Ha 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 ha. 35. Kid didn't deny Kira's words either. Although he is arrogant, Kid is not stupid. Facing Marine Admiral, the Straw Hat can only be killed or caught. However, even so, Kid still wants to go and see, what qualifications does that man have, and the bounty can be higher than himself. "I understand." Kira didn't remind Kid that Kizaru was there was no need for that. Kid wouldn't joke about the lives of his subordinates. "Hey, where are the Straw Hats?" Kid looked at the pirate who was still trembling, and asked with a slightly excited tone. At 441 Mangrove." The pirate minions didn't dare to hide it, and immediately revealed the location they knew. "Okay, little ones, let's go and see what kind of people the Straw Hats are, and see the power of Marine Admiral by the way." Ha 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 ha. Kid pushed away the pirate who was standing in front of him and dared not move, waved his hand, and shouted to the crew behind him. "Oh!" Kid's subordinates responded loudly and excitedly, and then followed Kid to number 41 Mangrove area. How could such a thing happen? Damn Straw Hats, they're all in the Sabayati archipelago, can't they restrain themselves? Kid and others left the restaurant not far away. Jewelry Bonnie, a big-stomach girl, was swallowing a chicken leg without any image, and she kept muttering in her mouth. The conversation between Kid and the others naturally couldn't escape Jewelry Bonnie's ears. Now, she only feels a pain in her head, and even the meat in her mouth is not fragrant. "Old boss, should we run away?" On the side, Jewelry Bonnie's subordinates were sweating profusely looking at Jewelry Bonnie who was eating and drinking, and asked nervously. "Hey? Although Kid isn't a good bastard, but he's right, how can someone like Straw Hat not take a look?" 99. Jewelry Bonnie swallowed the last piece of meat in his mouth, jumped back to the ground from the table, and also waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to go to the number 41 mangrove. This is not good, there is Marine Admiral there. Didn't we die in the past? When Jewelry Bonnie's subordinates heard that Jewelry Bonnie was going to number 41 Mangrove District, they immediately opened their mouths to dissuade him. However, it was obvious that Jewelry Bonnie would not listen to their advice, strode out with slender legs and walked towards the 41st Mangrove area. His subordinates, you look at me, I look at you, and can only helplessly keep up. Chapter 280 Supernovas, continued. Captain, shall we go? Sitting at the table not far from the original Jewelry Bonnie, Trafalgar's group, the Fur Bear Man Bebo, looked at their captain curiously. Compared with Kid and Jewelry Bonnie, Trafalgar Luo was obviously calmer than the previous two, and did not leave the table immediately. Marine Admiral. Trafalgar Luo groaned, he knew his own strength, and now he can't even beat that man, let alone Marine Admiral. But let's go see too. 39. Luo was crying while holding the demon knife, thinking about his future plans while he got up. If the Straw Hats were capable of escaping Marine Admiral, maybe they could be pulled together against the man and the 4 emperors. Moreover, there is no need to wait for Straw Hat crew to escape. If they can show enough strength, with the ability of OPOP fruit, they may be able to save them. At that time, even if it is a negotiation, the master will be able to take the initiative. But we can't go all the way. Except for Beppo, Peking, and Shaky, everyone else will go back to the pirate ship first. If there is any emergency, we can also respond immediately. Watching Marine Admiral is not a good job, and it is naturally the best for Luo's subordinates to not go. Clear. Therefore, the Heart Pirates were divided into 2 groups. Trafalgar Ro took the Bear Man Beppo and 2 other crew members, Peking and Shaky, to Mangrove number 41, while the others returned to the pirate ship first. The Trafalgar Roman guy is a good person. He knows how to plan things before he does things, and he is much smarter than that idiot kid and that unreasonable woman. Although they are both captains of Pirate Supernova, but sitting in the same restaurant at this time, these supernovas did not fight. Capone Beeg took the last bite of dessert, took the tissue handed over by his hand, wiped his mouth, and said leisurely. Behind him, 2 men in black suits stood still, and they did not dare to answer Capone Beeg's self-talk. Because Capone Beeg didn't let them talk, if he spoke without permission, he would be greeted by a steaming bullet. But since there is such a lively thing happening, you can take a look, you 2 come back. Capone Beeg stood up and turned his head to the 2 men behind him. Yes. The 2 men agreed and walked to Capone Beeg from behind. A faint red light appeared in front of Capone Beeg, and it came out from his chest, opening a door like a castle. His 2 men stepped forward, and the moment they touched the red light, their bodies began to shrink. Eventually, the 2 minions appear inside the portal opened by Capone Beeg's chest. Putting his men into the inner castle, Capone Beeg glanced at another supernova captain in the restaurant, and strode out. And the person he glanced at also stood up from his original seat. After standing up, only to find that the big man in front of him was almost 3 meters tall, with wings that were much smaller than his size growing on his back. And in his hand, a bounty is being held tightly by him. The big man grinned, threw the bounty in his hand, and said to the men behind him, "Go and see what's going on with my compatriots." After speaking, Uraj took his huge hexagonal pencil and walked out of the restaurant first. Seeing this, his subordinates also followed Uraj. In midair, the reward order dropped by Uraj was fluttering, and finally landed on the dining table. The avatar on the reward order is a beautiful woman with golden hair, and behind the woman is a pair of snow-white wings that can wrap her entire body. That is the Straw Hat Pirates, Angel Koniza's bounty. In the same way, on the other side not far from where Kid and others were originally, the Hawkins Pirates are gathering there. Captain Basil Hawkins, with long blonde hair draped behind him, sat expressionlessly on a rock. In front of him, at this time, cards were suspended, and his hands kept moving between the cards, as if some kind of ritual was going on. "Captain Hawkins, are we really going there? Marine Admiral is not something we can contend with." Hawkins' subordinates were all wrapped in black robes. At this moment, one of his subordinates asked. These subordinates wore black robes of the same style, and the whole person was wrapped in black robes, making it impossible to see their appearance. Coupled with Hawkins' divination like a magician at this time, people have to wonder if this is a group of MLM organizations. Basil Hawkins did not immediately answer the question of his subordinates, but continued to move the cards suspended in front of him. Soon, after Basil Hawkins moved the last card, he put away all the cards. "Today we do not appear dead." Basil Hawkins got up, his blonde hair was scattered behind his back, and with what he said, he looked a bit like a genius. After saying this, Basil Hawkins took the lead in walking towards the number 41 mangrove. Those subordinates followed quietly and did not issue any more questions. 670 ba ba ba. Basil Hawkins, Capone Beeg, Uraj, Jewelry Bonnie, Eustace Kid, Trafalgar Law, they're all an incredible group of guys who all want to go to Mangrove 41. However, I didn't see another big man there, Drake. Did he hide in fear? Or is he already there? Ah ba ba. Since that's the case, let me take a look at the situation. On the roof of the restaurant, a man in a pink robe with long braids and weirdly cut arms looked at the superstars who were leaving alone. After muttering for a while by himself, the man with a syllable on the chest of his clothes, Skulachman Apu, jumped up. I saw him swinging his weird arms as if running, jumping between the roofs, and the direction he was heading towards was also the number 41 mangrove area. Then, those guys are the supernovas of this issue? Kid and their movements attracted the attention of everyone in this area. These people are completely incomprehensible to their actions. Why are these guys going when they know there's Marine Admiral there? Do they think they can get away with Marine Admiral? 5. For Marine Admiral, these ordinary pirates have an instinctive fear. Chapter 281 The Arrival of Kizaru. Hey? Came so soon? Is it because something happened to pass by here? Or what is Marine's plan? You stay away, the next battle may be a little fierce. Instead, he looked at Luffy, who was standing in the field at this time, with an interested expression, and was already the focus of the audience. At this moment, Zoro and the others finally realized that something was wrong with the old man. And just as the scene fell into this eerily calm state, a shining yellow light beam shot straight towards Luffy's chest from nowhere. The speed of the beam attack cannot be seen by the naked eye at all. Could it be said that this is a speed of light attack? Although he said so, the old man's face showed no reverence for the most noble existence he said. But despite this appearance, no one dared to take the lead. The Conqueror's haki, which was enough to shatter the house just now, deeply shocked them. After the two celestial dragons finally fainted from the shock of Conqueror's haki, Luffy's observation haki sensed the powerful aura that had struck. At this moment, an old man appeared beside Zoro and others at some point. The old man sat on the ground without any image and explained to Zoro and others. Gosh! Celestial dragons are down, that guy in the straw hat won't kill celestial dragons, will he? You straw hat crew, you really don't know how high the sky is, and you dare to touch the celestial dragons. Don't you know that the celestial dragons are the most noble existence in this world? When these people saw the beam, they immediately recognized that it was Marine Admiral Kizaru's attack. This light, it's Kizaru. Here comes Kizaru. Yellow, Kizaru. I just decided in my heart that I must practice hard in the future, and I can't let Luffy face it alone every time I encounter a strong enemy. Zoro has a serious face, such an attack, with the current strength range of his observation haki, he may have been attacked when he sensed it. Is it because they are civilians? But for civilians, shouldn't they be more afraid when they see this situation? Nami and the others, who had already retreated to the side of the street, did not feel the pressure from Marine Admiral for the first time. Are all Marine Admirals this tall? Then, a slow voice with a strange tone entered the ears of everyone present. And in the smog, a tall figure had already stood there. A series of explosions came from the place where the laser was swept, and at the same time, billows of dust were raised. The pirates, who had hoped to use this time to escape, suddenly seemed to have lost all hope and slumped on the ground. Including the current Luffy, there is also an urge to beat Kizaru. That face is really full of sarcasm. And after hearing Zoro's words, the old man's face was startled, and the corners of his mouth twitched, his head slightly lowered. If he didn't know that he was one of Marine's most powerful admiral, or just like he looked like now, there might be someone who couldn't help but want to beat him up wherever he went. His short black hair was a little curly, with a pair of sun eyes, a circle of stubble on his face, wrinkles on his forehead, and his mouth was pouted for some reason. Marine Admiral, who was supposed to give a rather majestic feeling, gave off a rather wretched feeling because of his pouted mouth and the clumps of wrinkles on his forehead. The billowing smoke dissipated, revealing the complete appearance of the silhouette that suddenly appeared. Is there a height limit for Marine Admiral? Those under 3 meters cannot become Marine Admiral? Just let Zoro and the others retreat a little bit. They are not suitable for head-to-head with the Marine prize. Of course, there are also pirates who don't believe in evil and want to sneak away quickly before Kizaru appears, but before they can act, the shining lasers have already swept over. Those pirates who originally wanted to escape were now scorched black and spit black smoke on their knees and crawled on the ground, while the others who were not attacked were covered in cold sweat on their foreheads. Ha! Celestial dragons? Our captain said it, those are just a bunch of scumbags, Wang Zhao's. If you can't help but want to do it, just do it. The laser beam that was dodged by Luffy shot into the ground behind Luffy, blasting up a piece of sand and blasting a deep pit behind Luffy. And after recognizing it, there was a burst of despair, and it came so quickly, obviously no one notified Marine. The glasses on the eyes reflected a white glow in the sunlight. However, the attack just now, is the Devil Fruit's ability? 35. It's Kizaru's height, thinking of Aokiji he met before, which is also more than 3 meters tall. Luffy's body side, lightly dodged the sudden laser beam. He was more than 3 meters tall, wearing a suit with yellow and white stripes, and a marine hipster with the words Justice on the back. Ignoring the celestial dragons who had already fainted, Luffy didn't let Zoro and the others tie up the 2 celestial dragons. It was originally the existence with the highest bounty among this batch of supernovas, and the exaggerated conqueror's haki just now made them dare not act rashly. Someone had already stood up from the ground, and since celestial dragons had fainted, there was no need for them to continue kneeling. And after hearing what the old man said, he just repeated what Luffy said before. Hey? Then your captain is really an interesting person. The pirates around are not like Zoro and the others. They just went out to sea not long ago and don't know much about Marine. Damn, whether or not the celestial dragons are dead, we are all dead. Marine Admiral will definitely come, and then we will not be able to escape. Boom. Has the ability to turn the body into light, and is capable of light speed attack and light speed movement. 95. At this time, the pirates who stood up looked at Luffy and his party angrily, as if they wanted to sell to Luffy and the others. The others around were sweating coldly and looking like they were about to die, but this old man was still in the mood to laugh. Boom. Although a little unwilling, Zoro and others did not object to Luffy's statement. Nami and the others thought nonsensically. For the old man in front of him, Zoro and the others didn't find anything wrong, they just thought that the old man had been sitting here before. The pirates and civilians around did not know that Marine Admiral was about to arrive at this time, and they only saw the 2 celestial dragons, which fell in front of Luffy. Oh, there are so many pirates gathered here, it's really scary. 66 Marine Admiral Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters, one of Marine's highest combat power, and the ability of Logia Sparkling Fruit. Chapter 282 Mutual Temptation. What's more, he and others are still the perpetrators. If they are civilians at this time, shouldn't they stay away from themselves and others? What happened to this old man now? Instead of feeling scared, he looked at Luffy and Kizaru in the field with a look of interest. Are the old men now so afraid of death? Well, may I ask who you are? Now that Luffy and the others hadn't fought, Nami was still in the mood to ask who the old man in front of him was. But even if the fight broke out, Nami would not be as nervous as before. Although Luffy and Aokiji didn't see the match between Luffy and Aokiji last time, Luffy finally came back safe and sound, which made Nami full of confidence in the current Luffy. And, even if he couldn't beat him, Nami didn't think Luffy would be caught or killed. Seeing that Marine attaches so much importance to celestial dragons, although the two celestial dragons fainted, Luffy hasn't hit a killer yet, and they can completely negotiate with these two celestial dragons. So, rather than worrying about Luffy, Nami is now more interested in the old man in front of him. Intuition tells Nami that the old man in front of him is not a simple role. If this old man really had enough power, he might be able to help Luffy because he was so interested in Luffy. Me? My name is Rayleigh, and I'm a coder now. The old man did not hide his name, but generously informed Nami and others. Rayleigh? You are Rayleigh. Back here with Nami and others, Cammy and Papago looked at Rayleigh in surprise after hearing Rayleigh's answer. Oh? Could it be that you have heard my name? Although a little surprised, Rayleigh is not too surprised. As a pirate, it is not surprising that he has heard his name. Well, I heard Baizai say you before, that you are a very skilled coding worker, we just don't know how to find you? Cammy answered excitedly, but she didn't expect to meet the person Baizai said. Although I haven't met him, I can't get my name wrong, and I'm a coding worker, so I shouldn't get it wrong. Rayleigh was taken aback for a moment, but because of this, he thought he was recognized as the right hand of One Piece. But what is this kind of faint loss? Do you still care about this kind of thing? Rayleigh shook his head amusingly, not expecting himself to be lost because of this kind of thing. Baizai, is it the octopus Hachi? But the mermaid girl said Baizai, it should be Octopus Little 8, right? The only person I know related to mermaid is Octopus Little 8. That's right, Baizai. I heard Baizai mention you before. This time, Luffy and the others are looking for a coding worker. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Hearing Rayleigh talking about Octopus Hachi, Cammy knew she was right. Baby octopus. Unlike Cammy's excitement when he heard Rayleigh talking about octopus, Nami's face changed a little, and some bad memories came back to his heart. However, Nami immediately shook his head. Octopus Hachi had already been caught by Marine, so he didn't need to worry about it anymore. And, if it wasn't for them, I might never have met Luffy. Although he lost Belmere, he met Luffy himself. The strangeness on Nami's face was only fleeting, but it was still seen by Rayleigh. But Rayleigh didn't say anything. Maybe there was some conflict between her and Xiao Bie, but she hadn't seen Xiao Bie for many years. The conflicts between young people, when they encounter them, they can solve it by themselves. Well, now is not the time to say that. The Straw Hat and Admiral Kizaru are going to fight. 35. While talking to the likes of Zoro Nami, Rayleigh's observation Haki kept an eye on Luffy and Kizaru in the field. Even Rayleigh, facing the ability of Sparkling Fruit, can only use observation Haki to perceive it. At this moment, Luffy, who had been watching Kizaru, suddenly glanced here. His eyes were fixed on where Rayleigh was. Luffy's sudden look made Rayleigh startled again, and then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what an amazing young man! Nami and the others glanced at Rayleigh strangely, not understanding why the grey-haired old man in front of him suddenly burst out laughing. However, now is not the time to care, as Rayleigh just said, Luffy and Kizaru are already fighting. No, or rather, Kizaru's attack has been fired at Luffy. Although I don't know why Rayleigh knew in advance that the two were fighting, it was obvious that Nami and others were more concerned about Luffy's side. Dignified Marine Admiral, do I still need a sneak attack to deal with me, a pirate who has just gone to sea? Luffy flashed the laser light from Kizaru again and looked at Kizaru calmly. The moment he looked at Rayleigh just now, Kizaru seized the opportunity. Marine Admiral, sure enough, are some monsters. Yahahai, are all the new pirates so strong now? It's really scary. Kizaru didn't answer Luffy directly, still in that flat and weird tone. And, have all the supernovas of this class arrived? What a terrible lineup. When Kizaru spoke, several groups of pirates appeared around again. It was the supernovas that had rushed over from the front area. Hey, it seems that the time is right, are you just about to fight? The frantic-looking Eustace glanced at the situation around him, and then turned his attention to the two people in the field. It's just a bunch of frightened rubbish, and there's nothing worthy of special attention. Other supernovas also arrived one after another, and at the same time they looked at the two people in the field. It's a bit odd that there aren't any other marines around, but now is not the time to focus on those things. A transparent beam of light shot straight out, targeting Kizaru who was standing still. Boom! The transparent beam of light penetrated Kizaru's body and also shot into the ground behind Kizaru, splashing a large piece of mud. Looking at Kizaru, where he was penetrated by the transparent beam of light, a dazzling light was shining, reconverging into his original body. Is this a draw? Straw Hat. It was also a momentary opportunity. When I glanced at the supernovas that suddenly appeared around me, I was attacked by the Straw Hat Boy on the opposite side. Yeah, the sneak attack is over. Next, let me see the strength of Kizaru Admiral. To be honest, Kizaru Admiral's face makes you want to punch you. Chapter 283 The Battle Begins. Pfft. Although Luffy's voice was not loud, everyone present nervously looked at the two who were about to fight, and did not make any sound. At this moment, Luffy's plain words clearly fell into the ears of everyone present. Nami couldn't help laughing softly, but when he realized that it was not the time to laugh, he quickly covered his mouth again. The other people around looked like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. After all, it is Marine Admiral, who knows if he laughs out loud, he will be directly killed by the other party. He is not a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, because of the Celestial Dragons, it is impossible to get kindness. These people are not famous, Kizaru may not recognize them, maybe there is a chance to escape. If Kizaru kills him directly for laughing at Kizaru, it will be more than worth the loss. But there is one thing to say, Kizaru's face is really wretched, and finally someone has spoken to everyone's heart. 6699. Kizaru was silent for a while, although he didn't feel angry about this, but since he became Marine Admiral, no one dared to talk about his own face. Now it's better, a young man under 20 years old directly and rudely said that he was wretched in person. Even if the other party is the grandson of Mr. Garp, this time he has to teach him a lesson before letting him go. That's right, Kizaru came to Sabayati Archipelago with the intention of letting people go. What a joke, don't look at Garp's heartless day after day, saying that if Luffy appeared in front of him, he would grab him with his own hands. If he really caught or killed Luffy here, Kizaru believed that he would never be better off. Haha, young people are full of vigor, just say anything. Beside Nami and the others, Rayleigh also chuckled softly, seeming to say with emotion. Rayleigh's chuckle once again attracted the attention of Zoro and the others. How dare this old man laugh? Aren't you afraid of Kizaru attacking him? This guy in the straw hat really dares to say anything, so he won't be afraid of being irritated by Kizaru, so he will kill him directly? 35. Jewelry Bonnie sat cross-legged on the ground and couldn't help speaking after hearing Luffy's words. Is the straw hat owner confident enough to run away from Kizaru? Trafalgar Law crossed his chest with his arms, holding the ghost crying in his arms, murmured thoughtfully. Humph, it's just a guy who doesn't know how to live or die. I'm really stupid for having expectations for him. But despite saying this, Kid didn't leave immediately. Although Admiral Kizaru is indeed a problem for them, but there are so many pirates here, it is not impossible to escape when the time comes. Straw Hat Luffy, have you been kicked by the speed of light? Kizaru didn't care what happened to the pirates around him. After that, Gendarmerie came with pacifists, and these pirates couldn't escape at all. Now, let's settle the Straw Hat Boy first. The two celestial dragons are still lying there. If you can hit it, let's try it. As for Kizaru's light speed kick, it can only be said that as long as the observation Haki master reaches a certain level, he will basically not be kicked by him if he is on guard. The shining yellow light condensed on Kizaru's raised right foot. I don't know if Sparkling Fruit's attack needs to be charged. Anyway, the so-called light speed kick, the forward swing is really long. But when I just watched him release the laser to attack the pirates who wanted to escape, he didn't have any power. Second gear. However, Luffy didn't mean to underestimate the enemy. With a wave of his right hand, he directly entered the second gear mode. It is Marine Admiral anyway, not to mention Sparkling Fruit known for its speed. White steam began to evaporate from Luffy, and Luffy's skin turned red at this moment. This guy, is it on fire? Why is it starting to smoke? For those who don't know the power of Luffy's fruit, Luffy's changes at the moment are completely beyond their expectations. But even if they knew that Luffy ate rubber fruit, Luffy's use of rubber fruit was not something they could understand. Kizaru's right leg that turned into a golden light was still raised, but in the next instant, a golden beam of light shot at Luffy. Boom! Flying dust wafted from where Luffy had just been. At this moment, Luffy was lost from the sight of everyone around. So fast! Kizaru's attack completely exceeded Kid and others' expectations. Although the previous laser was also fast, it was still able to dodge in advance in the case of long distances. But this time, they found that their eyes couldn't keep up with Kizaru's kick. In other words, there was no kick at all, and Kizaru's attack had already reached Luffy's position. That guy in the straw hat, is it just like that? Although the surroundings were filled with dust, and the specific situation could not be clearly seen, in their view, this kind of unresponsive attack could be said to be inevitable. No, no. Kid's pupils shrank suddenly and looked towards where Kizaru was. The others followed Kid's gaze, and behind Kizaru, Luffy's figure appeared there impressively. At the same time, they also saw a different black on Luffy's fist than anywhere else. That's armament Haki. Although Kid himself does not have Master Haki, he has more or less learned about the existence of Haki after coming to the Grand Line. For this kind of thing that can hurt the power of the Logia demon fruit, Kid naturally thought about the power of Master. However, along the way, although I know that there is such power, I don't know how to master it. So until now, Kid et.al. don't have Master Armament Haki. In other words, the guy in the straw hat just dodged Kizaru's attack. Is it because the Master got Observation Haki? He has already mastered the two-color Haki. No wonder the other party has not done much, but the bounty is higher than himself. From this point of view, the guy in the straw hat might indeed be stronger than himself. At least the light speed kick from Kizaru just now, he couldn't dodge it, let alone counterattack in that situation. Really, more and more excited. Kid's expression was hideous, but he was faintly excited. It's really unpleasant to be pulled so much by the Straw Hat Boy who is also a rookie pirate. The black fist still went through Kizaru's body, and it was not able to hurt Kizaru. A golden light shone where Luffy's fist hit. Obviously, the attack just now was sensed by Kizaru Observation Haki, and he turned his body into an element in advance to avoid it. It's Observation Haki and Armament Haki again, and the master is so skilled. The current rookie pirate is really scary. 4. G. Chapter 284 Unbelievable. Has the Straw Hat already mastered observation haki and armament haki? With the previous Conqueror's haki is complete. Oh, is this another big pirate born? The pirates who were watching hadn't thought of it, but after hearing Kizaru's words, they couldn't help but gasp. And listening to the meaning of Kizaru, it is not the meaning of the preliminary master haki, but has been able to use it proficiently. Is such a person really just a rookie pirate who has been out at sea for a few months? Hehe, that guy in the straw hat isn't just skilled at using haki. Rayleigh, who was sitting beside Zoro and the others, said with a white glow in the lens. Although I haven't seen Luffy use other advanced haki. But under the perception of their own observation haki, who can make themselves feel threatened, will they only use haki proficiently? Moreover, the Conqueror's haki who brought him here before 673 is not something that the preliminary masters can do. Rayleigh glanced at the surrounding buildings with many cracks and thought to himself. I just didn't expect that, at such an age, he actually has such strength. How did that guy do it? And, that straw hat, Roger, is that the one you're waiting for? Rayleigh's words surprised Nami and the others. They didn't expect that the humble old man in front of him could actually see Luffy's specific strength. You know, the newspaper has never published the specific strength of Luffy. In other words, the old man in front of him saw Luffy's strength completely by his own eyesight. This old man is really not easy. At this time, Nami and others no longer regarded the old man in front of him as an ordinary coding worker. You careless, Kizaru Admiral. Luffy was not surprised that Kizaru was able to dodge Armament Haki's attack by pre-elementalizing himself. However, did not leave immediately after the elementalization in advance. Is it because of confidence in his own strength? Or did Sengoku not tell them about the battle between me and Aokiji? So at this time, Kizaru doesn't know his true strength? Sakura's pink haki film began to flow on the arm, quickly covering the fist that passed through Kizaru's body. Hearing Luffy's words, Kizaru's pupils under his sunglasses shrank suddenly, and before Luffy's fist-covered emission, his whole body turned into a golden light flashing out. But a flash of red light flashed in Luffy's pupils, and the already condensed emission haki covered his fist and slammed it in one direction. There, a human figure flashing with golden light suddenly appeared. Sakura's pink shockwave directly hit the golden human-shaped light that suddenly appeared. Boom! Kizaru, who had appeared, didn't have time to think, and pushed out his palms, and an invisible wave shot towards the Sakura pink beam of light that came first. With this invisible wave blocking, Kizaru's figure once again turned into a golden glow and appeared on the other side. At this time, Kizaru, who had reappeared in shape, had a part of the suit broken at the cuffs of his hands. Kizaru raised his hands and glanced at his cuffs, his eyes were full of solemnity. It's terrifying. Straw Hat Boy, do you have this level of power now? Although it was still the same dangling appearance as before, only Kizaru knew that he had become serious. Even Mr. Garp can't be this strong at his age? He's a monster. Good boy. Not only armament haki has reached the highest level, but observation haki has also been able to achieve this level. If anyone other than Kizaru saw the extent of the two-color haki that Luffy just showed, it was only Rayleigh who was sitting beside Zoro and the others. Although he has overestimated Luffy's strength as much as possible, Rayleigh did not expect that he still underestimated Luffy. Armament haki, both external and internal destruction, observation haki has been able to briefly foresee the future. Combined with the unparalleled Conqueror's haki shown before, Rayleigh can confirm that this era will be led by Luffy. What happened? Why did Kizaru's sleeves break? However, although Rayleigh could see what had just happened, the pirates present did not have the strength and vision of Rayleigh. Obviously, they just attacked each other for a couple of times. How could Luffy break Kizaru's sleeves in a blink of an eye? Is this guy in the straw hat able to compete with Admiral? What happened at this moment made the pirates' onlookers feel as if they were dreaming. You know, in their concept, Marine Admiral, is completely irresistible existence. However, now, a rookie pirate who is less than 20 years old and has only been out at sea for a few months, has already been able to compete with Marine Admiral. What happened to this world? No one will doubt the strength of Kizaru. After so many years, which pirate was caught by Kizaru, which one is not the famous big pirate? However, Admiral Kizaru, the most famous naval headquarters warrior, had his sleeves smashed when he first fought against Luffy. Although it didn't hurt Kizaru, it was enough to shock them. It's impossible, how could this guy be so strong? The most unbelievable thing about this is Kid, who has always regarded Luffy as his opponent. Although the two had never met before, the bounty was only tens of millions higher than Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy. Kid has always been dissatisfied with the object, always looking for an opportunity to prove that he is better than Luffy. And now you're telling me that Luffy the Straw Hat can take on Admiral? Isn't that a joke? How can Kid be able to bear this? Kid, that guy in the straw hat just happened to hit Kizaru's sleeve, you see Kizaru wasn't hurt at all. 35. For Kid's mood, Kira can fully understand, and now, it can only be explained in this way. I hope 0.4 Kid can see it a little bit. It seems that you can't be treated as an ordinary pirate, and Marshal Sengoku is also true. This guy with the straw hat is so strong, he didn't get any information at all? If Kizaru knew that Sengoku understood Luffy's strength, he didn't know whether Marine Admiral, who was usually lazy, would strike at this. But it's not normal now, the two celestial dragons are still lying there. If you can't solve it properly, you will inevitably be scolded. No, there was a gleam in the eyes under Kizaru's sunglasses. Straw Hat is so strong, I can be forgiven for tying him? As long as the two celestial dragons are taken away, there is no need to waste time here with the Straw Hat Boy. In this way, you don't have to offend Mr. Garp. Perfect. Chapter 285 Dramatic Battle. Straw Hat Boy, are you a rubber fruit person? Lol. If the pirates present were to face the second gear machine gun, Luffy believed that no one here would be able to take it completely, not even Kid and others who were also supernovas. Hearing Kizaru's words, a question number 14 slowly appeared on Luffy's head. Luffy's fist kept colliding with Kizaru's sword of light, and the surrounding road was already dusty from the impact of each collision. Saying this, Kizaru suddenly stretched out his hand in front of him, and as the golden light flashed in his palm, a long sword completely formed of light appeared in his hand. Although the Logia Devil Fruit is not really invincible, there is no doubt that the three Admiral Devil Fruits are extremely powerful. Since you don't want to fight Kizaru, then don't fight. He secretly praised Luffy Shangdao, he was indeed Mr. Garp's grandson, and the sword of light in his hand was swung even more diligently for a while. This guy doesn't want to fight with himself? Although armament haki is covered on the fist, it is only a protective work done because Kizaru's sword of light does damage to the rubber body. However, in their opinion, as long as they eat sparkling fruit, there will be no such thing as defeat. At this time, Rayleigh looked at the two of them with some amusing, and for a while he didn't know what to say. After blocking Kizaru's slash, Luffy glanced out of the corner of his eye to where Nami and the others were. Is it more confidence in your own swordsmanship? Or is there some other purpose? And because it uses speed to achieve the purpose of hitting, it will also lose a part of its power. Although you did show the ability of the second gear, but based on this alone, you say such words, are you serious? But now the two of them don't have the intention to fight with all their strength, so this kind of attack that seems to be fancy, but is actually not very powerful, is very suitable. In the case of Luffy hijacking celestial dragons, it is not enough to take down Luffy. What is this relative? 66, 99. Dang 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 dang. Kizaru's attack wasn't as powerful as it looked, and Luffy's arm didn't feel much force where it touched the lightsaber. And after blocking the attack, Luffy realized something was wrong. It can only be said that the strength limits their vision. Although some of them already know the existence of haki, they have not experienced the advanced use of haki. In this case, for Kizaru, who upholds ambiguous justice, it is also expected to fish in this battle. Although the multi-stage attack is indeed overwhelming, and it can also improve the hit rate through speed, it will consume more physical strength to a certain extent. It's not a wise choice to fight Kizaru with all his strength now. The scene seemed intense for a while. Ice cubes like Aokiji can still be understood, this light condenses and can become solid? Today's Luffy, because observation haki is more powerful, prefers to concentrate his power to deal with the enemy in one blow, rather than use this kind of bells and whistles in a row. 673 These are naturally all thanks to Garp. From the very first punch Luffy got in contact with, Kizaru knew that Luffy understood what he meant. At least in the eyes of those who are not strong enough, this kind of fancy attack is even more shocking in the scene. Although there is Marine on one side and Pirate on the other, Kizaru still knows something about Luffy's gang. The right hand covering armament haki was raised, blocking the attack of the Sword of Light that Kizaru slashed down at extreme speed. Kizaru asked thoughtlessly. You can't eat the invincible Logia Devil Fruit like you, Admiral. Although the scene of Kizaru and Luffy fighting seems to be extremely intense, the surrounding pirates are also shocked by the battle between the two. Since it's a rubber fruit, then you should be afraid of slashing. If that's the case, then the old man is welcome. With a slight force on his arm, he blocked Kizaru's Sword of Light. Like this skill that Luffy commonly used in the original book, Luffy has rarely used it now. Logia Devil Fruit is just that disgusting, and the attack range is ridiculous. Besides, I don't even have the ability to use rubber fruit, so you are so sure that the second gear is the ability of rubber fruit? Luffy didn't understand what Kizaru wanted to do, and even when he knew that Luffy had master armament haki, he had to use this method to target rubber fruit. Although he is a pirate, he has never done anything evil, not to mention he is Garp's grandson. However, this kind of attack, for Kizaru, is no threat at all. Or just a relative of Luffy. Rayleigh didn't know Luffy's identity, so Rayleigh didn't understand Kizaru's behavior at all. Want to use rubber fruit's weakness to attack me? Kizaru Admiral looks down on me too much. Rubber machine gun. Thoughts were flying, but Luffy's movements were not slow. These two guys don't want to fight at all. But don't forget, there is another Rayleigh on the field who is not inferior to the two in terms of vision and strength. Even if you can't beat it, you can escape completely. Tienkong Cloud Sword. However, Kizaru had no intention of killing at all. In this case, Rayleigh couldn't help but wonder if Kizaru was an undercover agent of some pirate force. However, even compared to the one-shot flow, the power of the machine gun is indeed much weaker, but that is only relative. It is terrifying to be able to develop rubber fruit to such an extent. Thinking of Kizaru's character in the original book and his actions at this moment, Luffy instantly understood Kizaru's thoughts. However, now is not the time to study these, although it is said that both of them have already saved the idea of not wanting to fight, but there should be no less in the scene. In his opinion, the strength that Luffy has shown so far, for Marine, should be the target that needs to be obliterated as soon as possible. Especially Kizaru, with the speed of sparkling fruit, if Kizaru made up his mind to attack from a distance, he wouldn't necessarily be able to protect Nami and the others. The seemingly fierce situation between the two of them, but in fact they were fishing, could not be hidden from Rayleigh, who was watching the battle from the sidelines. The moment the Sword of Light was formed, Kizaru's body turned into a flash of light, shooting straight at Luffy. I don't know why Kizaru's Sky Kong Cloud Sword has an entity. Luffy's words aroused the approval of the surrounding pirates. If they could eat sparkling fruit, presumably this situation would not happen now, right? Nami and the others are nearby, and if they really fight with all their strength, there is no guarantee that Kizaru's attack will not affect them. Luffy complained for a while, but he didn't say it, and he didn't know what Kizaru's plan was. As expected of you, Kizaru, in this situation, you are still thinking of fishing. Chapter 286 Change of Events. It's as strong as a monster. Oh? Really? But, you won't let us go anyway, so it's better to kill 2 celestial dragons to help the fun, so even if you kill it, it's not a loss. 35. The other supernovas didn't clearly show any different emotions, and they didn't know whether they didn't care at all, or whether it was the old Yinbai who put all their thoughts into their hearts. This guy is actually so strong, what's the matter with him? Didn't he just go to sea not long ago? At that time, maybe even the world government will send CP agents here. The pirates around are a little unclear, so the 2 of you come and go, and the fight is really fierce. The man in the straw hat is so strong, maybe, you can consider asking the other party to help you deal with that man together. If the expression was a little richer, it would be more like it. But how can I get him to agree to an alliance with him? Sure enough, after hearing Luffy's words, those supernovas who were still a little panicked had a hint of movement in their eyes. Hey? I seem to have accidentally revealed my mission 9. It was as if the 2 were deliberately attacking each other's fists and lightsabers. If Luffy can really compete with Kizaru, he'll have no problem with that man. This kind of thing, let's wait until Zoro and the others have enough strength. But that doesn't prevent Luffy from adding a block to Marine. If someone here can't help but kill 2 celestial dragons, it might disrupt Marine's public execution of Ace's deployment. Luffy looked at Kizaru with a half-smile. Luffy is not afraid of Kizaru's full strength, but there is no guarantee that Marine will send other admiral to arrest him and others. Since he couldn't escape, he had to pull his back, and the celestial dragons, with those 2 bastards on the ground, were undoubtedly the best choice. However, the order I received is to destroy all of you supernovas here. Bastard, how can you really fight like this with Kizaru? Is this guy really that strong? Luffy glanced at the 2 still unconscious celestial dragons and proposed to Kizaru. Likewise, Luffy opened his mouth to Kizaru while he was attacking. Oh? That's a good proposition. This is not just for Kizaru, but also for those supernovas. Noticing Luffy's movements, Kizaru's eyes twitched. What's the matter? Didn't you have a tacit understanding just now? Why is it like this now? Now, if Luffy really kills the 2 celestial dragons directly, it might attract a combat power that has not appeared in the original book. While parrying Luffy's attack, Kizaru didn't forget to say his catchphrase. However, it's easy to misunderstand the way he shows himself. Moreover, the Straw Hat Pirates are not alone. At that time, even if there is only one more admiral, Luffy is not confident that he can keep them. Although Luffy himself doesn't really mean to kill these 2 celestial dragons, at least not, Wang Ziyahao, is close. Kizaru said lightly. The words that made the faces of Kid and the others who came over to watch changed greatly. Even Kid and the others, who are supernovas, can't see that the 2 are actually acting. I thought everyone was half a pound, but you secretly opened up? Otherwise, even if it is Sparkling Fruit's ability, it is impossible for him to use Conqueror's Haki, and the other party has already arrived. Hey? Not because of celestial dragons? Hey, Straw Hat Boy, this kind of thing can't be a joke. The 2 stopped at the same time. Kizaru looked at Luffy curiously, but the eyes hidden under the sunglasses were as calm as ever. I'll give you back these 2 celestial dragons, how about you let us go? How did things become like this? There's no end to this, Kizaru Admiral. Although it was impossible for those supernovas to kill the 2 celestial dragons in their own hands, the Straw Hat Boy in front of him might not be able to defend himself. To say that the world government does not have a strong fighting force, Luffy would not believe it. Not only the supernovas such as Kid were surprised, but even those ordinary pirates were also shocked. Especially the guy Eustaskid, who was looking at the 2 celestial dragons not far away with a grin on his face. What is the reason for Marine to send Marine Admiral to arrest these supernovae at this stall? Good, it's amazing. Luffy was taken aback when he heard Kizaru's words. The target is a supernova? How is that possible? Never before has Marine Admiral come directly to the Sabayati archipelago to block a supernova. Trafalgar Aro watched Luffy and Kizaru fight, rubbing his chin in thought. Although I don't know how strong it is, I always feel that it is very powerful. After all, their current strength is too far behind Luffy and Kizaru, so it's only natural that they can't see it. Hearing the chatter of the pirates around, Kizaru seemed to suddenly realize that he had slipped his tongue, and glanced around. Seeing the fists and lightsabers of Luffy and Kizaru constantly fighting each other, Kid couldn't accept such a scene for a while. This is really nerve-wracking? Why don't you let me know about Marshal Sengoku? Is it? Well, it seems I can only deal with these two celestial dragons here. All I can say is that he is an old actor. Saying that, Luffy raised his fist slightly, and his eyes glanced at the two celestial dragons who fainted on the ground. No wonder Kizaru appeared so quickly, so was it because he received a mission in advance? However, it is precisely because it is not apparent that this apparent level of power makes Kid, who has Luffy as his imaginary enemy, even more uncomfortable. At that time, if you are not careful, if you are overcast by some strange devil fruit, it will not be worth the loss. At that time, if I want to save Ace, it may be more smooth. Sparkling fruit is only fast, and doesn't let Kizaru stop the ability to predict the future. How could he know in advance that Luffy is going to attack celestial dragons? This group of supernovas are really brave enough to come here to watch, knowing that they are here. Now is really not the time to kill celestial dragons, it's just stunning two celestial dragons with Conqueror's haki, so all is well. Kizaru's mouth pouted, still the same expression of slap in the face. But why didn't either of them attack the other? But once Luffy actually kills the two celestial dragons here, even if Kizaru wants to show mercy, it won't be possible. Oh, so what do you think? Also unacceptable is Jewelry Bonnie, the big stomach girl. To be able to stand for 800 years, the world government naturally has enough strength to rival it. Chapter 287 Nami and number 039, S past. That's not good, your marines are coming soon, aren't you? Can't let you delay. 99. What's going on now? Are those two celestial dragons really that important to Marine? How could the Marine Admiral be so tied up? 95. Nami calmly narrated what happened back then, as if that incident no longer had any effect on her. When Luffy was talking about the Marines, Kizaru was definitely not referring to the ordinary Marines stationed here. My village is one of the occupied islands, and each villager has to pay a monthly protection fee of 100,000 Bailey to the pirates. Hearing this, the Straw Hat Pirates, except for the few who joined later, understood the identity of this young man. The battle between Luffy and Kizaru just now showed Papagu the power of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy could sense it at such a distance? How could it be possible? Is it because I didn't read the almanac when I went out today? The Straw Hat Pirates also listened carefully to Nami's narration, and this was the first time they learned about the past of their navigators. At that time, the guy in the straw hat will see himself directly, and maybe he will also directly attack the two celestial dragons. You may be able to solve these pirates in a short time, including those supernovae. It's been a while since Luffy started. Don't waste your time, if you don't decide, some people will be unable to bear it. And according to the normal speed, they are now at least 20 minutes away by sea. Hearing Nami talking about the Murloc pirates, Rayleigh's expression changed, and he vaguely understood the strangeness of Nami when he heard him mention Octopus Hachi. What's more, the other party has also been favored by Shanks, which makes Rayleigh even more interested. Most honorable? No wonder Luffy chose to go out to sea instead of becoming a marine, because of these guys. What's more, in Luffy's perception, there are quite a few pacifists coming this time. Not even the Celestial Dragons or Marine Admiral could stop Luffy from protecting his allies. Thinking about the Colonel Mouse who colluded with the Dragon Pirates before, and the Colonel Monka, who was a fishy commoner, perhaps, Marine was not as magnificent as he imagined. Hey? Straw Hat has such a past. Celestial dragons are the descendants of the 20 kings who created the world government, and can be said to be the most honorable people in this world. When talking about the Murloc pirates, Nami also glanced at Rayleigh and Cammy. In the same way, Rayleigh also understood that there was an old man and a young man, and the young man must be Luffy without a doubt. Yet, 8 years ago, a group of Murloc pirates occupied an island in East Blue, and the marine there colluded with this group of pirates. In this sea, so many villages have been invaded by pirates, but they are not protected by marine. And here, just 2 celestial dragons may be in danger, and Marine Admiral has gone to great lengths to protect it, which is really ironic. Papago couldn't believe it. Compared to Luffy and the others, the celestial dragons were the real villains. For such a young and powerful pirate, Rayleigh can be said to be quite interested. Or is it that I misunderstood? Luffy is just lying to himself? Rayleigh on the side heard Nami muttering to himself, and immediately became interested. Ordinary marines, however, were nothing to be afraid of, mainly because Luffy's sightseeing had seen a pack of Bartholomew bears approaching. Kizaru had a headache and thought, why did he meet someone like Luffy when he just took a mission? Rayleigh, who was beside Zoro and others, heard the conversation between Luffy and Kizaru, and noticed the expressions of the pirates and supernovas around. It's just that Luffy at that time shouldn't be so strong, and he can deal with the Murloc pirates. A funny expression appeared on his face. Ignoring Kizaru's cranky thoughts, Luffy glanced at Kid and others who were already on the move, and reminded Kizaru kindly. Although I heard about these world nobles when I came here, but when I actually saw them, I realized that these guys are scumbags, as Luffy said. Even supernovas, it is not so easy to deal with a pacifist now. Papago, who was beside him, heard Usopp's question, restrained himself, and returned to the Tao. Hearing Luffy's words, the pupils under Kizaru's sunglasses shrank suddenly. I arrived here quickly because of sparkling fruit, but Gendarmerie and those pacifists came here by boat. So, that is to say, what Luffy's observation Haki perceives is Sendaomaru and the pacifists who followed him. This is a rare scene that would deflate the current Marine Admiral Kizaru, though not without it in the sea. Kizaru couldn't believe it. Kizaru had never seen such an exaggerated observation Haki. With their current strength, it's not a problem to deal with 1 or 2, but if they deal with a group, they will be a little overwhelmed. Luffy, he is really capable of protecting his crew. Absolutely a pacifist. It's really interesting, that guy Kizaru has met his opponent this time, and it's up to him to decide. Marine, stationed at the Sabayati archipelago, is slow to come. Seeing that Marine had dispatched Admiral to protect just because of the 2 celestial dragons, Nami couldn't help but think of the old days. But how is this possible? 673. However, such a person is actually protected by Marine's all-out efforts. What is going on with these Marines? It wasn't until 5 years ago that 2 people, an old man and a young man, appeared in Kokoyaksi village, and this nightmare was over. Hard to do. As for the other pirates around, it can only be said that they are completely onlookers. If they really want to fight, there is no one who can fight. But such a young pirate can deflate this yellow monkey, but this is the only one. Kizaru was silent for a while, not answering Luffy, but thinking to himself. Moreover, Cammy, who would save himself before, could such a person be a pirate? In other words, was that old man the one who solved the fish people? Even though the current Straw Hat crew has mastered the 2-color Haki, it is only just master after all. But as long as it doesn't fix Luffy, it's all pointless. Now had the opportunity to know something about Luffy, which Rayleigh didn't want to miss. Usopp couldn't believe it. From the excitement of the battle to the incredible, it can be said that it is the mood of Straw Hat crew at the moment. Chapter 288 The Past. Damn it's Murloc, damn it's Marine, dare to do this to Miss Nami. After hearing Nami recount what happened to him as a child, Sanji gritted his teeth angrily. Others also looked silent. Everyone has a past worth remembering. Some people may have happy memories, but in this pirate world, how many people's pasts are happy? That boy is the Straw Hat Boy? At that time, could he have been able to deal with the Murloc pirates? According to Luffy's current age, Luffy 5 years ago was only 12 or 3 years old. Is Luffy a natural monster like Charlotte Linlin? But Rayleigh is more willing to believe that the shot should be the old man. Sure enough, Nami quickly answered his doubts, but at the same time revealed a fact that surprised Rayleigh. No, it was Luffy's grandfather who dealt with the Murloc pirates and Marine. Luffy's grandpa. Although there are many strong old people, but in East Blue, are there really ordinary civilian old people who can beat Murlocs? You must know that the strength of the Murlocs is more than 10 times that of humans. Ordinary human beings are basically impossible to be the opponents of Murlocs. Although he could have a grandson like Luffy, that old man might also be very powerful, but such a person shouldn't be unknown, right? Well, Luffy's grandpa, the marine hero Garp. For this matter, Nami did not hide it, neither Luffy nor Garp was the one who cared about this kind of thing. Moreover, there is no need for Nami to hide when saving his benefactor. Ugh! Ugh! X2. It's Garp! The exclamations came from Brook and Perona, who had just joined, and when Garp boarded the ship, they had not yet been on board. Therefore, this is also the first time the two of them heard about this, and they couldn't help but look very surprised at this time. Even Brook, who has been wandering in the Devil's Triangle all the year round, knows more or less about Garp. Not to mention Perona, who was originally one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria's subordinate, and still has a certain understanding of marine. As a marine hero, Garp is the most famous marine among them. It is unbelievable that such a marine hero could be the grandfather of his own captain. And Rayleigh is also a little surprised. Others may only have heard of Garp, but he is a real Garp. For Garp, Rayleigh is arguably one of the few people in the world who knows him well. There is no other reason. When he was still on the Roger ship, he was chased a lot. Now suddenly hearing that Luffy is Garp's grandson still makes Rayleigh sigh for a while. But then he was relieved. He was indeed the grandson of the old guy. Although his personality looked completely different from Garp's, his behavior was exactly the same. Of course, the captain seems to be like that too. Thinking that when Roger was still alive, he did things recklessly, letting his own likes and dislikes go, and Rayleigh couldn't help but startled slightly. Then thought again, Straw Hat Luffy, would that be the one Roger was waiting for? That's right, it was also at that time that Luffy invited me to go out to sea and become a pirate. That guy Luffy invited you to be a pirate at that time. Sanji can't believe it, damn it, I'm so envious, no wonder Miss Nami treats Luffy so well. Hey? Miss Nami has just been rescued from the pirates, did you promise Mr. Luffy to go out to sea and become a pirate? Cammy also couldn't believe it. In her opinion, a person who was bullied by pirates should hate pirates even more, so why would they become pirates by themselves? Yet, I was also shocked at the beginning, even though Grandpa was a marine hero, Luffy said he wanted to go out to sea and become a pirate. No, it can't be said to be a pirate. What Luffy said at the beginning was to invite me to travel around the world, but in this sea, how can it be possible for people to travel around the world safely? 35. Speaking of this, Nami couldn't help chuckling twice, as if remembering the initial misunderstanding when Luffy invited him. At that time, when Luffy invited him, he thought that the other party was going to be a pirate. Hearing Nami's words, everyone was silent for a while. Yes, in this sea, as long as there are marines like Monka the Mouse, as long as there are nobles like celestial dragons. With Luffy's character, how could it be possible to travel around the world safely? Flowers 0. When Luffy said that, but in front of Mr. Garp didn't say anything at all. 5. Perhaps, before that, Luffy had talked to Garp about this sort of thing? However, at that time Luffy was only so old, and he already knew so much, it was incredible to think about it. Well, it's no wonder Miss Nami that you're a pirate. Cammy nodded knowingly, although simple, but Cammy also knew something about this kind of thing. After all, I have been caught a lot of times. Others have different faces. There was something inexplicable in Robin's eyes. What happened to Nami when she was a child was really distressing, but she met Luffy. And what about myself? Hiding in hiding for 20 years, no one will ever help me, and no one will ever be willing to help me. However, it is different now, and I have also met Luffy. Thinking of this, Robin couldn't help but glance at Luffy, who had fought with Kizaru again, and there was a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. Usopp and others are also a little stunned. Everyone has their own past, but no one has ever spoken out about their past. Rayleigh touched the beard on his chin. How could he have had a better time? But it was those days of hardship that allowed him to practice his extraordinary skills. Then I met the Roger guy again. Thinking about it, maybe all of this was destined. And Nami did not meet Luffy. In other words, why didn't these people in front of them meet Luffy? By the way, Mr. Rayleigh, who are you? At this time, everyone finally discovered that this coding worker named Rayleigh should not be an ordinary coding worker. Just because he could see Luffy's strength at a glance before, no one would think that he was just an ordinary person. However, because Luffy and Kizaru had just started fighting, everyone's thoughts were on Luffy, so they didn't realize that something was wrong. But now everyone has seen that Luffy is not in danger, and after calming down, they naturally see the difference in the old man in front of him. At this time, everyone looked at him curiously. Chapter 289 Negotiations. Boom! After another fierce confrontation, Luffy and Kizaru each stepped aside. At this time, the surrounding streets, the place where the two fought, were already devastated. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them didn't plan to do their best, this number 41 mangrove area, and even several nearby areas, might have been destroyed in one fell swoop. But the two had no plans to fight to that extent. There are still civilians here, whether it's Luffy or Kizaru, they won't do anything that endangers the civilians unless it's a last resort. This is not the way to go. Your Marines are coming soon, right? If you don't make a decision, Kizaru Admiral, I can't guarantee what will happen next. Because the place where the two fought was near the two celestial dragons, Kid and others had no chance to come over. 677 This is also the only place in this area that has not been messed up by the fight between the two. However, Luffy doesn't plan to continue spending time with Kizaru. The pacifists are coming soon, continue to drain here, who knows if these supernovae will all be resolved. Although even being resolved would not be a big deal for Luffy. Still, that sentence, with their current strength, the existence of these supernovas, whether it is a help or resistance, they are not qualified for the time being. Kizaru was still pouting and looking wretched and beating. However, from the solemn expression in his eyes under his sunglasses, it can be seen that his heart at this time is not as condescending as it appears on the surface. The two were there, and since Luffy's first emission hit Kizaru by surprise, breaking a bit of Kizaru's sleeves, the two could be said to be spotless at this time. If it weren't for the surrounding land being in a mess, some people might think that the two were still facing each other, and they didn't fight. Really, the current newcomers are too scary. It seems that it is impossible to refuse to accept softness. Kizaru spread his hands, even though the process was not going according to his own ideas, but the desired effect has been achieved. This mangrove street at number 41 is enough to explain it to Sengoku. When Kizaru said these words, the pirates and supernovas around couldn't help but sigh in relief. It was Marine Admiral after all, and the pressure on them was too great. Even the Eustaskid guy could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Kizaru really didn't let his people go, then maybe Sabayati Archipelago was the end of their journey. But Eustaskid once again looked at Luffy, who was standing opposite Kizaru, arms crossed. This guy is so strong. He can make Marine Admiral subdue, which means he really already has the strength of Marine Admiral. Although the battle between the two just now made Kid understand that Luffy is strong, it was not until now that Kizaru's service was soft enough to let Kid understand that Luffy might have really reached that level. Hearing Kizaru's words, Luffy didn't say anything and still looked at Kizaru. Kizaru, this guy is very slick, who knows he didn't blow up when he said that. Maybe you want to suddenly hit hard while you are relaxing. Then give me those 2 celestial dragons and you can leave. However, Kizaru didn't plan to take advantage of Luffy to relax his sneak attack. Although Kizaru may indeed have such thoughts about other enemies, Luffy, even if he succeeds, so what? Can Luffy still be killed or put in a big prison? Don't be kidding, Kizaru won't do this kind of offending thing. Although Garp always looks like it doesn't matter, he can catch Luffy anyway. But whoever believes this is an idiot, maybe that guy Akainu will have no scruples, but besides Akainu, who in Marine will really ignore the existence of Garp? Neither will Sengoku. People can give it to you, but they can only give you one first, and the other one after we leave. Although Kizaru said so, Luffy wouldn't just hand over people just like that. What you Kizaru thinks is your Kizaru's business, Luffy doesn't know what his Kizaru thinks. 6699. Hearing Luffy's words, Kizaru was slightly speechless. Is it necessary to be so cautious? Don't you know that your grandfather is a marine hero, and I told you to let you go, how can I still lie to you? No, how can you guarantee that you won't kill the celestial dragons you took away? However, at this time, Kizaru's attitude also needs to be clear. It is impossible to really say what Luffy says. Even though your Straw Hat Luffy is Garp's grandson, the celestial dragons' lives are at stake, and Kizaru doesn't want to get in trouble. Since this is the case, then I can only kill these 2 celestial dragons directly here. Although he knew that Kizaru could not agree, Luffy had no plans to give up. Then you have to think clearly, once the 2 celestial dragons are really killed, you may be able to escape, but these partners of yours may not necessarily be able to escape. If it was before, what Kizaru said is indeed a problem. But now, with Nami, a lion fruit capable, as long as they can climb Thousand Sunny, Straw Hat crew won't be afraid of marine siege at all. Well, how about letting your friends leave first? Kizaru came up with another solution. With your strength, as long as you don't have the worries of your partners, you probably don't have to be afraid of anything else, right? Kizaru glanced at the place where Zoro, Nami, and others were, however, it was this look that almost made Kizaru break the defense. Damn, why is this old guy here? Kizaru cursed inwardly after seeing the old man with white hair. 0.4 had been fighting Luffy before, and Kizaru didn't notice the old man appearing next to Straw Hat crew. Seeing Rayleigh beside Nami and the others now, Kizaru tightened his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. Although it has always been known that Pluton Rayleigh is in this Sabayati archipelago, the other party has never done anything out of the ordinary. This is also the reason why Marine turned a blind eye. After all, to deal with such a legendary big pirate, Marine had to spend a lot of manpower and material resources. Instead, it's better to leave him alone. He's already in seclusion anyway. As long as he doesn't do anything out of the ordinary, Marine doesn't need to care about him at all. Now, however, the old dude is getting mixed up with the Straw Hat crew. Now Kizaru can only hope that the other party just happened to be passing by. Otherwise, if dealing with Luffy and Rayleigh at the same time, Kizaru thinks he might send it. Chapter 290. Who am I? I used to be a pirate, but I have quit my job. Now I am just a coding worker. Gold Roger, Brooke remembers Roger at that time. It seems that he was still a rookie pirate. Did he become the Pirate King later? Rayleigh also looked at the man who was just a skeleton with interest. Rayleigh looked at Robin, and if he was not mistaken, this little girl was Nicole Robin, the son of the devil who had been rewarded by Marine since childhood. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the Gordy-Roger Pirates, known as the right arm of One Piece, didn't expect to see you here. 39. Aside from thinking about where they've seen Rayleigh's Frankie, everyone else looked at Robin curiously. Although it is known that Brook was resurrected because of the yellow spring fruit, everyone has not specifically asked about Brook's age. The co-captain of the One Piece ship. Hearing Rayleigh say that he was once a pirate, Usopp couldn't help but exclaimed. Silver Rayleigh? I seem to have heard that name somewhere. And this Sabayati archipelago is very close to naval headquarters. When the time comes, who knows if Marine will send other admiral over. Unexpectedly, after so many years, this kid still only wears a pair of briefs. That guy Bing Shan is very good. Now he is the mayor of the Seven Waters. Well, now is not the time to discuss these things. It looks like your captain has settled with the Marine Admiral. 35. Although it's surprising that Brook's real age is so old, but now because of Brook's behavior, the feeling of surprise is completely gone. I don't know if the old gentleman is empty on our ship. Nami and the others were taken aback for a moment, then looked in Luffy's direction. Usopp and others finally exclaimed, although the name Rayleigh may be a little unfamiliar, but the name of One Piece has never been heard of. At that time, once Kizaru makes his full shot, even if he joins forces with Rayleigh, it will be impossible to take down Kizaru in a short time. If it's really Silver Rayleigh, then he's an incredible character. Could it be that the old man in front of him is still a great man? Hearing Frankie talking about Tom the Murloc, Rayleigh couldn't help but remember the man in front of him wearing only briefs. How rude to ask a gentleman's exact age. 35. At this time, Robin, who had always thought that he had heard the name Rayleigh, finally remembered it. Someone who can call Roger a newcomer, should there be no such person in this sea? Rayleigh sighed slightly in his heart, but he has seen Kizaru like this more than once here. Seeing that everyone was curious about his age, Brook couldn't help but tossed the sword in his hand, and at the same time supported the head hat on his head, as if he was embarrassed to answer. Ah? Are you a pirate too? But can a pirate say no? Brook, how old are you this year? Then, Robin looked at Rayleigh with shock in his eyes, and confirmed to the old man in front of him. Ah! I remember, I saw you when you came to build a ship with Master Tom. 35. What? Why are you all so excited? And the white-haired old man in front of him was actually a crew member on the One Piece ship, and even the deputy captain. Now that Brook calls Roger a rookie pirate, everyone can't help but wonder how old Brook is. Brook's reaction made everyone a little puzzled. That was the One Piece, the one who reached Raftel in the legend and obtained the big secret treasure. Without waiting for the others to answer, Luffy looked at Rayleigh again. Everyone who thought Brook was unwilling to answer could not help but feel speechless. It's really you. It's you, the thorny one of the two goblins beside Tom at the time. How is the other goblin now? Is it because the old man didn't have a bounty, so even if he stopped being a pirate, he wouldn't be caught by Marine? Robin's words have already taken the honorary title. I didn't expect such a big man to appear here. He, I did hear the name Gold Roger at that time, and it is said that he is a very powerful rookie. Seeing that these people looked at him curiously, Rayleigh chuckled and replied. Although these people do not necessarily know who Rayleigh is, they do not rule out those who do. 66, 99. Unexpectedly, even Frankie and the Roger Pirates have some connections. My fellow is 88 years old. Pluton Rayleigh. Hearing Robin's words, Frankie couldn't help but mumble. Rayleigh. Rayleigh, could your full name be Silver Rayleigh? Luffy didn't call out Rayleigh's name directly, not because it's hard to explain, but because there are so many people around now. If you call out Rayleigh's name directly, it's not going to end well for Kizaru. Hey? What's the matter, Robin, do you know who this uncle is? However, there are still some people who don't understand, so Brook at this time is very curious about why everyone has this expression. One Piece Gold Roger is a rookie pirate. And when Rayleigh saw 677, Kizaru just pretended not to recognize him, and looked back and waited for Luffy's answer. This guy Kizaru is still as slick as ever. After all, with more knowledge, Rayleigh can naturally guess the reason for Brook's appearance. At this time, Frankie also tapped his left fist with his right palm, with an expression of sudden realization. Ah, yes, has the little girl heard my name? And, if Kizaru-ishin wanted to drag the time, there was nothing he and Rayleigh could do to stop it. Hey? Even Frankie knows Uncle Rayleigh. Robin calmed down and looked at Rayleigh with some inexplicable color in his eyes. Is it the power of devil fruit? It can survive with only a skeleton body. Oh? A newcomer. Ah, Brook, don't you know Gold Roger? Rayleigh, who was still chatting with everyone, sensed the gaze from a distance, and looked up there. At this time, Luffy also turned his head and looked at himself and the others. Everyone was speechless for a while, but after thinking about it, Brook seems to have gone to sea very early. For him, it seems that there is nothing wrong with Roger being a newcomer. It seems that we can't stay in Sabayati Archipelago for the time being. You guys go back to Thousand Sunny first, there are some things, and I will tell you when I arrive. 95. Chapter 291 Respective Escape. It's getting troublesome now. Watching Luffy finally leave, Kizaru, as he said before, did not choose to do it. However, at this moment, Kizaru's eyes, which were hidden under the sunglasses, showed a slightly solemn expression again. Rayleigh actually agreed to the Straw Hat's invitation. What is this old guy doing? Is he going to make a comeback? Luffy's last invitation Rayleigh did not decline, but left with the rest of the Straw Hat crew. In Kizaru's view, this is no small matter. Especially at this juncture, as Admiral, Kizaru naturally knows a little bit of news. For example, Ace is the posthumous son of One Piece Gold Roger. Another example, Ace was adopted by Garp since childhood, and he is the righteous brother with Luffy, the Straw Hat boy. Now that One Piece's former deputy, Pluton Rayleigh, has accepted an invitation from Luffy the Straw Hat, it's hard not to ponder what that means. One Piece Gold Roger's co-captain, and Ace's brother, will these two have any influence on this upcoming event? In the past, when Luffy's strength had not been revealed, Kizaru didn't have to think about whether Straw Hat crew would join up with the Whitebeard pirates. After all, even if they were united, in Kizaru's view, it was nothing more than just making up the numbers. Now, however, just got into a fight with Luffy, albeit not with all his might. But Kizaru knew that the current Luffy, if he had participated in that war, would have had a huge impact on the matter. Now that Pluton Rayleigh is on Luffy's boat again, it's unclear if they'll be planning something. If Pluton Rayleigh were to join the fight, Marine would probably have a hard time doing it this time. The addition of two top-level combat powers will definitely make the development of this war incline. I hope it's just me being overhearted. However, I still have to report to Sengoku, this kind of thing still needs to be guarded against. Hey, what do we do now? Can we run? Just as Kizaru was still looking at the direction Luffy had left, thinking about it, the pirates around him began to whisper. Although Kizaru is very powerful, if there is a chance to escape, no one wants to die here or be caught in a big prison. Will you wait to die if you don't run? Stupid. Some pirates have already started to back away quietly, just waiting for a chance to turn around and run away. As for those supernovas, they are also looking for opportunities to get away. Before Kizaru had Luffy in tow, and two unconscious celestial dragons as a threat, they were safe for the time being. But now, Luffy has left, and celestial dragons is also lying at Kizaru's feet. If you go to find Kizaru desperately now, it will basically be tantamount to courting death. Oh, I almost forgot, you guys are also the target of the mission. I ran a Straw Hat boy, but I can't let you run away too. The movements of the surrounding pirates were naturally hidden from Kizaru's eyes. Ignore the Straw Hat Luffy and Pluton Rayleigh for now, let's kill some pirates first. Otherwise, if there is a lie-down mission, and a mission target is beautifully caught, it can't be said. Although Kizaru's voice was not loud, the attention of the pirates present was basically on Kizaru. After hearing Kizaru's words at this time, these pirates couldn't help shrinking their pupils. Run, run! Then, whoever shouted first, those pirates who were still standing still started to run away one after another. You were just shouting to run, right? So, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Kizaru turned into a photon and appeared in front of the pirate who had just shouted to run. Then, in the terrified eyes of the pirate, he slowly raised his right foot that turned into golden light. Boom! Unlike moving in the form of light, when moving, Kizaru may not be able to reach the speed of light due to his own reaction speed. But the speed of light kick is different. As long as you aim in one direction, there is no need for Kizaru to react. Therefore, the speed of light kicks can be said to be the true speed of light. Although he still uses the speed of light kick for a little-known nameless pirate, who is Kizaru in a bad mood right now. Although the celestial dragons have been rescued, the Straw Hat and Rayleigh are reunited. And he couldn't take them down himself, which made Kizaru very upset. Therefore, these pirates can only be said to be bloody mildew. Facing Kizaru who is in a bad mood, whether they can escape or not depends on whether they are strong enough. However, compared to these little nameless pirates and the like, those supernovas are equally urgent, but they are not as purposeless as their brothers. Being able to be rewarded with so many bounties naturally has their reasons. Among them, the 4 members of the Heart Pirates retreated the fastest. No way, after all, Trafalgar Lao's OPOP fruit can teleport within a certain range. And this time, he prepared in advance, and only brought 2 people and 1 bear over to watch. With his current level of development of OPOP fruit, it is more than enough to bring 3 people to teleport together. Room. With a light drink from Trafalgar RO, a blue semicircular hood enveloped the 4 of them. Then, in the blink of an eye, the 4 members of the Heart Pirates disappeared. As long as Kizaru didn't target them in the first place. With Trafalgar RO's OPOP fruit ability, the Heart Pirates will have no problem evacuating. Ah, did one slip away? Kizaru noticed when Trafalgar Law brought in the OPOP fruit ability. However, the other party has already developed the ability. Rather than wasting time trying to stop them, it is better to arrest others. After all, Wang Zhao Zhao, Ape still has a certain understanding of the capabilities of these supernovae. Among them, Trafalgar Lao's OPOP fruit ability is the most convenient when escaping. Cut, that guy runs fast. Kira, you run first with someone, and I'll try to stop Kizaru. Seeing Trafalgar Lao and his 3 subordinates leave directly, Kid snorted and said to Kira beside him. At the same time, Kid also wanted to try to see how strong Marine Admiral Kizaru is, and whether it is really as strong as rumored. After all, Kid wouldn't admit that Luffy, who was also a supernova, would outstrip them by so much. Although it is not in Kira's style to leave his own captain, but if it is Kid's request, Kira will not refuse. If you can't do anything, you must get out as soon as possible. Kira nodded, said to Kid, and then started to evacuate quickly with the crew around him. Chapter 292 The Celestial Dragons event ends. Clang clang. The purple electric current was swimming in Kid's arm, and under the attraction of this electric current, the weapons around him, whether they fell on the ground or were held in the hands of the pirates who were running away, began to vibrate. Then, as if under control, these weapons broke free from the hands of the pirates and flew in the direction of Kid. Damn, none of these supernovas are good, not only attracting Marine Admiral, but taking our weapons. Originally, at the critical moment of escape, with a weapon in hand, I can feel more at ease. But now, not only has the weapon been pulled, causing his movements to be one step slower, but even the weapon is gone. This caused the pirates who were running around to scold one after another, and the targets of the scolding were naturally the supernovas who caused the incident. As for Luffy's hijacking of celestial dragons before, they were directly ignored by them. Although they are also supernovas, Luffy's strength is completely different from them. It's okay to scold them behind their backs. If they go to Luffy and scold them, they don't have the guts. Those weapons that were pulled by the magnetic fruit, or the metal objects that could be pulled by the magnetic force around, flew towards Kid one after another. These weapons, which flew towards Kid, began to wrap around Kid's arm, and finally, a huge arm composed entirely of swords, spears, swords and halberds formed. Oh! Is this the ability of the magnetic fruit? It's really scary. Seeing this scene, Kizaru once again uttered his mantra, and then, the golden light flashed, and another pirate was kicked by Kizaru somehow. 6699. Kid couldn't help the corners of his eyes twitching when he watched Kizaru talk about how scary he was while kicking a pirate. The huge weapon arm that had been formed in the hand was also pulled by the magnetic fruit and smashed towards Kizaru. And Kizaru looked at the huge arm that was smashed, and did not use Sparkling Fruit's ability to dodge, but crossed his hands in front of his chest, and yellow flashes formed on his hands. 8-foot Qingxuan Jade. Dazzling photons condensed, and light bullets formed from Kizaru's hands. Then, like a violent storm, it poured out towards Kid's huge arm and the surrounding pirates. Bang bang bang! Countless explosions sounded in the mangrove area of number 41, and at the same time, there were countless screams of pirates. As for the civilians around, I can only say that you should not underestimate Kizaru's observation haki. 8-foot stroke Jade is not a joke. Bastard, this guy Kizaru didn't go, to kill the Straw Hat crew who hurt celestial dragons, but instead came to catch us. What did this bastard think? While scolding, these pirates are still running their own way. Otherwise, what can we do? Going up to fight recklessly is to die, and now we can only see if their luck is good enough. After Kizaru made this wide area attack, Kid decisively released the control of those weapons, then turned and ran. There is no doubt that the strength of Marine Admiral is indeed not something that he can compete with. However, Kizaru's ability to display now is completely different from the strength he just showed when he fought Luffy. Could it be that Luffy's strength is not strong? The reason why he fought back and forth with Kizaru just now was because Kizaru didn't use his full strength? No, as he retreated, Kid put the thoughts out of his mind. If the Straw Hat Luffy is not strong enough, there is no need for Kizaru to negotiate with him and just kill him. It seemed that the two of them were just testing each other, and the result of the testing was that neither of them could do anything about the other in a short period of time. Therefore, it will end in a negotiated manner in the end. However, if he could escape this time, he would have to step up his cultivation. Kid couldn't bear to be opened by such a big gap from a supernova at the same time. The bombardment of light bombs continued, and Kizaru kept the posture of releasing back a Qingxuan, and did not launch other offensives. This move is enough to explain it to the top. As for those supernovae, it doesn't matter whether they can be caught or not. These supernovas are their mission, but there are two celestial dragons lying there right now. You can explain it to the above with the reason of protecting celestial dragons. The bombardment of light bombs lasted for several minutes, and the streets of number 41 Mangrove District seemed to be plowed again, and there were countless wailing pirates lying around. Of course, the body of the pirate is also indispensable. Perhaps one light bomb is not enough to kill, but if it is hit by many light bombs, the result is self-evident. However, there are no supernova corpses on the field. Obviously, it is unrealistic to rely on such a large-scale attack to kill those supernovas without a deliberate pursuit. It's really scary, these supernovas. Kizaru muttered to himself, then reached out and pulled out a black phone bug from his jacket pocket. Hello. Without even making a call, Kizaru spoke directly to the black phone bug. Clearly, though, the phone bug won't react to Kizaru. Well, I was expecting little Fatty to use those pacifists to see if he could kill those supernovas, but since the phone bug can't get through, that's fine." Kizaru put away the black phone bug for eavesdropping and stood there waiting. No way, these pirates still need marines here to detain them, and the 2 celestial dragons haven't woken up yet, so it's not easy for Kizaru to leave directly. Big news, I didn't expect that there would be such big news before this public execution of Fire Fist Ace. This time I came to Sabayati Archipelago to make a lot of money. Above the sky in the mangrove area of number 41, a large albatross is laughing and talking to itself while flying away. Around his neck was a camera. If there is anyone here who is familiar with the dark world, he will definitely recognize him. He is the president of the World Economic News Agency, known as the Morgans of Big News. It is also the demon fruit power that eats the bird fruit, the albatross form. Straw Hat Boy Luffy, who can make Kizaru compromise, does it mean that the 5th Sea Emperor is about to be born? 35. Morgan's voice faded away, and he couldn't wait to make the news. If this news is released at this time, will it have an impact on the upcoming big event? Morgans thought to himself, and at the same time was a little confused whether to release the news at this time. But then, there was a flash of determination in the bird's eye in Morgan's albatross form. As the president of the World Economic News Agency, how can you hide such a big news after filming it? Even if this news will have an impact on the next big event, that is something to be considered later. Chapter 293. Really? I already know about the Straw Hat. Come back after you've dealt with celestial dragons. Pop. The call with Sengoku ended, and the phone bug went back to rest. After Kizaru handed back the phone bug to Gendarmerie, who had already rushed over, he couldn't help but fell into deep thought. After talking to Sengoku just now, Sengoku's reaction was somewhat unexpected to Kizaru. Not the kind of startled, over-the-top reaction, but very calm. Not at all surprised that there is another existence among the pirates who can fight against Admiral. It was as if Sengoku had known before that Luffy's strength had reached this point. Or is it only me, the task executor, who has been kept in the dark? Kizaru rubbed his chin, and muttered somewhat unsurely. Ah! Father, did you say anything? Gendarmerie, who had been waiting beside him, heard Kizaru's muttering, but he didn't understand what Kizaru said, so he asked. Well, nothing, those pacifists, are they all sent out? Kizaru shook his head without explaining, and instead asked Gendarmerie. Although he didn't kill all those supernovas, but since the pacifists have arrived, it's useless. They've all been sent out, but I'm not sure if I can kill those supernovae. Although the pacifists' ability is really good, if those supernovae want to hide, they probably won't be able to find them. Hearing Kizaru's question, Gendarmerie nodded, but shook his head again. For pacifists, Gendarmerie still understands. Those machines that incorporate the laser power of the Kizaru sparkling fruit are just as good as ordinary pirates. But it is still a bit reluctant to deal with a pirate that is not weak like Supernova. It can only be said that a machine is a machine, and its behavior is too rigid. If these machines are placed on the battlefield, it will indeed be a big killer, but to deal with small-scale powerful battles, it will not be so agile. Report Kizaru Admiral, the pirates on the streets of Mangrove District number 41 have been cleared, and a total of 37 pirates have been arrested and 12 pirates have died. While Kizaru was talking to Gendarmerie, a marine officer trotted to Kizaru and reported to Kizaru. Around, a group of marines were cleaning the area, and the pirates who had just been shot down by Kizaru, as long as they were still alive, had already been captured. These marines are the marines stationed in the Sabayati archipelago, and some of them discovered the situation here while patrolling, and secretly passed the news to the commander. Then Sengoku was contacted by their chief, but even if they didn't find out, Kizaru had already arrived because he had received the mission to destroy the supernova. I see, what happened to the 2 celestial dragons? The 2 celestial dragons, Kizaru were also handed over to the Marines. Colonel Marine in front of him had a grim expression on his face, and it was obvious that the two celestial dragons had woken up. The two celestial dragons themselves were fine, but when they woke up, they yelled for us to catch the Straw Hat crew, which... So, have you contacted Marshal Sengoku? This kind of thing, let Sengoku have a headache. On the other side, after Luffy left, he quickly returned to Thousand Sunny. At this time, everyone was already here, and at the same time, Rayleigh, who had been with Nami and the others, was also on the boat. And the Murlocs Kami and Papagu who were already together. Luffy, are you all right? After Luffy returned to Thousand Sunny, Nami and the others greeted him immediately. It's all right, that guy Kizaru didn't want to get serious with me, we were just acting like a scene. 35. Luffy shook his head and explained to Nami and the others, but his eyes turned to Rayleigh who had been standing behind everyone. Hey, let me tell you, Luffy, this uncle who came with us, he's a super cool guy. Seeing that Luffy was really fine, Usopp immediately started showing off Rayleigh who followed him and others. However, Luffy was destined to disappoint Usopp, who knew more about Rayleigh than they did. Mr. Rayleigh, I've admired it for a long time. Luffy spoke to Rayleigh, and to be honest, Luffy didn't expect Rayleigh to be there. At this time, shouldn't he plan to auction himself due to lack of money? Ugh! Luffy, do you know Uncle Rayleigh? 4 Flowers 0. Usopp was taken aback by Luffy's words, he didn't expect that with just one glance, Luffy said Rayleigh's name. Well, that also means Luffy knows who Rayleigh is. However, Usopp was relieved quickly, and after getting along for so long, Luffy was already omniscient in the eyes of Straw Hat crew. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that in this era, we can meet interesting pirates like you. Rayleigh laughed when he heard Luffy say hello. I just didn't expect that a pirate as interesting as you would be the grandson of that guy Garp. Rayleigh took another sentence, obviously, now Rayleigh is more interested in this matter than Luffy himself. After all, he was an old rival, and even though every time it was a captain and Garp, Rayleigh, as the deputy captain, knew Garp quite well. With Garp's character, it's unbelievable that Luffy would go out to sea as a pirate. It's just a different idea, just like my father, didn't he also embark on a completely different path from him? Luffy smiled lightly, not saying much to what Rayleigh said. However, a different concept is enough. Haha, you're right, but, you invited me on board this time, shouldn't you just want to see me? Although he didn't know what Luffy wanted to do, Rayleigh knew that Luffy couldn't just want to see himself. With his aura, even if he is the legendary Pluton Rayleigh, in his eyes, he should be nothing more than an outdated old guy. That's right, I invited Mr. Rayleigh on board this time in the hope that Mr. Rayleigh could teach my crew. Straight to the point, as always, Luffy doesn't like ramblings. However, there is also a problem in this way, that is, I and others are not related to Rayleigh, and they come up to ask the other party to teach their crew members, I am afraid that Rayleigh will not agree. Ah! Let Uncle Rayleigh guide us in our practice. But, don't we have to go to the New World? As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Usopp and others were the first to react. Apparently, they didn't expect Luffy to invite Rayleigh on board, but it was for them. 4. Chapter 294 Arrangements for 2-year cultivation. The question that Usopp raised is also the doubt of others. Everyone looked at Luffy with inquiring eyes, and even Rayleigh didn't rush to answer Luffy, and looked at Luffy with everyone. That's what I was about to tell you. Luffy's decision, currently only Zoro and Mary, who is the ship's spirit, know. At first, it was because I was worried that I wouldn't find someone to explain it in advance, and everyone might be caught off guard when something happened suddenly, so Luffy explained it to Zoro. But now it seems that Luffy now has enough time to make arrangements, even if he didn't explain it to Zoro at first. After this trip to Marineford, the Straw Hat Pirates will go on a 2-year training. 35. Luffy calmly said his plan. Although fighting is the best way to improve, if the opponent exceeds too many 680s, it will not be an experience, but a death sentence. In the New World, Luffy will definitely face the 4 emperors such as Ant Kaido. At that time, even if it is only the middle-level strength of the 4 emperors pirates, with the current strength of the Straw Hat pirates, it will not be an opponent at all. At that time, if Luffy is required to take part in every battle, how will Zoro and others achieve their goals? Fighting is important, but if you don't have a solid foundation, you will only lose your life in vain when facing a strong enemy. After all, the strength span is too large, such a battle is completely meaningless. 2 years, cultivation. Usopp muttered to himself. Luffy's words caused everyone to fall into a brief silence. Although along the way, everyone has also killed many enemies, including Shishibukai like Moria. But think about it carefully, whether it was Aokiji, Golden Lion, or Kizaru who just met. Every time these powerful people who are famous in the sea, Luffy faces it alone. Can these people really help Luffy? Or is it enough to just travel the world with Luffy? Don't think about whether you want to become stronger, just stay behind Luffy with peace of mind. Although everyone performs their own duties on the ship, if that's the case, isn't Luffy able to find someone to replace him? If you want to become a unique existence of the Straw Hat Pirates, then you can only improve your strength. Even if people with the same ability are on board, they cannot replace themselves because of their strength. Although Luffy doesn't have the idea of throwing people off the ship, but these people really need to become stronger. So, do you want me to help them cultivate? But, is it really enough for only 2 years? At this time, Rayleigh also understood what Luffy meant. Indeed, these little guys, except for Captain Luffy, are not strong enough to navigate the more brutal new world. Luffy's approach is undoubtedly very correct. What Rayleigh didn't understand, however, was that in just 2 years, could these little guys transform enough to handle the new world? Even if they agree to it, they still rely on themselves for cultivation. In 2 years, they can indeed become stronger than they are now. But is it really strong enough to qualify them to sail the new world? You must know that on this sea, especially in the new world, which of those powerful pirates did not go through years to get to where they are today? Although it is true that there is no shortage of genius monsters, but if they are really geniuses or monsters, then with their age, it is impossible for them to be so different from Luffy at this time. Enough, I believe they have 2 years of practice, enough to endure the next New World voyage. For his crew, Luffy knew their potential better than anyone else. Some of them had known before they crossed, and even though some of them had joined in, Luffy believed them. Even if I promise, will all your crew members stay here? Rayleigh didn't object to Luffy's request, but Luffy's crew was quite numerous, and even himself, he didn't have the energy to teach them all. No, not all, some I have other arrangements. Luffy shook his head, and like Zoro said, Luffy still decided to let the bear send him to Hawkeye. Although Rayleigh is also a master swordsman, since Zoro's goal is Hawkeye, let him get closer to Hawkeye. Moreover, with Hawkeye's bullishness on Zoro, Zoro will undoubtedly be more suitable to go there. In the words of Robin, the Revolutionary Army can also have better training. Likewise, Konis, Makita, Marianu, and Perona, who has just joined, will go to the Revolutionary Army with Robin. Marianu's ability is of great importance to the Revolutionary Army, so she can help the Revolutionary Army's Blade Awakening Haki, which can't be Haki, can be used as a reward for this transaction. Others can focus on developing Devil Fruit abilities there. My cheap father must have a unique opinion on the development of Devil Fruit. However, father and son return to father and son. After all, the relationship between the two can be said to be almost non-existent. Even as Xiong said before, the Revolutionary Army would not refuse his request, but Luffy didn't want to owe others like this. Even if that person is his father in this life. If Chopper is concerned, he might be able to make a deal with those in Germa 66. The medicine made from the horn of the unicorn lion still has some leftovers, and because of the character of Sanji's cheap father, he should not refuse. As for whether it will be black to eat black, I believe Judge will understand in the face of sufficient strength. By the way, I can also ask Judge for Sanji's battle suit in advance. In Frankie's case, he can still go to the island where Vegapunk once stayed, just like the original. Those techniques, for Frankie who has eaten munch fruit, may be more useful than the original 0.4. And Nami, because he has eaten lion fruit, can follow him to the new world first. With the ability of lion fruit, Luffy's next actions in New World will undoubtedly be much more convenient. And the ones who really need to be taught by Rayleigh are mainly Sanji, Galtino, Brook and Usopp. Luffy felt that, compared to the original work in the Shemale Kingdom, the Boeing Islands, and the Poor Kingdom, the effect of following Rayleigh would be better. Although Brook mainly relies on Devil Fruit ability, but now that he has discovered that he can use Haki to temper his bones, there is no doubt that Haki's cultivation cannot be left behind. And Galtino, the ability of Wax Fruit. Luffy has told him a lot, what he lacks is the strength of Haki. Chapter 295 Arrangements for 2-year cultivation, continued. I wonder if Mr. Rayleigh will agree. Luffy told Rayleigh the situation again, and at the same time, everyone on Thousand Sunny also knew Luffy's plan. Although the days of sailing with everyone are very happy, everyone also knows that it is impossible to sail in the new world without enough strength to be as relaxed and happy as the first half of the sailing. If the enemies in the future are all beings like Golden Lion Shiki, or even stronger than Shiki, what should we do then? Even with Luffy standing in the way, with the characters of Zoro, Sanji, and others, it is impossible to endure this kind of thing all the time. So, instead of doing this, it would be better to practice for 2 years, as Luffy said. At that time, even if he encounters an enemy like the Golden Lion again, even if he can't defeat it, at least he can stand beside Luffy instead of hiding behind Luffy. Since I can meet young pirates like you, I really want to see how far you can go. Rayleigh stroked the white beard on his chin and said with a smile. So, do you guys have any opinions? Luffy looked at Sanji, Usopp, Galtino and Brook. The arrangement of the other 14 people Luffy has already told them, and when the time comes, Luffy will personally send them all over. However, the few people who went to the Revolutionary Army did not need to worry about Luffy. At that time, the bear will send it directly, or follow the Revolutionary Army personnel who may come and eat the transparent fruit. In the end, it was only Chopper who needed Luffy to send it. However, Luffy currently does not have the contact information of Germa 66. You can ask if there is any news about Germa from the Revolutionary Army. No opinion. 35. Zoro already knew about this, so he was already mentally prepared. In other words, this matter was in line with his intentions. When Luffy first proposed it to him, he was still a little surprised, but after this series of events, he also understood that his strength really needed to be improved. Since Luffy had already figured out a way for him, he was naturally willing to follow. I don't mind either. To say that the current Straw Hat Pirates want to improve their strength the most, it is not Zoro, not Sanji, nor anyone else from Galtino Fruit. It was Usopp who always felt that he was the weakest one on the boat. Usopp, who was inspired to become a brave sea warrior, once thought that as long as he became a pirate and embarked on a sailing adventure, he would be a real sea warrior. However, along the way, the various powerful enemies he met made Usopp doubt whether it was the right thing for him to promise Luffy to board the ship. Although the voyage along the way is full of novelty and joy, if you can't do anything on this ship, there is no point. How to become that brave sea warrior? Luffy also knew a little about Usopp's idea, but this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Usopp is not Zoro and Sanji, and has been taught by a master since childhood. Since the death of his mother, it has been a good thing that Usopp, who lives alone, does not starve to death. The kung fu of running away was practiced since he was a child under the pursuit of the villagers. However, Usopp's sniper talent should indeed exist first class in the pirate world. However, due to the limitation of weapons, his talent was not displayed at all. Luffy also persuaded Usopp to use firearms, but since he didn't want to, Luffy didn't force it. Anyway, there is such a thing as devil fruit. If he doesn't want to use firearms, he doesn't need it. But for devil fruit, Luffy originally planned to find Momo fruit for Usopp. However, the current situation is that Luffy has no intention of breaking into the big prison. And the current Momo fruit ability, the former world destroyer Burndy world, is still in the big prison. If he didn't go to the big prison, Luffy didn't know if these guys could escape from the big prison. However, even so, Luffy still has no intention of breaking into the big prison. Even though Jinbei, his future crew member, may also be locked in the big prison at this time, Luffy still has no plans to go. Because this is completely contrary to Luffy's original intention of going to sea. Once you go to the big underwater prison, it is definitely impossible to rescue people calmly. At that time, it will be exactly the same as the original. What's more, if Ace has not been sent to Marineford, maybe the location of the World Summit War will change from Marineford to Impelton. Once this happens, the vicious pirates who escaped in the chaos will be all Luffy's fault. Although Marine is a little out of line with their justice in dealing with the celestial dragons, these pirates are a nightmare for all the civilians in this sea. If you don't go to the big prison, you may have to find a devil fruit for Usopp again. Among the devil fruits that appeared in the original work, are there any devil fruits that are suitable for Usopp and are easy to obtain? Luffy hadn't read the devil fruit manual. Even if he asked Garp for it, Garp couldn't get it for Luffy. Therefore, those unfamiliar devil fruit, Luffy can't determine the specific ability. Luffy's goals had to be those he knew. But the good thing is that 680, the medicine made from the horn of the unicorn lion that he ate not long ago, gave Usopp a stronger physique. It also gave Usopp a foundation on which to get stronger over the course of 2 years. At that time, with the addition of 2-color haki, even without the devil fruit ability, Usopp can be completely different from the original. A place where Vegapunk has done research? That's what I'm looking forward to. For Frankie, perverts and machines, and ships are arguably the only things he's interested in. And the name Vegapunk, for Frankie can be said to be thunderous. Now I have the opportunity to learn about Vegapunk's technology, which is definitely a super thing for Frankie. Moreover, with the ability of Munch Munch Fruit, Frankie can make better and more convenient modifications to the machine. He believes that after 2 years of research, he can definitely make his transformation body further and more perfect. It's been a blessing for 3 lives to be mentored by the legendary Pluton Rayleigh. This kind of thing, Galtino didn't even dare to think about it before, but he was the vice captain of One Piece. How could he actually guide him in his practice? If I had forcibly left the Straw Hat Pirates, I wouldn't have this chance. Chapter 296. Hey, curly eyebrows, why don't you talk? Galtino, who had just answered, never heard Sanji's answer, so he looked at him curiously and asked. As soon as he turned around, Galtino found Sanji biting his fingers over there, seemingly unwilling. What's the matter, don't you think this is okay? Seeing Sanji's appearance, Galtino immediately became interested, and even Zoro, who was standing on the sidelines, also looked over. Obviously, Sanji's performance at the moment is completely interesting to the other two who often fight. Damn it, this guy Luffy, actually went to the 2 world with Nami, I'm so envious. 5. Sanji bit his fingers, and his original expression changed to one that was so jealous that he breathed fire. 66.99. Hearing Sanji's words, everyone couldn't help but be speechless. This guy, is he still a nympho at this time? As expected of you, horny kappa. Galtino gave Sanji a thumbs up, thinking about a woman at this time, he can only say that this guy's lust is useless. But fortunately, this guy just saw the woman's eyes with love, and won't do anything out of the ordinary, or he might be beaten to death. You can just find a flower boat to be a chef. I remember that there are flower boats on this sea. The corner of Zoro's mouth twitched. How could he be without himself when he mocked Sanji like this? Hey? Are you two bastards trying to fight? Even though he asked, Sanji grabbed the collars of Zoro and Galtino one by one. Then, the three of them scuffled unexpectedly. Ha ha ha, these crew members of yours are also very interesting. Watching Zoro, Sanji, and Galtino scuffle, Rayleigh couldn't help laughing. I remembered that when they were still on the Roger's ship, Shanks and Buggy often got into each other's hands because of trivial matters. At this time, seeing such a crew member on the Luffy ship, I can't help but miss the days of sailing in the past. If Mr. Rayleigh is willing to go to sea again, then we can omit the 2 years of incognito. Luffy spoke at the right time, knowing it wasn't possible, but there was no harm in trying. Hearing Luffy's words, others were also a little surprised. Luffy actually wanted to invite the former vice-captain of the One Piece ship to board the ship? Ha ha ha, you guy, is it so casual to invite people? Rayleigh laughed, and Roger, who seemed to be the same at the time, pulled himself up involuntarily. Obviously at that time, he was completely unwilling to go out to sea with him. However, as an old bone of mine, I won't accompany you to fool around, and I will guide them well in the past 2 years of cultivation. Even if they only met for the first time, Rayleigh saw himself and others from them. Although Luffy's personality is completely different from Roger's, the kind of fearless pride that can't be concealed from Rayleigh's eyes. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened to stun celestial dragons with Conqueror's haki. With such young people, Rayleigh wanted to see how far they could go, and whether Luffy was the one Roger was waiting for. So, even for the first time, Rayleigh agreed to Luffy's request to help him train his fellows. Rayleigh's refusal was not what Luffy had expected, but Usopp and the others seemed a little disappointed. If Rayleigh could agree, wouldn't he be the partner of One Piece's crew? It's a lot of face to say this kind of thing. But to be honest, I really envy Nami for being able to live a two-person world with Luffy. Robin put one hand across his chest, the other elbow rested on the hand across his chest, slender jade fingers rubbed his smooth chin, looked at Luffy inexplicably and said, 6,699. Hey? Sister Robin. What do you mean by saying that? Coney's on the side was surprised after hearing this. What does Robin mean? Does she like Luffy too? Luffy glanced at Robin speechlessly. This woman, doesn't she feel like she is trying to talk like this now? If it weren't for the scuffles with Zoro and Galtino, Sanji might have dragged Luffy into a fight. But then again, shouldn't Nami have gotten through with her, so it doesn't matter? Besides Nami, I also have Vivi. Luffy glanced at Nami, who had been holding her since she said she had been following him for the past 2 years. She found that in her bright eyes at this time, there was a playful light flashing. Obviously, Luffy's guess was correct, and she must have told Robin what she said when the two made out. However, Robin didn't look disgusted, and even a happy expression surprised Luffy. Ah! It doesn't mean anything, it's just envy. Robin chuckled and explained, but only she herself knew the true meaning of the words. The younger sister who came down from Sky Island was obviously very simple, and nodded to show that she understood. This kind of thing is really enviable. Makida's words made everyone stunned at the same time. I didn't expect that this woman, who usually doesn't talk much and has a very weak sense of existence, would actually say such words. Nami even looked at Luffy with a strange expression, and at this moment she didn't understand what Makita meant. Hey? Sister Robin, Sister Makita? Mariano looks at Robin on the left and Makita on the right. Although he is relatively young, Mariano, who has been working with Galtino as an agent, is obviously not as simple as Coney's. Che, what's so good about this man, you all look like this? 35. Perona floated in the air, her head tilted to the side with a look of disdain. Although Luffy has not treated herself differently since she got on the boat, Pei, Wang Qian's, Lorna always has the idea that she was forced to get on the boat. This thought made her wonder how to get along with Luffy. He, even though it's only a brief encounter and we're going to part ways, but in this hopeful day, if it's only 2 years, it will be over soon. From meeting Luffy's gang, joining the Straw Hat Pirates, solving Gecko Moria, and then meeting the Golden Lion on an island floating in the air. Although it was only a few short weeks, it gave Brook a feeling of being alive again. The former Rumba Pirates, although full of laughter, did not have such a thrilling adventure. Moreover, it was also because the original self was not strong enough that the Rumba Pirates would be destroyed on this grand line. Now, with Luffy as a powerful captain, he also has the opportunity to become stronger. Brook will never let the encounter of the Rumba Pirates happen again. Chapter 297 Sanji and Number 039, S Objection. What about me? Where am I going? At this time, Chopper was a little curious. Everyone mentioned it just now, but Luffy himself didn't mention it. Chopper doesn't think Luffy will forget himself. Does he want to follow Luffy and Nami? Hey, right, Luffy didn't say where Chopper was going. It's a bit odd that everyone in Luffy mentioned just now, but not Chopper. Chopper's case is still undecided, but it has something to do with Sanji. Luffy thought about it for a while, but let's just say it directly. The reason why I didn't mention Chopper just now wasn't because Luffy forgot. But at the moment Luffy doesn't know where Germa 66 will appear. Another point is that Sanji doesn't have much affection for his biological father Judge. It can even be said to be quite hostile, so Luffy didn't say it for the first time. But Luffy thought about it, this kind of thing needs to be faced sooner or later. Moreover, the existence of the battle suit can indeed help Sanji awaken the bloodline factor faster. For Sanji, this 680 is a good thing. Hey, Luffy, you wouldn't want to send Chopper to that guy, would you? Sanji, who was still fighting with Zoro and Galtino, stopped and continued the three-man fight after hearing Luffy say it was related to him. After hearing Sanji's words, everyone couldn't help but become more curious. And because of Sanji's words, Chopper even looked a little scared. I don't know what the two of them are talking about, but listening to Sanji's tone, it doesn't seem like a good place there. It has something to do with Sanji, is it Bharati? A few people who started from East Blue with Luffy, the first thing that came to mind was Bharati, the restaurant on the sea, but Bharati's words have nothing to do with Chopper's exercise, right? Second, there doesn't seem to be anyone there that Sanji really hates, right? However, only Sanji knew that Luffy was not talking about Bharati, the restaurant on the sea, but the place where he was born. It was also where the man he hated so much was. Separated from Zoro and Galtino, Sanji sat on the steps of the Thousand Sunny deck. He took a cigarette out of Kabuto and lit it, then put his hands on his knees, looking gloomy. Is it Germa 66? Sanji raised his right hand holding the cigarette, took a sip of the cigarette in his mouth, and asked. Although it was a questioning tone, Sanji was sure that what Luffy wanted to say was there. Sanji wasn't surprised that Luffy knew about his relationship with Germa. Because he's already used to it, but Sanji doesn't approve of Luffy wanting Chopper to go to Germa's side to learn from his disgusting father. Because in Sanji's eyes, a simple person like Chopper will definitely be used to the best of his value by that devilish man. This is not allowed by Sanji, and Chopper is undoubtedly more important than the so-called father. Germa 66? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Hearing Sanji say the name Germa 66, Galtino touched his chin and said. Jelma? That's the right place. As the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates who had seen the entire sea, Rayleigh naturally knew about Germa. Unlike Sanji, although I don't know why Sanji would be like this when he mentioned Germa 66, Rayleigh believes that Germa 66 is indeed a good training place for Luffy's ship doctor. And, Even though Sanji hasn't said it yet, it's not hard to guess from the look on his face that Germa 66 is not a good place. However, this is not difficult for Luffy. Even after Chopper goes, the other party may have to offer Chopper. There is no other reason, because Luffy is stronger than them, and they have no right to refuse. Moreover, judging from Luffy's personality, if he wants to come, he will also give the conditions that Germa 66 can't refuse. Ah! I remembered, is that the Germa? Is that the evil army called the Warrior of the Sea Sky? At this time, Galtino also remembered where he had heard the name Germa. You know, the former self has also read this comic book. But isn't that fictional? Germa 66 is a real legion, but as the comic says, it's an evil legion. Sanji took Galtino's words and explained to everyone who still didn't know the reason. Hey? Is that legion really so evil? How can you make your curly eyebrows look like this? This was the first time Zoro saw Sanji make such an expression. This is an expression that is only shown when one is extremely disgusted with a person. But aren't you from East Blue with curly eyebrows? Why are you related to Germa 66? Since Sanji hates Germa so much, it must be because Sanji has encountered Germa 66. But in East Blue, Zoro had never heard of the legend of Germa 66. I was not born in East Blue, I fled from North Blue to East Blue. Sanji has no regrets about leaving Germa, and is even glad that he left that place. Luffy, I don't recommend letting Chopper learn from that guy. Without going into detail about his relationship with Germa, Sanji just put forward his own thoughts. It seems that your chef still has no confidence in you as a captain. Hearing Sanji say that, Rayleigh teased Luffy with a smile. Of course, this is not Rayleigh instigating Sanji and Luffy's relationship, just a little bit of bad taste from Rayleigh. Moreover, Sanji is obviously not dissatisfied with Rayleigh's words. Otherwise, he wouldn't say such a thing because he was worried about Chopper. All fear stems from my own lack of strength, and I will give Judge enough conditions. Germa 66 may be a terrifying existence in the eyes of the world, whether it is a legend or a reality. But for today's Luffy, it's nothing but ants. In other words, for the powerhouses in this sea, Germa 66 has nothing more commendable than his scientific research ability. As everyone knows, in the original book, the ant did not care about the so-called marriage of Germa 66 at all. The wedding has not yet passed, you may still be smiling the moment before, and you can kill it directly the next moment. This is the benefit of strength. What's more, Luffy believed that Germa and the others would not reject such strange things as unicorn lion horns and IQ grass. Chapter 298 Surprised. By the way, since all your crew members have their own cultivation ways, what about you? Cultivation for you will not allow you to go any further. Seeing that Luffy had arranged his crew, Rayleigh couldn't help but wonder what Luffy planned to do in the past 2 years. From Rayleigh's point of view, with Luffy's current strength, it is no longer possible to improve by training. And Luffy naturally didn't find a place to devote himself to cultivation. Currently, there is only one devil fruit awakening in the direction that Luffy can become stronger. Of course, this does not mean that Haki can no longer improve. But Luffy doesn't know whether there is any further possibility with his current Haki strength, or he can only keep accumulating the amount of Haki. So, instead of chasing after Haki, who doesn't know how to improve, it's better to wake up Devil Fruit, who already has some clues. To achieve the awakening of Devil Fruit, cultivation alone would definitely not be possible. Everyone is also a little curious about what Luffy will do in the past 2 years. You will know this later. Luffy didn't plan to elaborate, although it wasn't a big deal, but when he said it, it just increased their pressure out of thin air. Seeing Luffy say this, everyone couldn't help being a little silent. Generally speaking, Luffy wouldn't hide any secrets from them. I don't want to talk about it this time, thinking about it, I don't want to increase the pressure on them. Everyone could actually guess that Luffy would definitely go to New World first. Rayleigh saw that Luffy had no intention of elaborating or insisting, so he chose to turn the subject elsewhere. You said you were going to participate in the upcoming battle between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates, why is that? 35. The Fire Fist ace that Marine wants to publicly execute is my elder brother. Although he is not biological, but since I have the strength and the opportunity, I naturally want to try to save Ace. 35. If Ace was just locked up in a big underwater prison like a normal pirate, then Luffy wouldn't care. Some people may say that Luffy is cold-blooded, but to be honest, the current Luffy is not the original Luffy after all. Even if he still became brothers with Ace, perhaps because his strength improved much faster than the original. The relationship between the two, plus Sabo, is not as deep as in the original. Without the experience of living together and dying together, the feelings naturally cannot be as deep as the original. But at least they have been together for so many years, and the feelings they should have are still there. Moreover, the key is to have the Whitebeard pirates in front, otherwise, Luffy alone, even if he knows that Ace is going to be executed, it is impossible to save Ace single-handedly. However, since Ace is about to be publicly executed, the Whitebeard pirates will not let it go. And this is also the reason why Marine wants to publicly execute Ace. One is the Four Emperors pirate group, and the other is the son of the pirate king Roger. If this person and one pirate group can be eliminated at one time, it will undoubtedly be a great thing for Marine and civilians. However, Marine was destined to be disappointed this time, even according to the original book, because of Whitebeard's words. Marine's plan fell short. Hey? I didn't expect that there is such a relationship between you and that Fire Fist Ace? Luffy's words directly made Rayleigh interested. For Rayleigh, this is indeed a surprising and expected thing. If Luffy was just an ordinary pirate or a supernova, then Rayleigh might persuade Luffy not to be impulsive because he was optimistic about Luffy. But now, Rayleigh, who knew Luffy's strength, had some anticipation. In that war, Marine saw the expression on Luffy's face. Moreover, there is the old guy Garp. When the time comes, will he choose to fight with his grandson? One more thing, also related to Ace, which is another reason why I invited Mr. Rayleigh on board. Luffy looked into Rayleigh's eyes and said calmly. Rayleigh didn't speak, but waited quietly for Luffy's next words. Ace, it's actually Roger's son. Luffy's tone was calm, as if to say a normal thing. But hearing people's ears, it's not like that at all. Roger? One Piece Roger? No way. Ace is actually the son of One Piece. What surprised them the most was Usopp and the others, because they never thought that the one they had met, Luffy's titular brother, would actually be the son of One Piece. Roger's son? It turns out that there is such a relationship in there. 99. Seeking Flowers. Compared to Usopp's shock, Rayleigh, Roger's co-captain, was much calmer. Well, are you not surprised at all, Mr. Rayleigh? Seeing Rayleigh's reaction, everyone was a little puzzled. It stands to reason that when they heard that their former captain had a son, how should they react? But Rayleigh just calmly said that it is so, isn't it? In other words, if they encounter Luffy's son being executed by Marine in the future, wouldn't it be a bad idea to think so? However, if this is the case, they will definitely save Luffy's son without hesitation. Surprised, it's Roger's son after all. Before that guy turned himself in, he didn't tell me that he still has a child. Point 0. For everyone's confusion, Rayleigh just smiled faintly. Wait, you just said One Piece Roger turned himself in. At this time, everyone in the Straw Hats heard another terrible news. In their impression, Marine captured Roger, the Pirate King, and executed it publicly, thus opening the era of the Great Pirate for Roger. Why does Rayleigh say that Roger turned himself in? Well, when Roger was terminally ill and he knew his time was running out, he chose to surrender to Marine a year after arriving in Raftel. Rayleigh explained to the surprised crowd, but seeing Luffy's calm as always, Rayleigh couldn't help but wonder if Luffy already knew about it. Did Garp still tell Luffy about this? Although it is truly remarkable to start the era of the Great Pirate with one sentence, it does not prevent Roger from being an irresponsible husband and a villain who has brought deeper sins to the sea. This is Luffy's view of Roger, and perhaps the reason why Roger does it is to allow more people to explore the truth of the world. But as a result, those pirates who went out to sea have not been able to uncover the truth of this world in addition to bringing sins to the sea. And what Luffy is curious about is, why did he choose such a method when he could directly reveal the truth of this world to the public? Is it the so-called fate again? 4. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 299 Learn more. But this is a pirate. So Roger and the others are indeed pirates, not so-called adventurers. Rayleigh has never denied what Roger has done. For them, pirates are free, not bound by anyone or anything. Do whatever you want, just like Roger once destroyed a country's army because his partner was badly spoken to. This kind of thing, Rayleigh never felt that he did something wrong. And, he believed, Luffy didn't seem to do anything to harm civilians. But if anyone dared to hurt anyone on his boat, then Luffy would have done the same thing Roger did. So, Mr. Rayleigh, what are you going to do next? The answer Luffy knew from the beginning, but others didn't, and Usopp even looked at Rayleigh with expectant eyes. Ha ha ha, aren't you already clear? Rayleigh laughed and replied, stroking the beard on his chin. Usopp and others are a little unclear, so what is this, what is it? I hate you people who pretend to be sophisticated. Can't you speak clearly? You have to be a riddleman, right? However, I want to take them to the place of cultivation, and you need to inform someone in advance. Rayleigh did not continue to explain, but talked about cultivation. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Luffy was stunned, and then he remembered that Rayleigh might be taking Sanji and the others to the island where Luffy cultivated in the original book. However, it is in the territory of the Pirate Empress, Boya Hancock's Amazon Lily, so many people go, and they really need to tell the owner. However, with Rayleigh's identity, do you even have to talk about this? Luffy looked at Rayleigh suspiciously. Could it be that the king on the Nine Snake Island was really his old lover? That's why he was embarrassed to speak? Cough, the place I want to take them to is within the territory of a certain country, and I have some friendship with the old king of that country, so it's not good to break in directly. If it was an ordinary country, it would be fine, as an island full of wild beasts, ordinary people would not enter at all. But Nine Snake Island is different. Although the people there do not usually go to that island, there are people who patrol there. If it is not informed in advance, it may lead to unnecessary conflicts. Why do you want Luffy to go, Mr. Rayleigh, since you have a relationship with him? At this time, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is also a little puzzled. Since you have friendship with their old king, isn't it just a matter of words? Why would a stranger, Luffy, be asked to talk to them instead? Some things are not so easy to explain. Anyway, Luffy, you need to figure this out yourself. But don't worry, because you dare to do something to celestial dragons, the other party will never embarrass you. Although the news has not yet spread, it is certain that the world government and marine will not be able to hide such a big event. What's more, there are so many pirates who have escaped, and when these pirates are running around to tell them, Luffy's actions on celestial dragons will definitely be known to everyone. Hey? Is there any country so disrespectful to celestial dragons? The conversation was easily taken in another direction by Rayleigh, but none of that mattered. Because of Rayleigh's words again, then the crowd became interested. Let's not say anything else, not every country in this sea is a member of the world government. 99. Seeing that Kabuto was successfully diverted by himself, Rayleigh breathed a sigh of relief, and released Shikai. If you want to become a member of the world government, you need to pay a huge amount of gold to supply celestial dragons every year. And not every country, Kabuto pays the expensive gold in the sky. Therefore, those countries are not members of the world government, and they will not receive the protection of Marine. While Boya Hancock doesn't hate celestial dragons for this reason, Rayleigh doesn't want to go into details. After all, only the parties are qualified to decide whether to tell others about this kind of thing. Is there such a thing? Most of the Straw Hat Pirates didn't understand this kind of thing, so when Rayleigh said the words that Marine would not protect a non-world government member state, it was a little unbelievable. For the celestial dragons, they only knew a little from Luffy's mouth, and they didn't have a deep impression. But now when I hear Rayleigh say this, I think of the way the two celestial dragons were bossing around before, and the people around them dare not obey. At this time, everyone has a deeper understanding of the world. But that country is in the calm belt, and it's not easy to get past point 99. Without Marine's technology, it would be extremely difficult for an ordinary pirate ship to sail through the calm belt. But if Luffy is here, just be careful not to break the boat and it shouldn't be difficult to get there. And when the time comes, he will follow him, so it shouldn't be a problem. What country are you talking about, Uncle Rayleigh? After talking for so long, Rayleigh still didn't say anything about that country. Usopp finally couldn't help but ask. That is the Amazon Lily on the Nine Snake Island, a veritable daughter country. After Rayleigh finished speaking, he blinked at Luffy, not knowing what he meant. Luffy ignored it. He is not short of women, and if he is really destined, Luffy doesn't need Rayleigh to teach him. Base. However, these words are not without any effect. A certain chef with curly eyebrows has changed his silence just now and appeared in front of Rayleigh. The eyes under the curled eyebrows have turned into the shape of love, and two heat currents are sprayed from the nostrils. Apparently, the three words daughter country totally cheered Sanji up. But it may be destined to disappoint Sanji. Although the island is indeed near Juyu Island, even the residents of Juhi Island will not go to that island. 0.4. During their 2 years of cultivation, it was basically impossible for a woman to appear on that island. Daughter country. Is it really the daughter country? Sanji snorted and asked excitedly, not at all like the silent look just now. As always, when you hear a woman, you will get in heat, you idiot, curling your eyebrows. So, the other two people in the trio started taunting again. Just like this, the three people who had just stopped for a while pinched each other again. Really, these three guys are too messy. Wouldn't they really get tired of fighting each other like this all day long? 99. Nami covered her cheeks, and there was someone else there, so she started fighting. She really didn't see it at all. Are Sanji, Zoro and 3 always like this? I feel so happy. Chapter 300 Go to 9, Snake Island. However, Miss Mermaid Cammy showed a different kind of excitement about Sanji and the others. I don't know how she developed such a character, it is completely the character of the original Luffy. Whether it's going to 9 Snakes or Marine Ford, it's not difficult for us, Nami. 39. Ignoring the three of them fighting, Luffy gestured towards Nami. Some things, for some people, don't need to be hidden. The existence of lion fruit will be revealed sooner or later, but at least until this summit war, Luffy and the others can still do a lot with lion fruit. After that, even if lion fruit is exposed to the eyes of the world, it doesn't matter, they can't reach the Straw Hat Pirates who can fly in the air anyway. Seeing Luffy looking at him, Nami nodded in understanding, and then he didn't see any movement from Nami, and a wine barrel that had been placed on Thousand Sunny's deck floated out of thin air. On Thousand Sunny, everything is already under Nami's control. Now, as long as Nami has a thought, he can move anything on Thousand Sunny at will. And after seeing the barrel of wine floating out of thin air, Rayleigh's half-squinted eyes suddenly flashed a light. No wonder Luffy took this little girl with him even though he arranged for the others to practice for 2 years. Did he get lion fruit? In other words, is that bastard from Golden Lion dead too? I didn't expect you to get lion fruit, so it really saves a lot of trouble. But I didn't expect that such a lion fruit would actually appear in the hands of Straw Hat crew, and the next sea might be even more unsettled. People like Luffy are not ignored wherever they go. What's more, after this incident, there may be no one in this world who doesn't know Luffy. Luffy also didn't intend to explain how lion fruit got here, since Rayleigh wasn't on his own crew after all. Even if he doesn't talk nonsense everywhere, it's fine as long as people like him know about this kind of thing. If that's the case, then it's not too late. Let's go to Nine Snake Island first while there are still a few days before the war. After all, Boya Hancock is one of the 7 warlords of the sea and has been forcibly drafted into the war. If it was later, when she set off for Marineford, the follow-up would have to wait until the war was over. But what exactly happened at that time is unknown. Also, we've been here long enough, Marines troops seem to have been searching. I have the record pointer of Nine Snake Island here. Every move in the vicinity was naturally hidden from Rayleigh's observation haki. And some of these breaths, although a little weird, are still a great threat to other members of the Straw Hat Pirates except myself and Luffy. Then Nami, lift Thousand Sunny into the sky. No one will be able to find us in this place for a while. It would definitely be the right thing to do to hide the lion fruit until Summit War is over. Nami nodded, and then, under Nami's control, Thousand Sunny, who was originally floating on the sea, began to break free from the constraints of gravity and slowly rose toward the sky. At the same time, because of lion fruit's ability, there is no need for anyone to sail or steer, so that everyone's attention is once again attracted by the sea that is constantly moving away. No matter how many times, this feeling of soaring in the sky makes everyone want to stop. Therefore, as long as Thousand Sunny is in the sky, everyone will lie on the side of the boat and overlook the sea where they are sailing. Soon, Thousand Sunny had appeared in the sky at a height of 10,000 meters. That guy Golden Lion really got a good fruit back then. Even Rayleigh, who advocates not eating devil fruit, feels the feeling of flying in the sky at this time, and has no choice but to envy the original Golden Lion Shiki. Although it is at a high altitude, perhaps the rules of the pirate world are different. Although the temperature is indeed much lower, it still has no effect on people. On the contrary, this coolness makes people feel more relaxed and happy. Wow, the boat is flying. At this moment, Miss Mermaid exclaimed with an exaggerated yan yi. The fish tail of the lower body was twisting constantly at this time, obviously looking very excited. By the way, Miss Cammy, what are your plans next? Because of the sudden incident, Cammy and Papagu, who should have been separated from Luffy and the others in Sabayati Archipelago, also temporarily stayed on Thousand Sunny because of the appearance of celestial dragons. Ah! I forgot we were supposed to meet the Fishmen Island again at Sabayati Archipelago. 35. It's been a while since I came out this time, but I can't help it, who keeps being caught or eaten by sea kings. If it wasn't for luck, I would have never had the chance to go back to the Fishmen Island. 66. Hearing Cammy's answer, everyone who was still enjoying the surrounding scenery looked at Cammy speechlessly. And Papagu, who was originally staying next to Cammy, could not help but secretly take a step to the side. Obviously, Cammy's rough nerves made Papagu, his partner, a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha, what an energetic young man. Rayleigh laughed again. The atmosphere on this boat was really similar to when he was on the Luo 680G. Here, this is the permanent pointer of Nine Snake Island. Rayleigh throws a record pointer, although it is high in the sky, but obviously the record pointer can still indicate the direction very well. But just like when I was on Red Line before, the pointer always wanted to point down. After all, Nine Snake Island was not in the sky. Nami took a look at the recording pointer that Rayleigh had thrown at him, and tied it to his other hand. Won't our recording pointer record the magnetic force of Nine Snake Island? The recording pointer that should have pointed to the Fishmen Island, if the magnetic force of the Nine Snake Island is recorded, it will not be able to reach the Fishmen Island. When you go to sea next time, wouldn't it be better to just buy a record pointer of the Fishman Island? 35. At that time, when it is on the Fishman Island, the ordinary recording pointer will start to record the magnetic force of the Fishman Island again to point to the next island. Oh, almost forgot. Nami patted his head, holding a permanent pointer in his hand, and asked how to get to the Fishman Island, really confused. Before that, there is one more thing to do. That is to contact Bartholomew Bear and let him bring the transparent fruit ability person to help. I hope Sanji can withstand the blow of being eaten by the transparent fruit. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Thank you.